Block 1 Audiobook title, Floating Island, Triple S Talent, 01 to 231, by Riski_Bambang, Chapter 1, Earth's Last Breath. Alan's desk was a chaotic testament to his relentless workload. Strewn with stacks of papers and the ever-present hum of his computer, the room, silent but for the rhythmic tapping of keys, seemed to hold its breath as he toiled over the financial report that had to be completed by day's end. The screen's glow highlighted the tension etched on his face. Suddenly, breaking the monotony, a vivid blue panel materialized in the air, hovering like a holographic projection. Its luminescent glow cast an otherworldly light across the cluttered desk, and bold, striking text pulsed on the screen, demanding attention. The room, once a shrine to mundane tasks, now felt charged with unexpected intrigue. The Earth's time has ended, all humans will be transferred to the divine sky realm in 1 minute. Alan's fingers froze above the keyboard as he blinked several times, trying to discern if this was an illusion or reality. The soft hum of office activity suddenly felt distant and surreal. He glanced around the room and noticed that his coworkers were also staring at the same blue notification. Faces that had been serious and focused moments ago were now painted with anxiety and confusion. "Hey Alan, did you see that blue panel?" asked Daito, his voice trembling. Daito's desk was right next to Alan's, and his usually composed demeanor was now shaken. "Yeah? It says the Earth is going to be destroyed," Alan replied, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Is this some kind of joke?" Daito let out a bitter laugh. "A joke? Who has time to pull off something like this?" Around them, their colleagues tried to ignore the notification, forcing themselves to concentrate on their work despite the rising tension. Skepticism hung heavy in the air. Few could bring themselves to believe the message. Across the room, a manager attempted to calm the staff, insisting that it was likely just a technological glitch or a computer virus. However, across the globe, every nation received the same information. People from all walks of life, professions, and ages reacted differently. In a high school, students in the middle of their final exams suddenly whispered in panic. There was something strange, though. Middle school students did not see the notification. Only those aged 15 and older could see it. In a hospital, a doctor paused his surgery to glance at the blue panel that had appeared before him. "This can't be possible," he murmured, looking at the nurse beside him, whose face had turned deathly pale. Panic began to ripple through the world. The notification spread rapidly across social media and television news, creating a wave of mass hysteria. Time continued to tick away, and as the final minute passed, Alan felt his heart pounding. In the usually quiet office, the ticking of the wall clock grew louder and more ominous. The last second ticked by, and suddenly, every human vanished from their location. Alan felt nothing but a strange sensation as if he was being sucked into a void. He lost consciousness momentarily. The world descended into chaos. A school bus driver disappeared mid-route, leaving the bus to careen uncontrollably into a 5-story building. A plane crashed midair as both pilots vanished. These incidents led to widespread destruction on Earth. In a playground, a mother watching her children vanished along with them, leaving behind slowly swinging swings and toys scattered on the ground. Moments after humanity disappeared, a catastrophic earthquake shook the planet. The Earth's crust cracked, volcanoes erupted, and the destruction continued until the Earth itself shrank and disintegrated into ash. Chapter 2 Arrival in the Divine Sky Realm. On a floating island high above the clouds, a young man with short black hair lay sprawled on the ground, his body heavy with fatigue. His 170 centimeters frame rested on the wild grass, and his tanned skin glowed faintly in the ethereal light. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a landscape that seemed to blur and shimmer. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of empty land, covered only by wild grass. The island, no more than 100 square meters, floated in an ocean of clouds that obscured anything beyond a short distance. The ethereal glow of another world lay sunbathed the scene in warmer light, but the surreal beauty was lost on him as he pressed a hand to his temple, trying to quell the dizziness that washed over him. He groaned softly, his movements slow and deliberate as he attempted to rise. His vision swam, and he blinked rapidly, trying to clear his mind and make sense of where he was. Peering through the haze, he could see only the edges of the floating island and the impenetrable wall of clouds beyond. The emptiness of the island and the disorienting shift to the divine sky realm left him grasping for any sign or clue. He scanned the ground and the horizon, hoping to find something, anything, that might offer an explanation or direction. As Alan's vision began to stabilize, he noticed a faint glimmer in the center of the island. Focusing more intently, he realized it was a transparent orb, shimmering slightly under the golden light. Curiosity piqued. He cautiously approached the mysterious object. The orb hovered just above the ground, almost pulsating with an inner light. Leaning in closer, he examined it from all angles, trying to discern its purpose or origin. The orb's smooth, glassy surface reflected his puzzled expression. Tentatively, He reached out, fingers brushing against the cool, ethereal surface, wondering what secrets it might hold. As Lun examined the orb more closely, he noticed a faint panel hovering above it, displaying information in a holographic format. Region orb owner, insert the name of the sovereign. Region speed, 1 square meter per second. Region size, 100 square meters. Seeing the panel's description, Lun was reminded of the video games he had played during his teenage years. Have I been transported to a nice sky? He wondered aloud. A mix of excitement and fear welled up inside him. The thrill of his childhood dream coming true, entering a game-like world, was tempered by the memories of frustration, sadness, and disappointment that came with gaming. Just imagining the potential pain sent a shiver down his spine. Pushing the thought aside, Lun's eyes suddenly narrowed with panic, his heart nearly stopping. What about Nita? He thought frantically, worry for his sister overpowering his thoughts. Before he could dwell further, a figure materialized from thin air. A girl, bearing a striking resemblance to Lun, appeared before him. She stood at about 155 centimeters, with silky black hair and an oval face that highlighted her beauty. Her expression was pale and disoriented, mirroring Lun's initial state of confusion. Nita, Lun murmured, rushing to check on her. His hands trembled slightly as he touched her shoulder. Nita's eyes fluttered open. Fear and panic flashed across her face. But these emotions quickly faded when she recognized her brother. Yes, this was Nita, Lun's younger sister, who had just graduated high school and worked at a retail store. Their lives had been closely intertwined, supporting each other since they lost their parents in a workplace accident when Nita was just 10. They had lived in a small rented house in the city, trying to save on living expenses. Now, standing on this mysterious floating island, their familiar world seemed so far away. Brother, where are we? Nita's voice quivered as she stood up, looking to Lun for answers. Stay calm, Nita, Lun replied, trying to sound reassuring despite his own uncertainty. I don't know where we are either, but there's no danger right now. Their uncertainty was short-lived. The same system voice they had heard on Earth echoed around them again. Welcome to the Divine Sky Island realm. Successfully entered region number 2344. Loading status panel. Obtaining beginner's chest. Evaluating talent. Acquired talent. Infinity duplicate. SSS. Lun shivered as he saw the letters SSS in the talent description. He knew he had received something extraordinary and quickly checked it. Infinity duplicate. SSS. Duplicate one item into 1000. Cooldown, 1 hour. Duplicate any item in the universe. The survival talent of the creators of the universe. The description seemed simple, but the implications left Lun breathless and amazed. Wasn't this a talent that defied the heavens? If a god could create one, Lun could create 1000. What concept surpassed that of a god? A small smile crept onto Lun's face. If he could harness this duplicate talent, it wasn't impossible for him to become a king who commands. Oh, Nit. Did you get the same notification? Lun asked, ensuring his sister received the same system information. Yes, brother, but the system said no talent was found, Nita replied, sadness creeping into her voice despite not fully grasping the concept of talents. Don't worry about it, Lun reassured her. Look, what talent did I get? Lun explained his overpowered talent to Nita. Even Nita, who wasn't much into games, found the concept of multiplying by 1000 astonishing. Besides acquiring talents, the system also loaded a status panel. Status panel, sovereign's name, insert name. Level, 1, 0%. Attributes, strength 3, agility 2, intelligence 1, resilience 3. Equipment, dash. Features, market, chat, friends. Seeing the line insert name for the sovereign, Lun recalled the same prompt on the region orb panel. He entered Lun. He briefly considered using a gaming alias but dismissed the idea, recognizing the reality of their situation. Wouldn't it be grand if his real name became known across the universe for being the strongest? Okay, it's good enough, Lun muttered, ignoring the status and checking the chat. Regional chat number 2344. Hanny, help, save me. Penabur, be careful. This is not a game. Death is the end of your life. Randy. Someone, I'm at location X:7A81K600Y:60 New 84R00 Bunter. Thank goodness my family is with me. I will protect them. Donnie, I found another island. Is it safe to enter? Zaki, I'm from Jakarta. Where are you all from? JJ, don't fall off the island. You will die. System, ASAP has died. From the chat, Lun saw the number 900,000 and something. He guessed it was the population of region number 2344. The chat provided a wealth of information, how to operate islands, existing dangers, the situations of other sovereigns, and more. Lun noticed that death notifications appeared frequently, suggesting that thousands had already perished. The regional chat was bustling and active, messages from sovereigns constantly filling Lun's panel. Feeling informed, Lun closed the chat. Next, He examined the market feature, which intrigued him given his talent's reliance on it. An interdimensional trading feature, limitless and boundless. Haha, Lun chuckled, inspecting the market panel. Market. Sandy. 100 grams of deer meat. Bintang Malam. 100 milliliters of water. Hugo. Rabbit hide. Raid. Iron sword. Light leather cloak. There were already over 100 shops listed. People were clearly exploring. Lun quickly closed the market panel and checked the friends feature. Friends. Friend list. Dash. Search friend. Enter name. It was straightforward. Lun didn't fully understand its use but added Nita to his friend list. Successfully added. Cute cat. As a friend. Yes, Nita's name was Cute Cat. She believed it would bring good luck. And Lun could only shake his head. In truth, she likely wanted to keep her identity private. Having explored all system features, the last task was to open the beginner chests. The chests had been in front of them all along. One for Lun and one for Nita. Lun opened his first. Successfully opened. Beginner chest. Long wooden sword X1. Water 100 milliliters. Both chests contain the same items, a sword and 100 milliliters of water. The system is quite stingy. Lun muttered in frustration, but his spirits quickly lifted. Why worry about scarcity when he could duplicate items 1,000-fold? Ah, Lun shouted in realization. He had forgotten his talent could duplicate the beginner chest. Idiot. He cursed himself. Ha ha ha. It seems you're more worried than I am, brother. Nita laughed, gently patting his head, mimicking how he had comforted her earlier. Lun's nerves settled. No problem. He could still duplicate the essential water. However, he decided to delay this task. He wanted to explore and try his luck for more valuable items to duplicate with his talent. Lun and Nita discussed their plan briefly. Once ready, they stood, gazing at the white clouds surrounding them. Ready? Lun asked, looking at Nita from the side. Nita was enthusiastic, raising her sword high and pointing it forward. Let's go. And so, the siblings set off on their adventure, destined to command the universe. Chapter 3, Lun and Nita's first fight. Lun's island continued to slice through the clouds, carving a path with relentless determination. The island moved at a steady pace, parting a square meter of clouds every second. The ethereal beauty of the shifting clouds, backlit by the golden glow of the otherworldly sun, would have been mesmerizing if not for the pressing uncertainty that gripped Lun and Nita. After 2 minutes, they had traversed 120 meters, the expanse of empty land behind them gradually disappearing from view. The journey persisted for another 3 minutes. The anticipation building with each passing second, until a substantial clearing of 100 square meters emerged. The dense clouds dissipated, unveiling a goblin-infested island of equal size. 10 green goblins, each about a meter tall and wielding crude wooden clubs, occupied the newly revealed terrain. Their guttural grunts and growls filled the air, a stark contrast to the serene silence that had preceded them. The goblin island appeared more vibrant than Lun's sparse, grass-covered home. Tall, sturdy trees stretched 10 meters into the sky, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. In the center of the island stood a small straw hut, its simple construction hinting at the rudimentary lifestyle of its inhabitants. The sight was both intriguing and menacing, the goblins' beady eyes glinting with hostility as they took notice of the intruders. Lun and Nita's eyes widened as a status panel for the goblins appeared in their vision. Goblin Tribe. Level 1. Attributes: Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 0. Resilience 1. Weak. Lun muttered under his breath, a mixture of relief and determination filling his voice. With his strength at 3 points, these goblins seemed as easy to defeat as kicking a ball. Yet, he remained cautious. Numbers could still pose a significant threat. The edges of Lun's island met the goblin territory with a subtle thud. The goblins, with their sharp, menacing eyes, glared at Lun and Nita. They had been roasting a deer over an open fire for breakfast, the savory aroma wafting through the air, but paused at the sight of their new adversaries. Their guttural growls grew louder, and they gripped their clubs tighter, ready for battle. Lun and Nita prepared themselves, gripping their long wooden swords tightly. The weight of the weapons was reassuring, a tangible source of strength. Long wooden sword. Strength +1. The swords boosted their confidence, adding an extra point to their strength. The siblings exchanged a quick, determined glance, their unspoken resolve clear. Now, Lun whispered, his voice steady despite the tension, and then he charged forward, his movements swift and purposeful. The goblins formed a defensive line, their clubs raised, bracing for Lun's assault. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and anger, the unfamiliar threat unsettling them. TSKKK. Tsach killed Goblin Tribe member. EXP +1. Killed Goblin Tribe member. EXP +1. Lun's first strike was swift and lethal, taking down 2 goblins instantly. The wooden sword sliced through the air with precision, its impact decisive. Ugh, ugh. The remaining goblins roared in anger, surrounding Lun and striking him with their clubs. The crude weapons landed with dull thuds. But Lun's agility allowed him to evade the worst of the blows. Lun didn't stay still. he rolled back, distancing himself from their attacks. His movements were fluid, a result of both instinct and training. The goblins pursued, determined not to let him escape, their snarls filling the air. Tsah! Another goblin fell, decapitated. Nita, having struck from the side, quickly retreated to observe the others. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she remained focused, her eyes scanning for the next opportunity. They knew their advantage well. Even with 3 to 4 strength points, a direct confrontation with 10 goblins could be fatal. They used hit-and-run tactics, striking swiftly before retreating. Their strategy was effective, their movements coordinated and precise. Ugh! Despite their fury, the goblins were helpless. They couldn't match Lun and Nita's agility. The siblings moved like a well-oiled machine. Each strike calculated, each retreat measured. Killed Goblin Tribe member, EXP +1. Killed Goblin Tribe member, EXP +1. 2 minutes later, all the goblins lay dead. The battlefield was littered with their bodies. The air heavy with the scent of blood and sweat. Huffed. Finally, Lun panted, wiping sweat from his brow. His breath was heavy, and his clothes were soaked. The adrenaline coursed through his veins, leaving him both exhilarated and exhausted. Nita, not far away, looked similarly exhausted. The battle had drained them both. Her hands trembled slightly, but she managed a small, victorious smile. They rested for a few minutes, then began to tally their spoils. The goblins' crude belongings were scattered around, a testament to their primitive lifestyle. First, they each gained 10 EXP points, increasing their EXP by 1%. The incremental progress was a small but satisfying reward for their efforts. They had expected just EXP, but as they approached a goblin corpse, a system notification appeared. Goblin Tribe corpse, extract materials? Yes, Lun replied. His curiosity piqued. The goblin's body lifted slightly, glowing before turning to ash. A shining object materialized, catching the light. Acquired energy crystal +1. Curious, Lun examined the crystal. Energy crystal, a crystal formed by natural energy. The crystal felt cool in his hand, its surface smooth and flawless. He wondered about its potential uses and value. Closing the system panel, Lun continued extracting from the goblin corpses. Nita joined him, assisting with the remaining bodies. Each extraction yielded a small reward, the materials varying in type and quantity. Brother, I'm done, Nita called out, her voice tinged with both relief and excitement. Once finished, they gathered the fallen materials. The spoils of their battle lay before them, a modest but valuable collection. Energy crystals +3, goblin blood +2, goblin claws +1. Not all corpses yielded items upon extraction. The randomness of the rewards added an element of surprise to the process. Lun and Nita then explored the goblin island. The trees, now devoid of their goblin protectors, rustled peacefully. The straw hut at the island's center beckoned, its contents promising further discovery. Inside the hut, they found a region orb similar to their own. Its ethereal glow was both familiar and comforting. This time, there were 2 options. Take over the territory. Destroy the territory. Note: taking over the territory will merge the Goblin Island with the Sovereign's Island. Note: destroying the territory grants several square meters of land and resources instantly. Weighing the options, Lun chose to take over the territory. He believed expanding the island was more beneficial than instant resources. The potential for long-term growth and stability outweighed the immediate gratification. Besides, he could still harvest resources from the Goblin Island over time. The thought of integrating the Goblins' vibrant landscape with their own was appealing. Upon choosing to take over, Lun's island grew larger. Though its shape was no longer a perfect square, the new terrain added variety and potential for future expansion. Brother, I'm thirsty. Nita's voice was raspy, her earlier excitement giving way to fatigue. It seems we need to duplicate the 100 milliliters of water first, Lun mused. Holding the small bottle, the necessity of basic resources became increasingly clear. Water 100 milliliters, duplicate. Yes. Suddenly, 1,000 small bottles of water appeared out of thin air, scattering around them. The sheer volume was overwhelming, the sight almost comical. Whoa, Nita's eyes widened, a mix of astonishment and gratitude in her gaze. She grabbed one and drank eagerly, quenching her thirst. The cool water was a welcome relief. Her parched throat finally soothed. Lun, too, was amazed by the sight. The sheer potential of his talent began to sink in. This is absurd, he thought, a smile tugging at his lips. Couldn't I dominate the trade with this talent? Lun pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Currently, most items in the market traded for resources, especially water. The scarcity of such a vital resource made it incredibly valuable. He checked the market for a while. Indeed, water was highly valued. The listings confirmed his suspicions. Market: iron sword, 10 energy crystals, accepting resources especially water and equivalent items. Long bow 500 milliliters of water. Hard leather, 1 energy crystal, accepting water. Imagine a family of 4, they would need 4 liters of water a day. The demand was staggering, the opportunities endless. Ha ha ha. Nita, let's rest for a bit, Lun said, heading back to the main island. The prospect of leveraging his talent to secure their future filled him with renewed energy. Nita nodded, following her brother. The journey ahead was uncertain, but with each step, they carved out a path to survival and, perhaps, greatness. Chapter 4, Shopping at the Market. Got a silver chest. Returning to the main island, Lun and Nita eagerly examined the market. Their goal was clear: to purchase full-body equipment to strengthen themselves. Becoming more powerful would accelerate their leveling up. The higher their level, the greater their chances of obtaining valuable materials. That's when Lun's extraordinary talent would truly shine. Lun navigated to the equipment section of the market, his eyes scanning for long-range weapons. His fingers flicked through the listings, occasionally using filters to narrow down his search. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up as he found the Evo Bow. Evo Bow. Strength plus 10. Explosive arrow. Arrows will explode on impact, dealing plus 30 damage. The Evo Bow was priced at 20 energy crystals. Lun quickly did the math. The current exchange rate for water to energy crystals was 1 to 100, meaning 100 milliliters of water was worth 1 energy crystal. With his vast supply of water, Lun's net worth was effectively 1,000 energy crystals. Without hesitation, Lun accessed the market's request feature, filtered specifically for water, and exchanged 10,000 milliliters of water for 100 energy crystals. Successfully exchanged 20 energy crystals for Evo Bow. Successfully exchanged 10 energy crystals for 1,000 wooden arrows. A 1 meter long, green bow materialized in front of Lun. The bow looked luxurious and strong, with soft bird feathers adorning its ends and a string that was both sturdy and elastic. Ha ha ha, perfect, Lun laughed, feeling the weight of the Evo Bow in his hands. The explosive power of the bow meant he could annihilate a group of 10 goblins in mere seconds. Lun resumed scrolling through the market items. Successfully exchanged 14 energy crystals for Flowing Cloak. Flowing Cloak, resilience plus 8, agility plus 2. A long, blue-green cloak appeared out of thin air and fell into Lun's hands. Nice, Lun thought to himself, admiring the cloak. It boosted 2 attributes simultaneously, a rarity even in the entire market. Lun continued browsing for another 10 minutes, eventually acquiring 3 more pieces of equipment: wind boots, glass gloves, and courage headband. Wind boots, agility plus 9, resilience plus 2, glass gloves, strength plus 6, resilience plus 5. Courage headband, resilience plus 4, intelligence plus 1. With these new acquisitions, Lun now wore 4 pieces of equipment and wielded a formidable weapon. He felt his body surging with newfound strength. He checked his status panel. Status: name, Lun. Level 1, 1%. Attributes: strength 19, agility 14, intelligence 2, resilience 23. Class: beginner. Skills: dash, equipment, Evo Bow, wind boots, flowing cloak, glass gloves, courage headband. Talent: infinity duplicate SSS. Features: market, chat, friends. Lun spent a total of 72 energy crystals to buy all his equipment. These were the best items he could find in the market. If there had been stronger gear available, he would have bought it. But who would be foolish enough to sell top-tier items at this stage? Brother, look, Nita called out hopefully. She was now also fully equipped. Her attributes not far behind Lun's. Status: name, cute cat. Level 1, 1%. Attributes: strength 8, agility 9, intelligence 21, resilience 14. Class: beginner. Skills: dash, equipment, Gaine's staff, soft boots, midnight cloak, smart gloves, forgetful cap. Features: market, chat, friends. Great, you look taller, Lun remarked, ending his statement with a playful tone. Brother. Ugh. Nita felt both flattered and insulted. She raised her staff, a white light forming at its tip. Danger, Lun exclaimed, eyes wide. He ran, dodging to avoid becoming the target of Nita's magic. Okay, sorry, stop. Nita, I apologize. Mercy, Lun kept shouting, pleading for forgiveness. Seeing her brother's silly antics, Nita paused. Humphrey, she sighed, flicking her long hair back with her small hand. As Nita stopped, Lun cautiously approached. He, amazing, he complimented. Carefully choosing his words, he praised her a few more times, feeling that if he hadn't run, he might have met an untimely end. Enough, Nita snapped, pressing her finger to her lips, signaling him to stop his exaggerated praise. Do you think I don't know? Nita's gaze was still sharp. Lun scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. His sister had grown up, no longer easily fooled by such tactics. All right, now that we're ready, let's go hunt those monsters. Lun raised his right hand high, hoping for a cheer from Nita. All he got was the sound of the wind as Nita walked past him. Lun followed, trailing behind her with a silly grin, insisting she respond to his motivational words to keep their spirits high. And so, the siblings ventured into the sea of white clouds once more. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +5. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +3. On an island spanning 900 square meters, a fierce battle was underway. A young man shot arrows every 5 seconds at a pack of wolves. Sharp-toothed wolf. Level 5. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 9, Intelligence 5, Resilience 6. Wolf's Roar increases attack power for a few seconds. Nearby, a young woman wielding a long staff unleashed a continuous barrage of white ice energy. Hailstorm, a powerful spell. The energy at the staff's tip created a massive hailstorm covering an area of 25 square meters within 5 seconds. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +4. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +5. These Weln and Nita, the wolves before them, were the 8th group of monsters they had encountered in the past hour. In that hour, Weln and Nita had leveled up twice, reaching level 3. The 900 square meter island was home to approximately 90 wolves. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +5. With the death of the last wolf, Weln and Nita finally relaxed their tense muscles. As usual, after each battle, they extracted materials from the monster corpses, each holding a burlap sack to collect the dropped items. They wondered if the system would eventually provide them with proper bags or if they needed to craft them themselves at a higher level. They buried their curiosity and continued extracting materials from the wolf corpses. Each extraction emitted a white light, revealing various items, but this time, the corpse Weln was handling glowed with a golden light. Acquired silver chest +1. Weln's eyes widened in disbelief and awe. Nita, noticing the golden glow, approached. Her eyes fixed on the 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide silver chest. "What's in it?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. Chapter 5. Open 1,000 silver chests. "Brother, we're going to be rich." Yes, brother, will duplicate it first." Weln and Nita had returned to the top of the main island at this time. Weln's duplicate skill was active, and he would duplicate the silver chest they got. Silver chest. Duplicate 1,000 times. Just like when Weln duplicated 100 milliliters of water. Silver chests kept popping out of empty air and falling to the ground like worthless stones. Seeing the silver chests appearing like there was no end to them, Weln felt that he would be able to stay alive just by staying on the floating island. Even if he couldn't level up with that, all the support materials would greatly increase his strength. At least people wouldn't think of him as a bully. Nita didn't even wait for instructions from her brother. She had already opened the first chest. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials. -1,000 milliliters water, witch's hat X1. White stone X8, spear of harmony X1. 1 liter of water. When Weln saw the 1,000 milliliters water, he immediately imagined the water emerging from empty air just like when he duplicated the 100 milliliters water. In addition, 5 white-colored stones aroused Weln's interest. He immediately examined them. White stone, newly used to perform forging to the common level. I remember. He immediately took out his Evo bow weapon. He saw that there was a forging feature on the bow's description panel. Evo bow forging requires white stone X1. Energy crystal X10. Note: 70% success rate. Failure will lower the forging rate. "Okay, I'll forge it later," said Weln while observing the remaining crates that were very large. He then picked up one of the chests and opened it. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials. Wheat seeds X10. Harmony flower X1. Mid-level lair. Archer wolf. Mid-level lair. Archer wolves. The lair of the archer wolves. Summon 5 archer wolves every day. There's hope for building an army, Weln muttered to himself. Weln opened the silver chest again, and so did Nita. From a distance, their island glowed brightly continuously. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials. Nita would notify her brother when she found a good item, then group them together. 15 minutes passed, and finally all the chests were opened. There were many items that they got. Starting from weapons: Yama greatsword, hard spear, battle shield, crystal cloak, steel helmet, wind cloak, terror boots, judge's hammer, combat weapons, auto bow turrets, small cannons, flamethrowers, elven guard turrets, lookout turrets. There are about 600 more of each weapon type, not to mention an equal number. Then they also got resources. Food resources: 100 milliliters water, 100 gran venison, 500 gran buffalo meat, 500 milliliters water. Material resources: hard stone, light stone, Malingo leaf, exact flour, fine stone, light steel, gold bar, wooden board, fine sand. In addition, the number of supporting materials is the largest. Support materials and items: iron smelter blueprint, medium main hall blueprint, wood cutting blueprint, broken rope blueprint, small healing pill, medium healing pill, 100 centimeters gauze, 500 centimeters coarse cloth. In total, there were over 2,000 materials and support items. If observed from afar, The main island was not as cluttered with piled up materials as usual. This was because they found a very useful item. Medium storage crate. 150 storage slots. Endurance 10,000 points. Very efficient. They stored all the equipment they got into 20 storage chests. Another support item that they really liked is the bag. Medium bag. 50 slots. It's a simple attribute but very useful when traveling. It's easier than paying for a storage crate that's almost 1 meter in size. The storage chest provided better equipment than their current equipment, so they replaced it and increased the attribute by 50% more. Nita, help brother to build a tower defense. Okay brother. Nita went to the center area of the island and began to think of a location to build the tower. Meanwhile, Lun headed to the edge of the island. His island is currently almost 60,000 square meters, or more than 240 meters inside length. Blueprint of stone wall. Rough stone, fine stone, sand, water. Note, form a tower line to the edge of the island. Note, the amount of materials needed depends on the size of the island. Build a stone wall. Sure? Yes. Lun immediately agreed and chose yes. Successfully built the stone wall. Construction time 2 hours. Lun saw the system notification, and the countdown time started. 1:59 and 56 seconds, 1:59 and 23 seconds, 1:58 and 49 seconds. Good, Lun said casually. He thought it would be finished right away, but he didn't expect it to take time. Alright then, let's build another building. Lun remembered the warrior's den. Building a mid-level lair. Archer wolf. Sure. Successfully built a mid-level lair. Archer wolf. Construction time 6 hours. Yes. Building medium main hall. Sure. Successfully built medium main hall. Construction time 5 hours. Yes. The two siblings continued to build the buildings they got from the material crates. Time passed, and finally, the construction of the territory was completed. Just waiting for the construction time to finish. Phew. Finally finished. Lun, who was sitting on the ground, released a sigh of relief. He scanned the entire area, and the circular light from the system filled the entire place. Yes, that circle of light was the construction area that took time. The more Lun saw, the more satisfied he was with the results. His SSS level talent was indeed heaven-defying. The regional chat went on as usual, except that nearly 2 hours after the arrival of the humans, the system's alerts about the dead were drastically reduced. Humans were undoubtedly adaptable. It's only a matter of time before humans rule the divine celestial realm. Some people thought. Lun conducted an evaluation of his progress. His strength increased by 50 after replacing some equipment, and had already reached level 3. Opening 1,000 silver chest gave nearly 5,000 items, producing nearly 34,000 energy crystals. His territory was growing rapidly, with over 50 buildings under construction. Defense towers, warrior nests, support buildings, and other buildings. Checking the infinity duplicate skill, there were still 15 minutes left. He would continue to duplicate the silver chest for now, but before that, he had to level up with Nita. Chapter 6, Strength increased. Attack the Bull Tribe. Lun's floating island continued to break through the clouds, moving slowly and steadily. The wind blew past Lun's face. Beside him, Nita stood tall, no matter what they were thinking at the moment. Only the two of them knew. 2 hours living in the divine sky realm gave them the feeling of being newborn, living in a strange realm. Several times Nita felt lonely because she had never seen another human being besides her brother. She even still couldn't believe it and felt like this was all a dream. Lun continued to calm her down. He was quite satisfied with the starting line they started. 7 minutes passed and finally their island stopped and collided with another alien island. Bull Muscle Tribe Island. Area 4,900 square meters. Easy defense. Medium strength. Level 6. Bull Island has a fence made of 1 meter high wood. Then several guard towers are watching from the top of the tower, directing their attention and already in a state of readiness. More than 20 bull warriors are standing in front of the fence ready to face the threat from Lun's Island. Bull Muscle. Level 6. Attributes: Strength 16, Agility 12, Intelligence 8, Resilience 14. Hammer Boom. For 10 seconds, the attack deals a blast effect around, increasing the attack damage. Brother, this time it seems like it will be difficult. They are prepared and have defensive buildings, said Nita worriedly. Lun looked at her with a strange look. You talk like you don't see your status. Nit. Lun replied casually, yes. Their abilities have increased because of the equipment from the silver chest. Status: Name, Lun. Level 3, 40%. Attributes: STR 38, Agi 31, Int 9, Res 42. Equipment: Vampire Sword, Fiber Shoes, Combat Cloak, Rough Fiber Glove, Hard Rubber Helmet. Talent: Infinity Duplicate. SSS. Features: Market, Chat, Friends. Lun's main weapon has changed. This is because he found a very unique red sword. This sword has a very strong ability. Vampire Sword +5. SDR +10 +2. Blood Energy. Every time you kill an enemy, the enemy's blood will be absorbed, and increase the STR value +2 each stack. Maximum 10 stacks, lasts for 5 minutes after absorbing blood last time. Lun chuckled looking at the red sword in his hand. He even felt the dark aura of the sword. In addition, he had forged the vampire sword to +5, increasing the weapon's status and damage by 5%. Although it cost a lot of energy crystals and white stones, it was worth it. A weapon that has been forged to +5 will emit a white light that greatly increases the sharp aura of the weapon. Seeing her brother's very confident appearance, Nita became more relaxed. Her status was only slightly below Lun's. Even her weapon was also very powerful, no less powerful than a vampire sword. Corpse stick +2, int +10. Temporary life. Resurrect all corpses that have been killed and become warrior lords for a maximum of 10 minutes, gaining 50% attributes while still alive. Corpses cannot use skills. Now, Lun began, but hadn't finished speaking. He was already advancing towards the group of bull men on the other side of the island. The bull warriors didn't expect Lun to be so aggressive. They also raised their swords and maces. Charging forward, the watchtower fired fire arrows, 10 of which flew towards Lun. The rest towards Nita, who was at the back. Shah kills bull muscle X +9. Kills bull muscle X +12. 1/. The muscular bull's head fell very easily. Blood came out and hit everyone, not to mention the vampire sword. As soon as the blood touched the sword's surface, a red aura enveloped the sword. Lun felt an immediate increase in strength. His muscles contracted and became more energetic. Lun was not daydreaming. He saw the sword coming from beside him, quickly ducked and darted to the side. He slashed back towards the nearest muscle bull, just like splitting a sponge cake with a cutting knife. The bull's body split and fell limp and helpless. Ugh. Ugh. The muscle bulls were angry. None of their attacks hit Lun. They immediately hit the ground and rampaged. Boom. Bomb. Danger, thought Lun silently. He immediately ran away. Brother, watch out, Nita shouted from afar. Her wand had been raised and black energy had condensed at the tip of the wand. Immediately, a huge ball of light floated and flew towards the group of angry bulls. The black energy exploded, releasing black light. Afterwards, the grass on the ground was no longer visible, replaced by black blood. From the black blood rose monsters similar to muscle bulls, but black in color. They looked around, and then rushed to attack the remaining muscle bulls. The bull warriors' eyes shrank, fear enveloping their bodies. They originally thought this was an easy battle, as their opponents were just two young humans, but reality said otherwise. Not only did they lose, but it seemed that these humans wanted to consume them all. One by one, all their warriors outside the fence were dead. Lun and the other corpses then broke through the wooden fence. Inside the fence, more than 100 bull warriors were ready, while the civilians of the bull muscle tribe could only hide inside their houses and watch from afar. Seeing the scene, Lun and Nita both hesitated. They imagined they looked like bad guys. Sir, why did you attack our tribe? One of the leaders asked Lun. They were actually speaking in a strange language, but somehow Lun and Nita could understand what the leader was talking about. Lun's dreamy eyes became clear at this moment. Not intending to answer the bull leader's question, he charged forward and slashed with all his might. Attack! The bull leader shouted angrily. Sah! Tsang! The sound of cutting meat continued to be heard. The distant attribute made it seem like Lun was walking on shallow water. Kill bull muscle X +10. Kill bull muscle X +12. He decided to exterminate this muscle bull because he was in no condition to choose. The muscle bulls asked like that because they didn't have enough strength to kill Lun. Lun was actually a little sorry to see the muscle bull tribe, but he didn't want to be hypocritical with himself. Every 10 seconds Nita released a blast of her black magic, and all the dead monsters would revive. The intense battle ended quickly in just 5 minutes. All that was left were the civilians of the muscle bull tribe. After the battle was over, Lun and Nita discussed further and decided to let the corpses summoned by Nita's sword finish off the rest. The corpses of the warriors understood Nita's intentions and wishes. They then rushed into the houses and finished off the remaining muscle bulls. As usual after a battle, Lun and Nita performed the extraction of the bull's corpse. Muscle bull corpses. Extraction? Yes. Extraction of bull muscle corpse successful. Obtaining hard skin X2, bull's tooth X1, energy crystal X2. The materials from the bull corpse are mostly some parts of the bull's body. Occasionally it will drop equipment blueprints, energy crystals, etc. The process of extracting the corpses and collecting all the fallen materials to be stored into the crates took 10 minutes. Next, Lun and Nita checked the entire Bull Island area for other materials, as well as hidden items. Another 10 minutes passed and finally Lun and Nita returned to the main island after taking over Bull Island, increasing the size of Lun's floating island. Brother, rest first. I'm tired and hungry, said Nita as she walked with her body bent. Yeah, I'm tired too. Let's rest for a while, replied Lun. Chapter 7, reached level 10, Tier 1 promotion. The clanging of metal, the crashing of bodies, The roar of flames and the various sounds of battle fill an island of 14,000 square meters. Two humans are fighting hundreds of furry gorilla monsters. Gorilla fur. Level 10. Attributes. STR31. AGA 27. Int 12. Res 24. Heavy Fist, increases fist strength by 2 and deals critical blows to vital areas. The gorillas, 1.5 meters tall, felt helpless against the two humans. This is because the two humans Uln and Nita, even though their level is only level 6, their attributes are worth an average of 30 points, higher than the attributes of a level 10 gorilla. Uln danced with his sword, each slash causing the gorilla's massive body to fall one by one. Not to be outdone, Nita's staff continued to unleash black flame attacks, resurrecting the corpses of the fallen gorillas. Kills Gorilla Fabric X plus 34. Kills Gorilla Fur X plus 31. The gorilla island they are currently on is the 40th place they have invaded, and they have spent over 5 hours there. During these 5 hours, Uln and Nyat have already advanced to level 9. 99%. It is estimated that they will advance to level 10 when they complete Gorilla Island. In addition, Uln has duplicated the silver chest 5 times in 5 hours. Gives another 5,000 silver chests. The contents of the silver chest are no joke. The materials that come out are always beneficial and will directly increase their strength and the strength of the island significantly. Kill Bull Muscle X plus 35. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Tier 1 promotion mission has opened. Uln heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally reached level 10 and unlocked the promotion mission. Out of curiosity, he made a detailed promotion mission. Tier 1 promotion mission. Crystal Aura X1. Crystal Energy 10,000. Level 10 Heart Monster, Protector. That's all. Uln was a bit incredulous at the details of the promotion mission. He thought it required him to pass the trials and then choose a class. All of the mission requirements are already in Uln's possession. Elvenarcher Aura Crystal gives the ruler the aura of a powerful Elvenarcher. Note: activates level 1 promotion missions. A white crystal the size of an adult's hand now appeared in Uln's hand. He had many such items: Swordsman Aura Crystal, Fire Mage Aura Crystal, Holy Priest Aura Crystal, etc. He also had the level 10 Monster Heart Protector. They have attacked islands with guardians on several occasions. Usually, guardians have higher attributes than warrior-level monsters. Nita, you've seen the promotion mission, right? Which crystal did you choose? Uln asked Nita, who was standing next to him. I want to be a ranged attacker. I think archers or mages would be good too. Nita had tried both bow and staff type weapons and she liked them. Uln nodded and told her to choose the aura crystal he would use. Uln also thought hard about which aura crystal to choose. There are several options. For example, in the Swordsman Crystal, Aura Crystal, Swordsman, Void Race, Aura Crystal, Swordsman, Desert Race, Swordsman, Dragon Race. There are also Cultivation Aura Crystals, Support Aura Crystals, etc. Uln tried to find information about the promotion mission in the regional chat, but strangely enough, there was no detailed information. All they knew was that level 1 promotions happened when they reached level 10. Uln immediately decided on his choice and finally chose Crystal Aura, Swordsman, Holy Human Race. The reason was simple: of all the crystals he got, there were only a few that had holy words in them. So he chose the human flavor. Nita has also finished choosing. She chose Crystal Aura, Archer, Elf Realm Race. Nita, Big Brother will go first. You after? Okay, Uln asked Nita next to him. Nita nodded her head. Then Uln handed over the promotional item on the system panel. Tier 1 promotion mission. Handing over promotional items? Yes, as Uln agreed. He felt his body being pulled by a force, his vision instantly darkened, and then he saw that he was looking at a completely different scene than before. Brother? Nita asked confused. She saw him standing there 1 second ago, but now he was gone. Nita's worries didn't last long. It would be strange if it happened on Earth, but it was a different world now. He stopped thinking about it and then took out all the bodies of the gorillas they had killed earlier. Fur Gorilla Corpse extraction successful. Obtaining Hard Feathers X2, Gorilla Tendon X1, X6 Energy Crystal _ Uln, on the other hand, was standing on a huge white altar. In front of him was nothing but an old man dressed in pure white. Are you awake, young man? The old man asked kindly. Uln looked at the old man and couldn't help but feel depressed. He felt that the old man in front of him was dazzling and gave off a pressure that made him depressed. It was like a huge storm and Uln was at the center of it. The old man saw that Uln was in great pain. Then he waved his hand and Uln was finally able to look at him. This time it was different. He felt that the old man in front of him was his own grandfather. He even wanted to hug him and sit on his lap. Uln shook his head, not wanting to be affected by the old man's aura. Come, you want a promotion, don't you? The man immediately shot the contents of Uln's mind. Uln shuddered and was once again surprised by the old man. Yes sir, I want a promotion. Uln replied humbly. Easy, easy. The man waved his thin white hand. You just need to test your talent on this tool. The old man continued, pulling a strange stone out of the air. The stone is 1 meter high and his numbers written on it. Initial universe stone. The universe power contained within can calculate an individual's destiny, talents and abilities. How do I use it, sir? Lun asked, looking at the old man in front of him. Just place your hand on the stone. The higher the number the better, the old man explained. Then he took out some crystals, a total of 9 crystals of different sizes. The crystals floated in front of the old man. He proudly took them out and let Lun inspect them. Crystal core, first level, 100 points. Level cap, 20. Additional X plus 10%. Skill 1, strong slash, slashes powerfully over 10 meters. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2, sword energy, increases attribute for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 2, double slash, attacks twice, dealing critical damage. Cooldown 2 minutes. Crystalline core, second level, 200 points. Crystal core, third level, 300 points. Level 1 is the smallest crystal and has the lowest points. And the eternal crystal is the largest, costing 1,500 points. How? The old man asked patiently. He seemed to have done this a lot. Lun, who currently held the immortal crystal, 1,500 points, was trembling. He felt as if he had been caught stealing. The old man smiled kindly. Phew. Lun breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the old man knew what he was doing. Lun's heart was beating very fast at the moment. In the eternal crystal core he saw that there was a duplicate function. Can I duplicate the item I'm holding, even if it's not mine? Lun asked silently. He seemed to have found a bug in his SSS talent. Crystal core, immortal, duplicate 1,000 times? Yes. Immediately, the duplication was successful, and inside Lun's bag were 10 slots filled with immortal core crystals. What? Lun's heart trembled with fear, for when he performed the duplication, the old man sensed that there was something strange about Lun and the immortal crystals. The old man withdrew all the crystals, and Lun's body remained motionless. Chapter 8, System Blocked, Infinity Duplicate, Version 2. 10 seconds passed in silence, then Lun found the strength to move again. Lun's heart was still trembling. Just a few thoughts from the old man in front of him could crush him. Forgive, forgive. The old man waved his hand, his smile returning. Ah ha 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 ha. Lun laughed awkwardly, his voice cracking. All right, go ahead. The old man instructed Lun to test his strength on the test stone. The stone was metallic black and did not reflect light. Lun placed his hand casually, hoping that nothing bad would happen. The numbers on the stone began to move. 15. 23. 60. 140. The old man continued to watch, his eyebrows slightly raised. 200. 270. 600. This time the old man could not stand still. He approached the line and, without blinking, scrutinized the numbers on the test stone. 1,200. 1,500. The stone emitted a bright golden light. The old man's eyeballs bulged, as if he had just seen something that should not be seen. No way. Immortal talent? The old man's tone shook. It didn't take 1 second after the golden light flashed. A middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man had an extremely terrifying aura. 100. No, 1,000 times that of the previous white old man. Grandmaster Dudu, is this from the new planet? The middle-aged man asked the old man. Yes, sir. It has been less than a day since it appeared. The old man replied respectfully and humbly. All right, leave it to me. You go back first. The middle-aged man waved his hand to let the old man return. Yes, sir, I'll go. The old man immediately disappeared. Now it was just Lun and a middle-aged man. Lun studied the middle-aged man in front of him. A crown of 9 stars sat firmly on his head. A golden robe unrolled neatly behind his back. The man's eyes were so calm. Lun even felt that the man could know every detail of his body and everything he was thinking. Scary, Lun said to himself. Son, what's your name? Where are you from? The man was very friendly. His voice was even pleasant to hear. My name is Lun, sir. I am from Earth. Lun answered obediently, without hiding anything. I remember. You are a race that has a system. Is that so? The man asked for confirmation. At that moment, Lun felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning. He had not expected the man in front of him to be aware of the existence of the system. Lun's mind immediately turned to checking the system. He could not open the system. What? Lun exclaimed inwardly. Infinity Duplicate, Version 2, Update Patch. Improved system security. Increase multiplication to 10,000. Crazy, Lun shouted louder in his heart. He felt that the talent, Infinity Duplicate, was not from an ordinary system, but from another higher system. But whatever it was, Lun was happy with system. His strength would increase even more. Kid, you haven't answered my question yet. The middle-aged man continued to casually observe Lun. Ah yes sir, right system, Lun replied to the man. Well, I'm sorry for temporarily blocking it. The man understood Lun's concern, so he explained. Some people with systems have talents that can trick the touchstone. There have been cases of someone with S-level talent manipulating the numbers on the touchstones. A middle-aged man explains like a guide. Would you like to test again? The man pointed at the stone. Goodseln was not afraid. For some reason he had great faith in the strange system. Once again Lun put his hand down and the numbers on the stone changed. 100, 300, 400, 800, 1300, 1500. This time the man's face changed. He couldn't hide his shocked expression. Is this the age of human awakening? A very sharp light came from the man's eyes. His eyes seemed to radiate a very strong intention. But the man's shock didn't last long, as he seemed to imagine some terrible events, then shook his head. Very good, the man tested. Then he took out 5 objects. They are: immortal crystal, a bottle of white potion, a golden sword, 2 golden talisman papers. Accept them. I hope you don't have any misfortune and can continue to grow. If fate allows, we will meet again. The man did not wait for Lun to answer. He waved his hand and Lun disappeared from the white platform, leaving only the middle-aged man. Soon a throne chair appeared and he sat down, his face returning to its original state. Then he tilted his head to the left and leaned on his left hand. A wine glass appeared out of nowhere. He shook it and drank casually. Go on. A word came out of the man's mouth. A burst of golden power emanated from his body. The surrounding space curved into ripples of water. And soon a huge portal appeared, big enough to fit a throne. As the throne entered the portal, there was only total darkness, but for the man, the scene inside the portal was as bright as daylight. He smiled a little, then their chair moved slowly into the portal. Lun regained consciousness. He looked around at the familiar surroundings. Yes, he was back on his island. Brother, Nita ran over and hugged Lun from a distance. What's wrong, bro? Why did you suddenly disappear? Nita released her hug and asked curiously. Lun understood his sister's concern and explained the situation he found himself in, from going to the huge altar, meeting old man Dudu, testing the talent, earning 1,500 points, meeting the crowned man, and returning. Lun also talked about the upgrade to his infinity duplicate talent. For his part, Nitu is the person he trusts the most in this and other worlds. So there was no hesitation in telling her about the oddity of his system. Even the powerful man was unable to block the system after the upgrade. It's scary. Thank goodness you're okay. Nita only heard the stories, but she felt how scary the place was. Alright, time to check the results of the trip to the scary place, said Lin with a big smile. To be honest, he was very curious about the things the strong man took out. Something that came out of such a strong man, even if it was just the tip of his hair, would still be valuable to them. Chapter 9, Lin and Nita promoted to Sovereign, Tier 1. Lin first looked at the description of the Golden Sword. The Divine Sword, Part 1. Level 20, Growth. Attribute STR 73, Int plus 56, Aga plus 70, Rees plus 78. Holy Blessing, all body wounds healed. Base attribute plus 20%, damage increased by plus 20%, for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. I told you, this sword must be unusually broad, Lun said happily. He was very satisfied when he saw the half-meter-long golden sword in front of him. It was extremely sharp on both sides, had a pointed tip, and had a strange writing pattern on the center of the blade. Lun had opened nearly 3,000 plus silver chests. He knew that the attribute limit of equipment was 2 types. But the Divine Sword gave 4 attributes at once, with an average of 70 points. The active skill is also very terrible. It heals all wounds, increases attributes and damage. And even people with no talent can easily kill monsters. Next is the white herb in the clear bottle. Blessing Potion. Attribute plus 100, random. Note, can only be taken 5 times. The usual wild. Good stuff again, Lun said casually. Excitement could be heard in his voice. Then he imagined his double talent. 10,000 potions like this. Wouldn't he become rich overnight? Another item that Lun was curious about was the 2 paper amulets. Golden Step Talisman. When activated, the body will move to a location within a 1 kilometer radius. Golden Shield Talisman. Activating the talisman will form a shield that can withstand the full power of master level creatures. Master level? Lun asked silently. Will you become a master when you reach level 20, 30 or the level above? But whatever it is, the higher the master's position, the more he likes this shield talisman. With these 2 talismans, he can go anywhere without fear. And the last major item is Crystal Core. Immortal level. Race, Holy Man. Species, Swordsman. Level limit, Eternal level. Additional X plus 90%. Skill 1, Divine Shadow. Each slash creates 5 shadows with 80% of the main power. No cooldown. Skill 2, Sky Shattering Slash. Creates a sword aura 100 meters long. Ignores 50% of enemy defenses. Self-heals 50% of damage. 10 minutes. Skill 3, Area of Light. Creates an area of light in a 100-meter radius. Increases all attributes by 100%. Negates enemy healing. Plus 100% damage to dark creatures. Lasts 10 minutes. Has a 1-hour cooldown. Yuoch. Too evil. Despite having seen it when he entered the altar with Old Man Dudu, Lean still felt breathless when he saw the immortal level core crystal. Great brother, let's promote quickly. Nita couldn't wait to see her brother promoted. Swordsman core crystal. Sacred human race. Immortal level. Do you want to absorb it for promotion to tier 1? Yes. As soon as Lun's body was raised, golden light rained down on him. Lun's mind seemed to be electrified at that moment, but the feeling did not last long and faded after a while. From Nita's perspective, her brother seemed to radiate light. Then the aura that was released was also very strong. Nita even felt a little threatened. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this new power yet, Lun said while scratching his head. Brother, you look more handsome, Nita said with a meaningful look. Although she felt that her brother was very different after the promotion, she always teased Lun that he was ugly and unattractive. Silly girl. Do you realize? Lun shamelessly accepted Nita's praise. Nita rolled her eyes as if she were going to throw up. By the way, I want a promotion too, bro? Nita asked Lun. Lun also thought hard about how Nita would be promoted. He wasn't sure about Nita's talent, because she didn't have any. Nit. What if you use the same swordsman core crystal that I use? Lun asked back. Nita thought the same thing. She was unsure of her talent. I'll still try. Brother, after all there is brother, Nita said as she lifted her chin and put her hands on her waist. Ist. Alright, get it over with. Brother will be waiting here. Okay. Lun watched his sister disappear, then turned his attention to his floating island. It's late afternoon now. 10 hours after the humans arrived, the two of them had already reached level 10. Moreover, their island was already highly developed. A high stone wall surrounds the island. The 30-meter-high main hall is the main building and the center of attention. The main hall stands majestically in the center of the island, 30 meters high with traditional Chinese imperial architecture. The building is made almost entirely of selected wood, with a curved roof decorated with dragon and phoenix ornaments. Columns carved with dragon motifs add to the grandeur, while large, intricately carved doors welcome visitors. In addition to the main hall, there are dozens of other buildings used for the production of raw materials, such as smelting, wood cutting, herb processing, wheat milling, and many other raw material processing buildings. In the southern part of the island is a military area where 40 nest buildings have been constructed: Werewolf Nest, Mountain Witch Nest, Angry Rhinoceros Race Nest, Warrior Ant Nest. In addition to the Warrior's Lair, there are 5 types of defense towers on the island: Lightning Tower, Fire Tower, Automatic Bow Tower, Dragon Cannon Tower, Watch Tower. All these buildings cost a lot to build, but that wasn't a problem for Lun. While waiting for Nita, Lun checked the human chatter. Regional chat number 2344, Weko Suryo. Hello everyone, I am the current president of Indonesia. Today I declare the creation of the Indonesian Alliance. Whitestone. Hello Mr. Waiko, I would like to join the alliance. Taeyong, I want to join. What are the requirements? Where is the location? Radiant Dew. I am Radiant Dew. I hereby declare the Garuda Alliance established. Jogo. Great. Radiant Dew has formed an alliance. Rumor has it that his talent is S level. Fruit Melon. I'm already level 10. I want to join the alliance too. Human adaptation is very fast. They understand that only by uniting can they survive. Only certain people like Lun can live alone on an empty island. Lun actually wanted to form his own alliance, as well as helping to reduce the human mortality rate. He wanted to organize a trade in items. After 10 minutes, Nita finally showed up. How? Asked Lun curiously. Hi. Look, Nita showed me the crystal she had received. Crystal core, king level. Race, elven type, archer. Level cap, king level. Additional X plus 60%. Skill 1, arrow explosion. Each arrow shot explodes, causing damage in a radius of 10 meters, plus 30% damage. No cooldown. Skill 2, nature archery dance, draws power from nature. Movement speed plus 200%. Can perform 2 high jumps in the air. Damage plus 50%. Lasts 2 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Skill 3, Sun Core Arrow. Shoots a sharp arrow that can lock the target. Plus 100% damage and ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Cooldown 1 hour. An arrow that can lock onto a target. Lun gaped at the description of Nita's 3 ancient elven archery skills. Hearing her brother's amazement, Nita was so proud that she struck a casual pose. Hurry up with the promotion, Nita. Next we have to form an alliance. Don't lose to these people. Okay bro. Just like when Lun was promoted, Nita experienced the same thing. After the strange circumstances had passed, Nita felt a change in her body. This is fun. I feel lighter, said Nita, jumping up and down. Lun could only respond with 2 big thumbs up in praise of Nita. After getting used to their powers, the two of them walked towards the wake of the main hall. Chapter 10. Main hall of the island. Entering the main hall building, Lun was dazzled by the splendor of the room, filled with lavish ornaments. In the center of the room was an elegant long table, where guests were graciously received. On either side of the room were long tables, ready for important meetings and discussions. Lun went further, noting the grand staircases to the right and left of the reception desk, inviting visitors to explore the floors above. The main hall consists of 5 impressive floors. Floors 2 to 4 are filled with well-organized blocks of rooms, each ready for different activities and gatherings. The top floor is the most special, designed with unparalleled luxury. Just like the offices of CEOs and skyscrapers on Earth, Nita walked slowly, her eyes taking in every detail of the building and the ornaments that adorned the room. Her admiration was written all over her face, unable to hide the sense of awe that surrounded her. Every corner of this building seemed to tell a tale of splendor and luxury, enchanting all who entered. Lun had now reached the 5th floor. There he found a large table with a black upholstered chair behind it. He straightened up and sat down. Very soft. Lun felt very comfortable on the soft chair. On their way to inspect the entire contents of the main hall, Lun and Nita decided to form the World Market Alliance organization. The formation process was quite simple. First gather a few people, then decide on the main headquarters of the alliance, then announce it to everyone in the regional chat. In addition to the major powers, there were many smaller powers that formed their own organizations. Lun was confident in his ability to form an organization that could grow and become the strongest. Where do I find reliable people? Lun asked himself. He would not accept people indiscriminately. Humans were very greedy, covetous and hypocritical creatures. He did not want to set a bad example by accepting people who could not be trusted. Lun felt a little frustrated. He kept thinking hard, trying to find a way, but he could not find a solution. He hadn't even met any humans after moving to the Divine Sky Realm. Knock knock. A knock came from outside the door. Lun knew it was Nita, his sister. Come in. Nita entered the room and sat down on the chair next to the black chair Lun was sitting on. Brother, how are you? Did you make it? Nita asked casually. Lun was telling her about the problem he had with recruiting confidants. You forgot your beautiful sister. Nita got up from her chair, walked to the center of the room and danced like a princess. Lun tapped his forehead with his left hand. That child is acting up again, Lun said to himself. After a few rounds, Nita's dance was over. She bowed her head, lifted the hem of her shirt slightly and said, "Leave it to Nita." Brother, I invite you to join the group I have created. This group I originally created to find equipment. I know them all. Almost all the good stuff that isn't on the market I got from them. Nita continued to explain, then invited Lun into her private group. You are invited to the group by Cute Cat. Princess Nita, accept. By the way, what kind of group name is this? Lun frowned slightly at the group name, but he was already used to Nita's silly antics, so he didn't have much to say. Group chat, 24, Princess Nita, Ifan. Hello brother Lun, welcome to the community of Princess Nita. Hana, hello brother Lun, what city are you from? Dion, Sister Nita, I have a new item here, have a look. Small teleportation blueprint. Cute Cat, sorry, everyone, this is Lun, my brother. Cute Cat, at Dion, let's trade. Brother Dion, Takulani, haha. He is the brother of Sister Nita. Welcome, brother Lun. Hello everyone. Dion, where did you get the teleportation item? Dion, I got it from the golden chest. Brother Lun, I was lucky. Golden chest, Lun said in a long tone. He had thought that only he had received many benefits, such as meeting a strong man wearing a crown, but there were other people out there who had also received their respective fortunes. He must not let his guard down. Lun continued to chat with the people in Nita's group for a few minutes. He wanted to know more about the group members, such as their location on the island, their family and their status. When he had enough, Lun closed the group chat and turned his attention to the teleportation description. Lun desperately needed the teleportation blueprint item in front of him. Small teleportation blueprint, opens a teleportation portal between rooms. Maximum distance 25 kilometers. Construction material, luminous stone X1000. Energy crystal X100,000. Blood of a gluttonous whale X10. Iron rod X1000. Note, construction time is 6 hours. Lun checked all the materials in the market system. All the materials were available, consuming a total of 250,000 energy crystals. He had no problem with the amount of energy crystals used. He immediately bought 10 packets of teleportation materials. Big brother, when will we get there? Nita's voice came from the side. In 3 days everyone should be gathered. Lun had already done some simple calculations. When he had browsed the regional chat earlier, someone had said that the area of region number 2344 was about 480,000 square kilometers. Under normal circumstances, The speed of the island was half a meter per second. So if they traveled for 10 hours a day, they would cover 18 kilometers. Lin felt that 24 people would be enough as a core group. All the members of the group were trustworthy people, at least for the time being. They had their own talents, too. Okay, brother. Nita then made an announcement to the group. Everyone responded enthusiastically. But there were 5 people who could not join because they already had their own alliances. Nita told Lin. Lin just nodded his head. She didn't want to force people to join, so there was no need to bother. Groh Gergra, the sound of stomach rumbling could be heard. Nita smiled and said, I'm hungry. How about some grilled meat, brother? Nita's invitation was most appropriate. Lin immediately nodded his head. The two of them went down to the first floor and built a campfire away from the main hall. The 10,000 square meter area in the center of the island was completely paved with a floor of stone tiles. Not suitable for enjoying the dark night. It was already dark, around 8 p.m. Earth time. Nita skillfully carved a deer, then added some spices. Then she placed it on the blazing fire. Brother, do you think Auntie and Uncle are doing well at the moment? And has Aunt Lena recovered? Nita mentioned several names with each question. Nita, calm down. There will come a time when we will definitely meet them. Besides, have you forgotten how they behaved when we were on Earth? Lin continued to explain, giving Nita a different perspective. He didn't want his sister to grieve for people who had no sympathy for her. Hearing her brother's explanation, Nita calmed down and felt more relaxed. Brother, take your grilled meat. She handed some skewers of grilled meat to Lin. Thank you. Lin politely accepted and immediately popped them into his mouth. Delicious. And so it was. The two siblings spent the dark night eating grilled meat, accompanied by the sound of a roaring campfire. Chapter 11. New event started. Morning, 5th floor of the main hall, on floating island. A young man and a woman could be seen standing on the balcony, enjoying their time together. The woman, who was shorter than the young man next to her, was casually looking at the scene in front of them. Occasionally the woman would point in a direction, and then the two of them would talk and laugh together, as if they were sharing good memories. A light breeze blew through their hair, adding to the warmth of the atmosphere on the balcony. Yes, they were Lin and Nita. Today was the second day after moving to the Divine Sky Realm. The view from the balcony was soothing. The wind was blowing strongly, refreshing the atmosphere. Down below, various important buildings were almost all completed. There were houses, restaurants, shops, a 10-story inn, roads stretching in all directions, neatly arranged lamp posts, beautiful flower gardens, and various other supporting facilities, all perfectly completed. This scene reflected the progress and beauty of Lin's floating island. In addition to the magnificent city buildings, there were also some very intimidating defenses. Sturdy towers stood guard over every corner of the city, creating an aura of inescapable vigilance. On closer inspection, several officers patrolled the towers. They were not ordinary officers, but werewolves with sharp teeth, ready to face any threat. Their presence adds a sense of mystery and wonder to the city, reminding us that behind the beauty and progress there are forces ready to protect. The night before, Lin and Nita continued to build the island with great enthusiasm. They planned to create a bustling city full of life. Lin had a special vision behind this plan. He wanted to create a place where people with strange and extraordinary talents could trade and exchange unique items in the city he founded. In addition to building the island, Lin had activated the Infinity Duplicate talent 10 times. All of the items he received from the crowned middle-aged man during the promotion had also been directly duplicated 10,000 times. Divine Sword, Part 1, X10,000. Blessing Potion, X10,000. Golden Shield Talisman, X10,000. Golden Step Talisman, X10,000. Crystal Core, Immortal Level, 10,000. Yes, because the Infinity Duplication talent has been upgraded to version 2. Increase the duplication to 10,000. Apart from these 5 items, Lin has also duplicated the silver chest, for a total of 50,000. Even if he and Nita opened all the chests 24 hours a day, it still took them 3 days to open 50,000 silver chests. There was a reason why Lin made crazy duplicates of silver chests. He only hoped to get unique items from the contents of the silver chests. Nita, who had been silent the whole time, asked, Brother, do we have to give this city a name? Yes, I think it's a good idea. Do you have any good name ideas? Lin agreed. 10 teleportation portals were enough to support the transport of people. Nita thought for a while to come up with a good name. After a while she raised her index finger. How about the City of Life? Doesn't that sound cool? Nita made a suggestion. It wasn't really a suggestion. Nita seemed to be pleading at the moment, clasping her small palms together and then giving Lin a pleading look. Come on, brother please, Lin nodded, only able to surrender. Okay, you can announce it right now. The sooner the better. Lin made a suggestion, then continued. The city needs inhabitants, too, so it won't be lonely, and it will be taken care of. Thanks brother, you're the best. Nita was so happy to hear her brother agree, she hugged Lun tightly. Lun felt that Nita's hug was quite long, so he pushed her away a bit and said, that's enough. Go about your business. Ha ha ha, thank you, brother. Nita laughed, then let go of his hug. Not waiting any longer, she hurried downstairs to make preparations. The military area, behind the main hall, Lun looked at the over 200 soldiers standing in front of him. The soldiers in front of him were neatly lined up in groups. All of these soldiers were from the 50 layers that had been built. Werewolf x50, Mountain Witch x50, Angry Rhino x50, Warrior and x50. Werewolf, class, Swordsman. Level, 10, max, attribute, STR72, Int 46, Ag 66. Res 57. Skills, War Raw to increase attack plus 5%, max stack 20%. Buff lasts 1 minute, cooldown 15 minutes. Mountain Witch, class, Magic. Level, 10, max, attribute, STR34, Int 71, Ag 46. Res 55. Skills, Earth Manipulation, manipulates the ground within a 10 meters radius, reducing enemy movement by 10%, cooldown 10 minutes. Grumpy Rhino, class, Berserker. Level, 10, max, attribute, STR79, Int 33, Ag 53, Res 78. Skills, Rampage Mode, increases STR plus 10%, Res plus 10% for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. And Warrior, class, Swordsman. Level, 10 max, attribute, STR72, Int 46, Ag 66. Res 57. Skills, Paralyzing Poison, attacks enemies with poison horns. Poison effect for 1 minute, reducing HP by 0.2% per second, cooldown 15 minutes. These soldiers are all level 1 when first summoned. Their levels will then be increased until they reach the Lord's level cap. Each level up cost 1,000 energy crystals. In total, Lun had spent 200,000 energy crystals. After checking on the soldiers' condition, Lun planned to explore other areas of Floating Island. However, he stopped when he heard a message from the system. Event, Rise of the Sovereign begins. Void monsters will attack each sovereign's island for 7 days. Killing void monsters will give you killing points, which can be exchanged at the market event. Event rankings released. Event duration 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. It's finally here. Lun had expected the system to release an event like this. Whether it was to help the sovereigns or to conduct a test, Lun didn't care. All he cared about was what was in the market event. Market event, materials, wooden cupboard blueprint, 10,000 points. Iron pickaxe, 5,000. Straw rope, 2,000. Resources, fine stone, 1.000 points. Pillow leaves, 1.000 points. Black sand, 1.000 points. Weapons, Dark Iron Sword, LVL 10 to 200.000 points. Dragon Muscle Shield, LVL 15 to 300.000 points. Jungle King Bow, LVL 20 to 400.000 points. Chests, Gold Chest 1.000.000 points. Silver Chest 100.000 points. Wooden Chest 10.000 points. Chapter 12, Void Beast Invasion, the Golden Chest. Lun said in a low voice, he finally had the chance to acquire the Golden Chest. Apart from chests, the materials and equipment on sale at the market were very varied. Although he already had most of them, Lun still felt the need to buy them when he had more points. Next, Lun checked the ranking event. Event rank 1 to 3, Energy Crystal 1 million, Territory Artifact, Multi-Space Teleportation Blueprint, Earth Dragon Nest, 4 to 10, 300,000 Energy Crystal, Sun Cannon Blueprint, Great Teleportation Blueprint, Sky Gorilla Nest, 11 to 50, 100.000 Energy Crystal, Automatic Bow Tower Blueprint, Small Teleport Blueprint, Werewolf Lair, 51 to 100, 50.000 Energy Crystal, 11 to 500, 501, 1 treble O. The event ranking list goes up to the 10,000th rank. Multi-Space Teleportation Artifact. Read the rewards for the first rank over and over to make sure he hadn't misread it. Just hearing the name would tell any fool that it wasn't just any item. Whatever it was, it had to be one of the top 3 ranks. As Lun thought about his future plans, he saw the rank event board filling up. Rank event 1. Sergei Dragunov number 328 to 152. Shining Star number 6712 to 83. Huang Yu number 4192 to 50. Fuck. Ranking the entire region? Won't the competition be really tough? Lun shouted inwardly. Even with his SSS level talent, he was a bit unoptimistic. This was because his talent was not specifically for combat, but rather for long-term development. God only knew what high-level combat talents the other billions of humans had acquired. Lun had made up his mind not to look down on other humans. Big brother, there's a monster. From afar came Nita's cry. What's wrong? Lun ran towards the main hall and then his steps stopped. He saw a huge rock island appear in the distance. The rock was greyish in color and had a rough, hollow texture. Even from a distance, strange monsters of various shapes and sizes emerged from the holes. The size of the floating rock was 100 meters in diameter. It was currently moving slowly towards the edge of Lun's island. Dangerous, Lun said in a low voice. Brother, what shall we do? Nita asked tremblingly from the side. Neither of them had expected the event the system was referring to be like this. Calm down, Nita. Don't worry. Our condition is already very good compared to other humans. Lun tried to reassure Nita. Quickly help brother to replenish all the energy in the defense tower. Lun ordered Nita. Then he also went to the military area to mobilize the monster army. Yes, brother. Nita rushed to the nearest tower. Charge the energy of the auto-bow tower X 1000 energy crystals. Yes. Nita did not see the number of energy crystals. After finishing one tower, she ran to another nearby tower. A huge island floated in the sky, a dozen times larger than Lun's island. The large island was surrounded by other smaller islands. On the main island, magnificent and varied buildings stood, creating a lively and dynamic atmosphere. People walk the streets, trade, dance, cycle and engage in various other activities. At first glance, the island looks like a thriving modern city. Yes, this is the main island of the Indonesian Alliance. You can tell by the red and white flag flying proudly in front of the main hall building. Behind the hustle and bustle of the city's streets, the island's sovereign are holding an important meeting. Main hall, conference room. The conference room was presided over by a lanky but well-built middle-aged man. His gaze was relaxed yet profound, and the batik shirt he was wearing added to his noble aura. The middle-aged man was the current president of Indonesia, Weko Suryo. In front of him sat military officers and ministers. All of them had once been sovereign, but out of a strong sense of community, they had joined forces with Weko Suryo and destroyed their island orbs in order to rebuild the Indonesian state in the form of an alliance. The structure of the country remained as it was on Earth, but those officials and ministers who did not have enough power and level would be removed from the competition. Mr. President, currently more than 60,000 people have joined the alliance, reported a Minister of Population and Civil Registry. In addition, some alliances have refused to cooperate in dealing with the Void Monster disaster. Weko Suryo nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully. Then a stern-faced middle-aged man spoke. Mr. President, after several safeguards, the power of the Void Monsters proved to be many times stronger than ordinary monsters. Ordinary Void Monsters have an average attribute of over 50. There are also high-level Void Monsters with over 250 attributes. The stern man who spoke was the commander of the Indonesian Alliance Army. Weko Suryo nodded again, indicating that he understood. All right. Continue to recruit Alliance members and monitor the movements of the Void Monsters. Remember our nation's identity of unity, he instructed the ministers and other high-ranking officials. The conference continued until it was adjourned 30 minutes later. The meeting of Alliance officials did not only take place in region number 2344, it took place in all regions. A huge floating island could be seen in the cloudless sky. It was 10 times larger than Lun Island. There were beautiful buildings everywhere, tall buildings, schools, restaurants, beaches, all on this island. The huge 100-meter-high wall gives a very dominant feeling. The 25-meter-high defense towers give you the feeling that you are always being watched. This huge floating island belongs to the United States Alliance. In front of the main hall stood a young man with white skin. 7 palm-sized stars floated around the young man. The stars were transparent and bright white in color. In front of the young man, dozens of people were gathered in a relaxed discussion. The talents of some of them could be seen at a glance. Some carried golden bows with gleaming black arrows. Others sat on unicorn horses with long sticks in their hands. At the far end of the group, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a man who looked very much like him, watched intently in silence. All of you must have received the same information about the new event system, said the starry-eyed youth at the front. As long as you help me become number one, I will be very grateful to you all. I can do it. What if the conditions are with the Alliance shares? Someone asked with a bit of curiosity. Of course, I can do it. The man replied without hesitation. Of course. He didn't hesitate because he was the current president of the American Alliance. William Anderson, S-level talent, Prince of the Stars. William was basically a nobody on Earth, but because of his extremely powerful talent, the people made him the president of the Alliance. Such arrangements are common. Of course, such a thing would not happen if the person, president, did not have a high enough talent, at least S-level. As it was, all the organizations were preparing for the event of the Lord's Ascension. Oh no. More like the Void Monster disaster. Chapter 13. Lun Island vs Rock Island. Void Monster. Lun and Nita watched Stone Island approach. Both of their hearts were uneasy, though they tried to remain relaxed. They believed in their status and strength. But the sudden change brought about by the new event was still an unexpected surprise to them. At that moment, Lun checked his status. Name, Lun. Level, 10, 8%. Attributes, Strength 261, Agility 203, Intelligence 156. Resilience 217. Profession, Swordsman. Skills, Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/Area of Light. Equipment, Divine Sword, Cloud Shoes, Gout Mantle, 3-colored glove, Dragon Skin Helmet. Talent, Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features, Market, Chat, Friends. Lun's total attribute is 837 points. Of course, this is very reasonable considering their Blessing Potion, which randomly adds 100 attributes. Lun and Nita have already drunk 5 bottles, so they have gained 500 attribute points for free. In addition to the attributes, Lun saw the new skills he had gained and couldn't wait to try them out. At this point, Lun was not alone with Nita. Behind them, up to 200 soldiers were confidently preparing. Brother, they're getting closer, Nita said worriedly from the side. She never took her eyes off the void monster that would soon be approaching. The sound of the island's gliding could be heard. Stone Island merged with Lun Island. Hundreds of monsters entered Lun Island's territory. A bat-like monster about a meter tall flew by, its broad wings and sharp fangs in its mouth making the weak tremble and unable to stand. Stone Bat. Warrior. Level, 20. Attribute, SDR 88, Int 55, Ag 81, Res 63. Sharp voice, emits a high-frequency sound, mentally weakening the enemy, silencing them for 5 seconds. Next was a tree monster that walked with its roots. The black branches were twisted and very sharp. Dead Earth Tree. Rank, 15. Attribute, SDR 58, Int 41, Ag 49, Res 61. Trapping Roots. Ejects 10 sharp roots, trapping all enemies for 10 seconds, as well as monsters in animal and plant form. There are also void monsters in human form. Lun saw a humanoid void monster standing calmly among the crowd of monsters attacking Lun Island. The humanoid monster wore a black mask and seemed to be observing the entire situation on the island. It seemed to have thoughts like a normal human. Dark Mask. Protector. Level, 20. Type, Assassin. Attribute, STR 130, Ent 122, Ag 152, Res 98. Shadow Body, turns into a shadow, plus 50% movement speed, 10% increased damage, 50% reflexes. Wow. Protector level monsters, Lun said to himself. As the name suggests, the attributes and skills of humanoid monsters are very powerful. Brother, Nita said Lun's name in a deep voice. Nita was quite calm at the moment before. She was very worried about the large number of monsters, but after seeing the characteristics of the void monsters, she relaxed again and had a lot of confidence. Stop acting cute, Nita. No one in their right mind would be fooled by your face. Hi hee. But I'm still cute, right? Nita was very relaxed at the moment, even daring to joke with her brother like that. The void monster continued to approach, eventually reaching 200 meters from the center of the island. The city's defense tower rumbled and a very loud explosion was heard. CUU bomb. Auto bow tower kills. One-eyed wolf, level 10, X plus 69. Kill points plus 10. Fireball cannon kills. Red Kijimu, level 12, X plus 78. Kill points plus 12. System notifications kept popping up on the system panel. The XP is that high? Lun asked silently. Even when he was level 9, level 10 monsters only gave 30 XP, but this time the monsters were giving almost double the XP. After a while, Lun seemed to have an epiphany. He had almost forgotten about his promotion to Swordsman, Tier 1. With the Immortal level Crystal Core, he gained 90% additional XP. Brother, I'm attacking. Don't daydream, you'll lose experience. From the side, Nita had already raised her flaming red bow forward, then she pulled a bowstring, and the black arrow flew through the body of one of the void monsters. Successfully killed. Autumn Leaf, level 14, X plus 83, kill points plus 14, attributes totaling over 800 points are no joke. One normal arrow instantly killed a level 14 monster. Ha ha ha. Let's compete, whoever kills more will win, Lun shouted with a broad smile. He didn't stand still, but immediately ran and lunged forward. Chas, successfully killed. Autumn Leaf, level 16, X plus 173. Kill points plus 16. Two quick slashes from his sword instantly knocked down a group of nearby monsters. Upon closer inspection, each of Lun's slashes was followed by 5 shadowy slashes that were barely visible to the eye. The speed and accuracy of his attacks were impressive. So powerful, muttered Nita, watching her brother's actions from the sidelines. Lun's spirit flared even more. Then he ran straight to the center of the monster crowd and faced them fearlessly. In addition to his extremely high STR, Lun's defense was also extremely strong. Even the few attacks that hit him could not harm his body in the slightest. The current 200 soldiers did not remain idle. They spread out and dealt with the void monsters that were increasingly entering the city area. In the distance, it could be seen that the ground within a radius of 10 meters was turning to mud, slowing the movement of the void monsters passing through. If there was only one mountain witch, it might not be a problem. But what if there were 50 mountain witches? That meant an area of 70 by 70 meters would be filled with mud. Unlike the mountain witch, Grumpy Rhino, Werewolf and Ant Warrior fight head-on. Occasionally, void monsters will be kicked out of their group after being hit by Grumpy Rhino. Also, sometimes a void monster will fall for no reason, only to be followed by a 1-meter ant. The poison in the ant's horns is very powerful. The battle between Lun Island and Stone Island continued unabated. Stone Island continued to release void monsters. With over 1,000 monsters in just 1 minute, the island's defense towers continued to fire relentlessly even after the cooldown had expired. And their explosive power greatly reduced the number of void monsters. Void monsters may seem weak to Lun and the defense towers, but they have still done to doing damage to the island. There are already 4 defense towers destroyed, more than 10 soldiers dead at this point, and some of the town buildings destroyed visibly. The monsters have not yet entered the city. However, void monsters with ranged attacks can still have an effect on town buildings. Chapter 14, Item that gives XP. Battles between the Sovereign Island and the Void Monster Rock Island are going on everywhere. Somewhere in the sky, a 100 by 100 meter island could be seen merging with the rock island of the same size. There were several defense towers on the island, and dozens of nest soldiers protecting the island from the attacks of the void monsters. "Himmy, stay with the others." A man with an untidy face and a large shield shouted to a young man far ahead. The young man heard his father's words and quickly retreated. He rejoined the 2 women fighting the void monster. The young man ran through the crowd of monsters, trying to reach his mother and sister. What he didn't realize was that at that moment, a very powerful arrow shot out from a distance in the monster area. It was a monster with long ears, big eyes, and a grey bow, smiling broadly. Goo Goo, Protector. Level 20. Species, Archer. Attribute, STR 186, Int 102, Ag 138, Res 108. Arrow 3 layers. Each arrow that hits the enemy gains a layer of poison, then a layer of dizziness when the layer is frozen. Each layer lasts 5 seconds. The young man who was running realized that something was wrong, but he didn't understand what it was. He seemed to be making a decision in his heart. Then he disappeared from his place and was replaced by an elephant-shaped void monster that appeared from nowhere. A powerful arrow shot straight through the elephant monster's body. That was close. The young man who had disappeared reappeared with his mother and sister. "Himmy, you were careless this time." His mother, who was holding the staff, stopped for a moment to scold the young man. "Sorry Mom. It won't happen again," the young man said with a remorseful face. Then prepared to fight again. Lun's fears were true. Though his talent was terrifying, other people's talents were not useless. Get ready, fire. A loud shout echoed from the top of the extremely high city wall. Rows of men lined up neatly, bows in hand, and unleashed a volley of arrows. See, thousands of arrows rained down on the attacking void monsters. A void monster suddenly floated higher than the other monsters. The void monster with the veil spread out both hands. A transparent, convex barrier appeared. The size of the barrier continued to grow to 100 meters. SHT. Cannon squad. Ready, fire. A stern, wrinkled man shouted again. This time it was the cannon troops on the wall and throughout the cannon tower that moved. Hundreds of cannonballs flew towards the army of void monsters. Once again, a human-looking void monster appeared. It made a hand gesture and then brought its palms together. A 100-meter-long piece of earth was lifted from the ground. The earth continued to rise until it finally stopped at a height of 100 meters, surrounding most of the incoming cannons. Damn, these protector-level monsters are quite clever. It was true. The void monsters blocking the onslaught of the archer and cannon troops were protector-level monsters. This time, there were over 100 protector-level monsters. This was directly proportional to the size of the void monster Stone Island, which was 1,500 by 1,500 meters. The Sovereign Island was no less large, measuring nearly 5,000 by 5,000 meters. "Everyone attack," the wild man shouted again, but this time, the moving troops were completely different. They were all sovereigns with formidable spirit and strength. "Hey, come on, it's time for our chance." "Yeah, I can't wait to get the points." These few sovereigns spoke casually. Then they all rushed out of the city towards the wave of void monsters. Some flew, some disappeared, some ran, some went underground. Only the system and they themselves knew what skills they possessed. Lun Island. Successfully killed. Dark Mask, Protector, X plus 4600. Kill points plus 2000. Protector level Void monsters are no different from ordinary monsters till after 15 minutes of fighting, all the Void monsters finally died. An island was a mess of Void monster corpses, and the outer city buildings were almost half damaged. Brother, we can take out the monster corpses. 5,000 more corpses will take a very long time, Nita complained from the side. Just imagine. It takes at least 2 to 3 seconds to extract one corpse. If there were 5,000 more corpses, it would take almost 3 hours. Hearing Nita's words, Lun also felt a bit dizzy. It looks like there's no need to extract for now. Burn the bodies and reduce them to ashes. Our top priority now is to repair the island. Lun sacrificed the materials and energy crystals from the monster corpses, but their priorities were now changing. He even planned to increase the number of towers to over 200. Okay, brother. By the way, there are already 3 group members who have made a teleportation portal. Do you think we should start opening our teleportation portals during the battle? Some people in the group, Princess Nita, sent a message that they wanted to know the portal ID on an island. To connect the portal, only the portal ID was needed. It was that simple. Yes, please, take care of everything. I'll check the Rock Island. Lun ran straight for Rock Island, where the Void monster appeared. Up close, the surface of Rock Island appeared to be rough stone, with no soil at all. Every 20 meters there was a hole 3 meters in diameter. Lun stepped into one of the holes to see what was inside. It was quite dark inside. Solon's eyes could barely see any further. He took out a torch with an energy crystal power source. The inside of the hole was clearly visible. All rough rock. There was a long passage leading to the core of the island. Along the passage was what looked like a large cocoon. The fishy slime and odor made the walls of the passage slippery and smelly. The cocoon had been torn open, indicating that something had come out of it. It was likely that the Void monster had emerged from this cocoon. Lun went deeper into the passage, and as he went further, a branch appeared. But whichever branch he chose, they all led to the core of the stone island. Lun continued down the passage, through the branches, until he reached the deepest part of the island. There was nothing in the core of the stone island except for a few larger cocoons and a black orb, which was cracked in the center. Lun approached it and looked at the description panel of the black orb. Alpha orb. Remaining energy 92. There was no useful description on the Alpha orb. Unlike the Ruler orb, which could be taken over or destroyed, the Alpha orb offered neither. Lun was about to close the panel when he saw the number 92 drop to 91. Is the Rock Island getting energy from this black orb? Lun guessed in his heart. Then destroy it. Lun really wanted to destroy the Rock Island. If this black orb was the source of its energy, then destroying it would destroy the Rock Island faster. Lun didn't wait long. Slashing at the black orb with his sword. Destroy Alpha orb. X plus 91. What? Lun shouted inwardly, but he didn't have time to look any further. There was a huge rumble, and Rock Island was about to be destroyed. Damn it. I'll die if I fall from the island. Lun cursed his actions, then ran at full speed to leave the Rock Island. Chapter 15. World Market Alliance. Level up quickly. It worked too. Lun stood on his floating island and took a deep breath as he thought about what happened when he destroyed Orb Alpha. What would happen if I destroyed it while it was still full of energy? He muttered. There was a strong belief in him that he could do it. He was very sure of his power. All right, I'll give it a try when the time comes, he told himself, taking his mind off the black orb for a moment. His gaze turned to the main city in the distance. The damage to the city was almost completely repaired and the corpses were no longer there. This was all thanks to Nita, who had been working non-stop with the help of the werewolf warriors. Brother, Nita's voice sounded in the distance. 2 people stood beside her. To her left was a young man of Lun's age, and to her right a middle-aged man with a muscular build. Lun blinked, trying to make out their identities, as the gentle breeze from his floating island swept across his face, bringing new hope. Main hall, living room, first floor. In the spacious living room, 4 people sat around a table discussing their grand plan. Brother, I'm very interested in becoming part of the World Market Alliance, said the middle-aged man named Takilani excitedly. Yes, I'm interested too, added the young man called Ifan. At the previous meeting, they had planned to form the World Market Alliance, an organization that would establish a trading network throughout the Sky Divine realm. Any human with a system could access the market system, but the main drawback was that all the goods sold there were of low quality. To solve this problem, Lun had made a brief note of his organization's grand vision. World Market Alliance goal: to sell high-level equipment at below standard prices. To purchase high-level goods at above standard prices. Benefits: minus 50% discount on the purchase of items from the WM Alliance store. Alright, if you agree, please sign this letter, Lun said, handing over the paper Nita had carefully prepared. Princess Nita is as detailed as ever, Takilani praised with a smile. Takulani and Ifan did not hesitate. They were very excited to see how serious Lun and Nita were about this alliance. Ifan felt very happy in his heart. For Ifan, Lun had a very bright white light. He was very surprised when he met him for the first time. The tablet in front of him showed Y, Lucky Eye, A, Lun, Luck Level, Maximum. One of the reasons why Ifan dared to come to Lun Island without fear was because he had the gift of Lucky Eye. The last time he saw such a white light was when he found the golden chest on an island he had raided. The brighter the Lucky Eye's judgment, the better the effect. After they had signed the contract, Takulani asked, "Brother Lun, when will we begin?" "Once your island and mine have merged, the city will be officially operational," Lun replied. As core members of the World Market Alliance, they had to willingly leave their island and join Lun's island. In return, Lun would compensate them with top-quality equipment and protection. Their task as core members was to search for high-level items. The meeting lasted only 10 minutes before Ifan and Takulani returned to their island through the teleportation portal. They were also in a defensive situation against void monsters. "Nita, let's get ready. We're going to level up quickly," Lun said with a big smile on his face. "What's wrong, brother? Tell me," Nita pleaded curiously. "I found an item that gives XP," Lun said immediately. Nita's eyes widened with excitement. The more she listened to Lun's explanation, the more excited she became. Lun Island. Lun Island was currently moving at a steady 1 meter per second towards the approaching Stone Island. Lun didn't want to wait. He wanted to destroy the Stone Islands as soon as he saw them. The more time he wasted, the less experience he gained. 5 minutes passed, and finally Lun Island and Stone Island came together. The current size of Lun Island was almost 700 by 700 meter, while the Stone Island in front of it was 1500 by 1500 meter, which was huge. Without waiting for the void monsters to attack, Lun and Nita immediately activated their skills and rushed towards Stone Island. Lun casually slashed at the level 10, 15, and 20 normal monsters, killing them all with a single slash. Not to be left behind, Nita shot arrows in all directions. Each arrow killed a void monster. However, the void monsters did not remain silent. 10 protector-level monsters tried to block them. One of the human-shaped monsters with a bird's beak activated its ability, creating a tornado of sharp feathers. Tornado bird, protector. Level 20. Species, magic. Abilities: STR 136, N 202, AG 114, Res 117. Feather tornado, creates a 10 meters diameter feather tornado for 1 minute. Lun slashes at the incoming feather tornado. Due to the difference in strength, the tornado disintegrated easily. Quack. Sensing danger, the tornado bird retreated immediately. "You want to run?" Lun jumped up and slashed at the tornado bird's neck. Successfully killed the tornado bird. Protector, X plus 4100, kill points plus 2000. The protector monsters watching from a distance were afraid. However, Lun sensed that one of them had greater strength. In the center of Stone Island, a little boy with a red horn on his head stood. Demon Child. Protector. Level 20. Species, Swordmaster. Skills, STR 316, in 227, AG 286, Res 239. Demon Clones. Produces 3 clones, each specializing in STR, AG. Res attributes. Each clone inherits 150% of the attributes. 1000 attribute points in total. Lun muttered to himself. This time he had to be careful. "Big brother, the monster with the horns is dangerous." Nita, who was already next to Lun, felt the same way. The red-horned monster looked at the other 12 protector monsters. They seemed to be whispering. Suddenly they all attacked at the same time. Lun didn't have to hold back this time. He immediately activated his strongest skill. Within a radius of 100 meters, a bright light illuminated the ground. A great vital energy filling the entire area. Skill 3. Area of Light. Creates an area of light in a 100-meter radius. Increases all attributes by 100%. Negates enemy healing. Plus 100% damage to dark creatures. Lasts 10 minutes. 1 hour cooldown. Lun's attributes have now reached 400 points each. The first protector monster came. A snake that sprayed acid in a 10-meter radius. The other monsters came one by one, showing off their best skills, while Lun fought at close range. Nita hovered at a distance, firing explosive arrows. Nita's speed was so high that her second skill gave her 200% speed. Skill 2, Nature Archery Dance. Draws power from nature. Movement speed plus 200%. Can perform 2 high jumps in the air, plus 50% damage. Lasts 2 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Successfully kill Taurus, Protector. X plus 5140, kill points plus 2000. A protector monster falls every 30 seconds. Lun and Nita had the upper hand at the moment. The demon child didn't stay still, activating the clone skill. Soon, 3 similar creatures appeared. One had almost 500 STR, another clone had 340 AG and the last had 358 resilience. Big brother, I'll take care of the clone with AG. Nita didn't wait for Ln's answer. The arrow skill that could lock onto a target had already been released. A glowing white arrow shot towards the clone with the highest AG. The clone with the highest AG tried to dodge, but the arrow continued to follow it. Ugh. The clone died, but there was no system message. Ln felt it was time to end this battle. The demon child began to panic at Ln's sudden surge of power. It's too late. Ln unleashed his second ability. Skill 2, Sky Shattering Divine. A 100-meter-long sword aura appeared, slashing at the enemy. A sword aura appeared and slashed at the demon child as he tried to escape into the pit. But it was too late. The sword aura crushed the demon child and caused great damage to Stone Island. Successfully killed the demon child. Protector, X plus 640. Kill points plus 2000. Nita, quick, let's go to the core, shouted Ln. The two of them rushed towards the core of Stone Island, even though there were still many void monsters outside. Inside the Stone Island room was the same orb Ln had seen before, still in good condition, not cracked. Alpha orb, remaining energy, 92,890. Still so much. Ln felt that Stone Island still had a lot of energy, so the void monsters would continue to appear. Ln took out his hand to check the orb system panel. He tried to duplicate it, just like when he duplicated the crystal core. Alpha orb, duplicate 10,000 times. Ha 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 ha. Ln laughed happily. What's up, bro? Nita was curious. Ln did not explain and immediately performed the duplication. Light appeared from the crystal orb and 3,600 alpha orbs instantly appeared in his pocket. Another 6,300 alpha orbs continued to fall from empty air. Ln checked one of the orb crystals and found that it was indeed an exact match. However, there was something strange. The remaining energy kept decreasing by 1 point each time. Even the alpha orb in the bag. Nita, destroy all the black orbs in front of you. Ln ordered. Nita immediately destroyed the orbs with her arrows and a system message sounded. Destroy alpha orb, X plus 91,460. Destroyed alpha orb, X plus 91,438. Congratulations, your ruler level has reached 11. Congratulations, your ruler level has reached 12. The two of them continued to smash the orb, while the system continued to issue XP gain notifications and the occasional level up notification. Chapter 16, Reach Level 20, Cultivator. The alpha orb kept breaking, and system notifications continued to appear on Ln and Nita's system panels. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased to 17 plus 100 empty attribute. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased to 18 plus 100 empty attribute. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased to 19 plus 100 empty attribute. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased to 20 plus 100 empty attribute. A sovereign level has reached the tier 1 limit. Please proceed with promotion. A different notification appeared on their system panels. They no longer received experience points after reaching level 20, the maximum level for tier 1 sovereigns. Their levels had reached 20, but many alpha orbs remained. Alpha orb, remaining energy, 37,213. The remaining energy continued to deplete rapidly. Brother, what if we share these with Old Man Takulani and Ifan? Nita suggested. No. We've already discussed this. We must be cautious about the abilities we possess. Understand? Ln replied firmly, ensuring Nita wouldn't face trouble later. Nita was a bit disheartened, but her brother was right. Revealing to others that they had many alpha orbs would invite the greed and suspicion of others. With nothing else to do in the core of Rock Island, Ln and Nita left and returned to Ln's floating island. Upon returning to the main island, Ln checked the promotion requirements. Tier 2 promotion mission. Silver badge. Sacred human race. Cultivator. 100,000 energy crystals. Level 20 monster heart. Commander rank. Cultivator. Ln was curious about the mention of a cultivator in the sacred human race. Could the old man and the middle-aged man with a crown he encountered during his tier 1 promotion be cultivators? But why did the crowned men know about the system? Ln was a bit worried. Wasn't the system supposed to be a secret, only possessed by chosen individuals? At least that's what the novels he read suggested. Nita, is the nature elf race in your promotion mission also a cultivator? Ln asked Nita beside him. Nita nodded. She also didn't know what was going on. Let's not take the promotion mission for now. Let's finish the Void Monster Invasion event first. Ln adjusted his priorities. He then checked the leaderboard. Event ranking 1. William Anderson, 211,400. 2. Baichi, 208,129. 3. Vladmanova, 200,488. 4. Kiman, 193,331. 9. Weko 167,684. 10. Elena, 167,076. The event had only been running for 3 hours, and people's points had already surpassed 200,000. Lun glanced at his points and could only smile wryly. He hadn't focused on killing monsters for the past 3 hours. He was busy reaching the Void Monster Island, which was over 1,000 by 1,000 meters in size, to harvest alpha orbs with abundant remaining energy. 34. Lun, 89,087. 38. Cute Cat, 86,361. Seeing that his kill points were only half of the 10th rank, he didn't feel disheartened. After reaching level 20, his confidence had been restored. Status: Name, Lun. Level, 20, 1%. Attributes: STR 632, Agi 520, INT 479, Rees 408. Profession: Swordsman. Skills: Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/Area of Light. Equipment: Divine Sword, Windlow Shoes, Heart Cloak, Adhesive Gloves, Green Flame Helmet. Talent: Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features: Market, Chat, Friends. Raising from level 10 to 20 gave a total of 1,000 empty attribute points. Additionally, all his equipment had been upgraded to white grade, providing a plus 5% attack bonus. Materials were not a problem for Lun. He still had many unopened empty silver chests. These numerous silver chests were the reason Lun was so confident in establishing the World Market Alliance organization. Lun and Nita didn't linger. After a short rest, they would chase points and destroy every passing stone island. Feel this. A young woman drew her bow with all her strength, aiming at a black flying monster bird. Swoosh. Swoosh. The arrow shot through the air and struck the monster bird right in the forehead, causing its head to explode. The contents of its head scattered like pieces of gravel. Not far from the woman, a young man wielding a glowing sword danced among many monsters. Each swing of his sword resulted in a monster being cleaved in half. Grew. A tree monster at the back of the horde grew furious, shaking all its branches and leaves. The falling leaves hovered in the air, then flew like thousands of bees towards the young man with the glowing sword. Each time a leaf struck a werewolf warrior or an ant soldier, it exploded with great force, creating a blast radius of up to 10 meters. Imagine the devastation if thousands of leaves exploded simultaneously. Sensing the impending danger, the young man glanced around, spotting the thousands of leaves moving towards him. "I thought you'd stay idle until all your minions were dead," Lun said calmly. He then gripped his sword with both hands, swinging it from behind. A brilliant light emanated from the golden sword, extending up to 100 meters. Without hesitation, the young man swung it forward, cutting through the incoming leaves. Swoosh. Whoosh. Crack. The sword light sliced through the thousands of leaves, piercing through the monster horde and eventually reaching the tree monster at the back. RGHHH. The tree monster looked resigned, its eyes vacant. The last thought it had was how a human could possess such immense power. "Your sword light is indeed very powerful," said Nita from a distance. Praising her brother Lun's sword technique, they continued attacking the Void Monster Islands until the evening. Their points surged to 800,000, placing them in the top 20. "Phew, Nita, let's take a break," said Lun, slashing the last remaining monster. As usual, Lun and Nita had set up a small camp outside the main city. They enjoyed being outside the city, as it felt like living in nature. Green grass covered the ground, and there were several trees, including some fruit trees. Nita had planted several fruit trees and flowers around the island. Even though they were no longer on Earth, Nita still fulfilled her childhood dream of becoming a princess. "Brother, old men Takulani and Ifan's island will arrive tomorrow," Nita began, wanting to discuss the World Market Alliance. She continued, "I've instructed them to sell items under the World Market Alliance name in the system shop. They are only selling basic items there. Besides that, I've asked them to recruit members who want to join. If they wish to trade luxury items, they should come to our island." Nita continued talking about the alliance situation and explained it to Lun. "Good job, Nita. Everything is going according to plan. I hope this city will become more lively." Lun approved of all Nita's actions. The core ideas of the alliance were still Lun's. Due to his age, Lun was more mature, and Nita had always respected her older brother since they were young. Chapter 17, Alliance members gathered, at 7 a.m. on Lun's island. As usual, Lun and Nita were sitting on the balcony, enjoying the bright and beautiful morning. Lun's island had grown considerably, now spanning almost 4,000 by 4,000 meters. The city had undergone significant improvements. Defense towers had been added, troop barracks built, production buildings increased, and support areas such as playgrounds, hotels, restaurants, and even educational facilities were established. They planned to officially announce the establishment of the World Market Alliance and inform all sovereigns in regional number 2344 that Lns Island was open to the public. "Brother, they will arrive in an hour," Nita said while sipping her tea. By they, she meant the members of the group, Princess Nita, who had agreed to join Lns Island. Their islands would also merge with Lns Island. "Yes, we should get ready then," Ln replied calmly. Outside the walls of Life City, the name of Lns City, 1,200 soldiers were lined up neatly, fully armed. The weapons they used were provided by Ln for free, obtained from opening silver chests. Werewolf type, swordsman level 20, max. Attributes: STR 328, INT 308, Agi 311, Rees 294. Skill: War Roar. Roars to increase attack by plus 10%, stackable up to 25%. Buff duration 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Mountain Sorcerer type, sorcerer level 20, max. Attributes: STR 281, INT 348, Agi 271, Rees 261. Skill: Earth Manipulation. Manipulates Earth within a 15-meter radius, reducing enemy movement by 15%, duration 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Angry Rhino type, Berserker level 20, max. Attributes: STR 351, INT 271, Agi 285, Rees 325. Skill: Rage Mode. Increases STR plus 15%, Rees plus 15% for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Warrior Ant type, swordsman level 20, max. Attributes: STR 324, INT 283, Agi 337, Rees 301. Skill: Paralyzing Poison. Attacks enemies with poisonous horns. Poison effect lasts 1.5 minutes, reducing HP by 0.3% per second. Cooldown 15 minutes. In order to create 1,200 level 20 troops, Ln spent a total of 2,000 energy crystals per level. 1,200 troops cost a total of 24 million energy crystals. And as usual, Ln didn't need all the energy crystals. He had an almost unlimited amount by selling discarded items on the system market. Ln intentionally stationed them outside the city to show those coming to Life City not to act recklessly. With the strength of 1,200 level 20 soldiers, only a fool would cause trouble. Additionally, more than 200 sturdy defense towers were erected inside and outside the city. Auto Bow Tower. Attack: 1,200. Attack speed: 2 arrows. Second. Defense: 10,000. Range: 500 meters. Cannonball Tower. Attack: 5,200. Attack speed: 1 cannonball / 10 seconds. Defense: 12,000. Range: 300 meters. Lightning Tower. Attack: 10,200. Attack speed: 1 lightning bolt / 30 seconds. Defense: 15,000. Range: 300 meters. There were a total of 5 towers on Lns Island, all the best he could obtain. However, he couldn't compete with the top Alliance towers, who had probably opened countless golden chests. In their free time, Ln and Nita spent their time opening chests, forging weapons, planting flowers, building territorial structures, and many other activities to enhance the island and its equipment. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ln and Nita were waiting leisurely at the front of the main city, welcoming several islands approaching. From afar, 10 islands of various sizes were approaching. The largest measured 15,000 by 15,000 meters, 2 others were over 10,000, and the rest ranged from 5,000 to 10,000 meters. Ln hadn't expected the recruits to have islands larger than his own. Of course, these individuals wouldn't come without benefits. Ln had promised them all that if they joined his territory, he would provide them with a full set of elite level 20 equipment. Green equipment or plus 10 refine, 10 blessing potions, 100 empty attribute, max 5 times, and a high position in the World Market Alliance. Ln, of course, wouldn't give them benefits without expecting something in return. His first requirement was an S rank or unique A rank talent. As the island with 10-meter-high stone walls merged with Ln's Island, several dozen people and over 100 soldiers stood ready outside the walls. Ln saw the leader, an old man in a pristine white robe with a long white beard and deep, calm eyes. Ln guessed that this old man was a scholar back on Earth. The old man led his people towards Ln's Island. After a moment, the two groups met, and Ln spoke first, raising his right hand. "Welcome, Mr. Hayekl. It's a pleasure to meet you." The old man laughed warmly and shook Ln's hand. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Ln." Mr. Hayekl then introduced several people behind him, all of whom were part of his extended family. He had 3 children, all of whom were married. Since the system gathered people with blood relations in the nearest area during the first teleportation, they all joined together, with Mr. Hayekl as the leader. Then checked Mr. Haeckel's panel status. Name, Haeckel Emmanuel. Level, 12, Class, Magic. Was quite surprised to see Mr. Haeckel's level of 12. He was curious about Mr. Haeckel's attribute values, but the system didn't display other sovereigns' attributes on the information panel. Mr. Haeckel was an S-rank talent sovereign, so valued the old man highly. Didn't know the specifics of Mr. Haeckel's S-rank talent, but during the contract signing, Mr. Haeckel had provided information about his talent level and capabilities. Not long after Mr. Haeckel arrived, other islands began to appear. The last island to arrive was the largest, measuring 15,000 by 15,000 meters. This island radiated a sacred aura, even more so than Lun's Holy Sword aura. Additionally, a 100-meter-high white wall blocked the view of the city inside. Chapter 18, First Alliance Meeting, Blessing Potion Distribution. The island filled with the aura of holy light finally stopped and merged with Lun's Island. The city gates opened, revealing 5 people who stepped out and walked toward Lun's Island. From their appearance, it was clear they were a family, 2 adults and 3 children. The leader of the group was a woman with a white headscarf. Her face was fair and smooth, with a prominent nose and calm, relaxed eyes. Her black hair peeked slightly from under her white scarf. This woman seemed to be the eldest daughter of the family. Beside her was a slightly younger girl, probably around Nita's age, and a boy who looked about 12 years old. With steady steps, the family approached Lun and the other sovereigns who had arrived earlier. It didn't take long for them to meet and introduce themselves. The presence of this family added a serious yet friendly atmosphere, and Lun could sense the sincerity in their every movement. Friendly smiles and meaningful glances adorned this meeting, signaling the beginning of a harmonious cooperation under the World Market Alliance. With their arrival, Lun felt a wave of mixed emotions, happiness, enthusiasm, and hope. He knew that this alliance would bring many positive changes to his territory. "Hello, brother Lun, I am Laras," the woman said warmly, and somehow felt as if they had known each other for a long time. "Hello, I'm Lun, nice to meet you," Lun replied, returning her greeting and shaking her hand. Upon hearing the woman's name, Laras, Lun's mind recalled something. Yes, this woman was the sovereign who ranked 6th on the event leaderboard. It seems I've gained a strong ally this time, Lun thought to himself. During a chat in the group, Princess Nita, Lun had already suspected, but after seeing her in person, he was 100% convinced they were the same people. Then, Lun looked at everyone present, totaling more than 150 people, and said, "Since everyone is here, how about we discuss inside the city?" Lun invited everyone into the city. The city gates opened, revealing a majestic and well-organized cityscape. "It seems this man wasn't lying," said the woman with the aura of light, admiring the splendor of Lun's city. "Brother Lun seems to have quite deep secrets," remarked a young man with a black and red sword in his hand, his tone serious. Some members of the group were also very impressed and amazed by the state of Lun's city. How could they not be? As Lun had spent hundreds of millions or even more than 1 billion energy crystals to decorate and strengthen the island. Which sovereign could generate hundreds of millions of energy crystals even in less than 3 days after moving to the Divine Sky Realm? Their admiration wasn't just for the physical grandeur of the city but also for Lun's intelligence and vision in building a strong and harmonious community. This was the beginning of a new era that promised many opportunities and challenges for everyone involved. Currently, inside the meeting room in the main hall, 12 people were seated around a round table to discuss various issues regarding the World Market Alliance. Lun, as the meeting leader, spoke first. He delivered a few words of greeting before stating the discussion topic for this meeting. "Once again, I thank you all for joining and becoming part of the World Market Alliance," said Lun, looking at everyone with a respectful gaze. He then continued, "The first topic we will discuss is the compensation I promised earlier." Lun pulled out 50 blessing potions from his spatial bag. Immediately, 50 transparent bottles appeared in front of everyone, and then distributed 5 bottles to each of them. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lun is indeed trustworthy," said the old man Takulani from one corner of the table, his voice full of appreciation. "What? Isn't this potion equivalent to raising the level by 5? Exclaimed a young man with blue hair. The young man, named Dion, was the sovereign who had sold the teleportation blueprint to Nita. "A very pure and powerful potion," said the woman with the aura of light, staring at the potion with enthusiasm. If others saw the panel in front of her or even Lun, they would undoubtedly feel envious to their core. Blessing potion, attribute plus 200, random. Note, can only be taken 10 times. Laras didn't show how happy she was inside. She simply took the potion and put it in her bag calmly. "Next, I will provide you all with a full set of level 20 elite equipment." Lun then produced 10 packages of equipment wrapped in green light. "Nyoch? Level 20, elite tier?" Several people exclaimed in awe. "How many crystals did Brother Lun spend to forge all this?" asked a female sovereign with black braided hair. Lun looked at Hana and said, "Not much. Not much." "Sister Hana, don't worry about it. This is just my generosity." Lun spoke honestly. he didn't find it difficult to forge elite-tier equipment. If he could obtain higher quality stones, it wouldn't be impossible to forge them. Lun distributed 10 sets of equipment to the 10 people around the table. Laras, observing from one end of the table, saw the equipment given by Lun. First, she looked at the weapon, but she didn't check its status for long before putting it in her bag. However, when she looked at other equipment like robes, shoes, headgear, and gloves, a small smile appeared on her face. Heavenly Light Robe. Level 20. Attribute SDR plus 84, Int plus 132, Aga plus 92, Rees plus 108. Body of Light. Increases light damage by 10%. Restores health by 0.2% per second for 30 seconds. Reduces dark damage by 25%. Cooldown 10 minutes. If Lun saw the attributes on Lara's panel at that moment, he might feel his talent was slightly useless. All the attributes from the Heavenly Light Robe in front of him were twice as much as usual. Why not? All the equipment given by Lun had light attributes according to Lara's request. Everyone temporarily checked all the equipment they had received. Lun and Nita sat quietly, observing them all closely. After a while, they finally sat back down comfortably. Haha. Apologies, brother Lun. The equipment you gave was a bit beyond our expectations, said the old man Haykel with an appreciative tone. Yes, brother Lun, Ifan agreed. Alright, let's not exaggerate. Next, we will discuss the operational activities of the World Market Alliance, Lun said calmly, then pulled out some notes to continue the discussion. Chapter 19, Formation of the World Market Alliance. The Alliance meeting continued with fervor. Lun, the main speaker, enthusiastically outlined the duties and roles each member must undertake. He detailed the long-term benefits of joining the World Market Alliance, such as increased trade and access to broader resources. Lun emphasized that merging their floating islands did not mean destroying individual islands. Instead, it meant staying within the same area so that if any member needed help, others could quickly provide support. This created a strong sense of community and solidarity among members. Moreover, Lun assured that the development of individual islands would continue as usual. Members could still upgrade their territories, levels, and make various improvements without interference. However, as co-members of the World Market Alliance, they would work together as if on the same ship, sailing towards a common goal. After an intense and productive hour-long discussion, the meeting concluded. Each member returned to their respective territories, trying to adapt and embrace the upcoming changes in their environment. They returned with renewed vigor and a better understanding of their roles within the Alliance. Lun, currently in the main hall with Nita, prepared to announce the formation of the Alliance and the opening of the City of Life. The 10 other members were also ready in their territories to make the same announcement to their followers. Immediately, Lun wrote a message in Regional Chat number 2344. Regional Chat number 2344. Lun, good morning, everyone. I am Lun, the leader of the World Market Alliance, announcing that the World Market Alliance has been officially formed. Additionally, as the sovereigns of the City of Life, I am pleased to announce that the City of Life is now open to the public. Please use portal ID #ID42877 to access it. Hana, the World Market Alliance is accepting new members. Experience the benefits of joining by visiting our main base on Brother Lun's Island. Dion, we offer level 5 weapons for 10 energy crystals, level 10 weapons for 100 energy crystals, level 15 weapons for 500 energy crystals, and level 20 weapons for 1000 energy crystals. Weapon forging is available up to elite level. Laras, come, and your beloved family will not be in danger. The 10 other members helped Lun promote the establishment of the World Market Alliance. Thousands of responses poured in when the announcement was broadcast, especially when Laras sent her message. Laras had many fans due to her high kill points, placing her in the top 6 rankings. Yukok, look, aren't those equipment prices too cheap? The system shop prices averaged N to 200 crystals for level 5 equipment. I would transfer if I had teleportation. Night Hero, did I see correctly? Goddess Laras is also a member of the World Market Alliance. She is ranked number 6 on the leaderboard. She might be the strongest person in our region. Dickon, brother, where is your location? I don't have a teleportation portal. Mawar, amazing. The strongest alliance ranking in the region seems like it will change this time. Hendro, congratulations to brother. The Peace Alliance sends its regards. Weko Suryo, congratulations, brother. Indonesia is proud to have talents like you. The response from various small sovereigns was very positive. They were pleased with the benefits offered by the World Market Alliance. Those without portals could only travel hundreds of kilometers with their islands. Besides small sovereigns, many alliance leaders also congratulated them. Lun did not expect Weko Suryo himself to extend congratulations. The Indonesia Alliance was the strongest in the number 2344 region, supported by Indonesian military soldiers. Not long after the announcement, several people appeared at the teleportation portal. They were all amazed by the appearance of the City of Life, standing majestically with beautiful buildings and impressive architectural structures. As they looked around, they also saw another very bright city, Laraz's City of Light, shining with luxury and beauty. Additionally, they noticed a city with a peaceful aura, Old Man Heikel's city. These two cities were also open to the public since Ulm's city alone could not accommodate the massive influx of people. People kept appearing, and within minutes, more than 5,000 people had entered the city. Inside the city, there were many enjoyable buildings and places. Ulm had previously arranged for the families of the 10 other members to ensure the security and comfort of the newcomers. "Look, that tower looks very powerful," a young man said as he gazed at the lightning tower with sparks crackling at its tip. He felt a bit intimidated by the tower's power. "Yes, how did Lord Ulm obtain such a strong tower in just 2 days?" His friend standing next to him replied, amazed at the speed and strength of the tower's construction. At that moment, a family emerged from the portal and looked at the surroundings of Ulm's island with admiration. "It's much safer here, not a single void monster island in sight," said a middle-aged man to his family. He had come here specifically to check the island's environment. If it was safe, he would decide to move his family here for their safety. The man had planned from the beginning to run a business in the Divine Sky Realm to survive. However, he was a bit late when the Indonesia Alliance first opened, and the cost of land and buildings had become very high there. So, he was willing to come early to the World Market Alliance to try his luck in business here. Others also had big plans for the City of Life. A young entrepreneur, full of enthusiasm, intended to open businesses in the City of Life. He planned to set up shops and markets selling daily necessities and expand a wide trade network. Meanwhile, a family of former educators from Earth planned to establish an education system in the City of Life. They wanted to create schools similar to those on Earth, complete with comprehensive curriculums and quality teachers, to educate the city's young generation. Additionally, a talented artist planned to open an entertainment business in the City of Life. He aimed to present dance, opera, TV shows, and various other forms of entertainment to entertain the city's residents. With his passion and creativity, he hoped to build an arts and culture center that would attract many people. Lastly, an adventurous man planned to form an adventurers association. He wanted to create a place where adventurers, sovereigns, could get missions, collaborate, and trade. With this association, he hoped to build a solid community that supported each other in facing various challenges in the Divine Sky Realm. With these grand plans, the City of Life not only became a safe place to live but also a center of activity and innovation that attracted many people to come and settle there. Chapter 20, Ulm's Ascent to 12th Rank. 1 hour after the opening of Ulm Island, more than 10,000 people had already arrived, either using the portal or coming directly with their own islands. Nita had asked Ulm several times about the process of managing city land. As many sovereigns had submitted requests to buy or lease land, there were also those who wanted to invest in Ulm Island by providing materials or energy crystals. However, all these requests were rejected by Ulm. He wasn't selling shares of the island, only opening land purchases or leases for now. At 12 noon, a small island measuring 100 by 100 meters was seen moving calmly through the cloud-filled sky. On that small island stood a young man with a light sword in his hand. His gaze relaxed yet firm. The young man was Ulm. He decided to use a smaller floating island to search for stone islands with void monsters on them. He left the management of the main island to his sister, Nita. His first goal of establishing an organization that manages trade routes in the Divine Sky Realm had reached its initial step. Although the Alliance's grand objective hadn't been achieved yet, Ulm was confident it would become a reality in the future. Currently, his next goal was to become number 1 on the event leaderboard. He was curious about the leaderboard prizes and the gold chest. Besides him, Laras and Old Man Heikel had also left their main islands to increase their points. Now, in front of Ulm, a stone island with an area of 1,200 by 1,200 meters came into view. Slowly but surely, the two islands would merge in 3 minutes. Ulm was ready. With his average status of 600 points, he could easily take down 100 protector monsters on the stone island, as well as more than 50,000 regular monsters at levels 10 to 20. 3 minutes passed, and finally, the two islands merged. Without waiting long, Ulm charged forward to face the approaching void monsters. The void monsters were just as enthusiastic. They attacked Ulm in overwhelming numbers, like a flood. Yuravu 2, Warrior. Level 16. Attribute STR 76, Int 43, Aga 76, Rees 53. Lightning Ball. Throws a lightning ball, causing shock effects if the enemy's status is lower. Ogre Void. Warrior. Level 18. Attribute STR 87, Int 33, Aga 61, Rees 69. Mace Throw. Throws their mace at the enemy with great force, plus 25% damage if the enemy's status is lower. Ulm saw the void monsters in various shapes and forms coming with their diverse powers. However, in the face of vastly superior power, they were nothing more than fallen leaves from a tree. Successfully killed. Ogre Void, level 17, X plus 93, kill points 17. Successfully killed. Guto Oyo, level 19, X plus 107, kill points 19. The sound of kill notifications echoed in Lun's ears, but since his level was already maxed out, his X points didn't increase at all. Lun, who was engrossed in slaying the regular void monsters, now saw a protector monster appear in the distance. The void monster resembled a large lion, wielding a fire staff in its grip. Fire Lion, Protector. Level 20. Type, Magic. Attribute, SDR 144, Int 187, Agi 171, Res 126. Fire Aura, transforms into a red fire form. Attributes plus 25%. Magic power increase 50%. Burns the area within a 10-meter radius. The lion roared loudly, spewing fire from its mouth, creating a threatening heat wave. Lun dodged nimbly, zigzagging to avoid the fire attack. Quickly, he jumped high and attacked from above, swinging his light sword with full force. The lion tried to block with its fire staff, but Lun's attack was too swift. Lun's light sword cut the fire staff in half, and with the next quick move, he plunged his sword into the lion's heart. The lion roared in pain before finally falling to the ground. Dead. Successfully killed. Fire Lion, Protector, X plus 4350, kill points plus 2000. However, shortly after the Fire Lion's demise, another protector monster appeared. The next protector monster had the head of a shark. This monster had the ability to create an ocean within a 100-meter radius. Lun, initially confident, soon found himself in trouble when the monster created an ocean within a 100-meter radius, trapping him in water. Struggling, Lun tried to regulate his breathing and find an opening to attack. The monster glided quickly through the water, attacking with its sharp teeth. Lun managed to dodge several times, but small wounds began to sap his stamina. In a desperate situation, Lun decided to use his second skill, Sky-Shattering Slash. With a powerful strike, Lun created a 100-meter-long sword aura that shattered the monster's defense. The attack ignored 50% of the enemy's defense and healed Lun by 50% of the total damage dealt. The shark monster was split in two, and the ocean vanished, leaving a rejuvenated Lun. Successfully killed Red Shark, Protector, X plus 4850, kill points plus 2000. Ha ha. These void monsters have some bizarre attacks, Lun said, catching his breath. He was quite surprised by the red shark's skill that created an ocean within a 100-meter radius. It would have been fatal if his attributes were the same as the shark's. Lun continued searching for stone islands with void monsters to catch up on his kill points. Until nighttime, Lun didn't return to the main island as it would take too much time. So, he camped on the small floating island for the next few days. Over the course of 8 hours from noon to night, Lun had cleared hundreds of stone islands. He was now ranked 12th with over 2,500,000 points. Meanwhile, Laras had dropped to 8th place, and Old Man Haykel was in 31st place. The leaderboard didn't show exact positions due to the diversity of talents and items possessed by the sovereigns. Before sleeping, Lun read several messages from Nita. Nita informed him that the main island was getting busier with many people intending to settle there. Additionally, some sovereigns had already established their own businesses in the City of Life. Nita also told Lun that she received information from Laras to be cautious of the Garuda Alliance. They had tried to recruit Laras before but were flatly rejected. Unlike other alliances, the Garuda Alliance seemed to hold a grudge against them. Chapter 21, Missed the Top 20. A New Beginning. A floating island measuring 100 by 100 meters leisurely drifted through the clouds. On this island, a young man sat on a chair, with a table beside him holding a glass of wine. The man was enjoying the beautiful morning. The warm morning sun bathed his muscular body. Yes, this was the 7th day in the Divine Sky Realm. Event, Rise of the Sovereign. Event duration, 0 days, 1 hour, 12 minutes. The event time was down to just over an hour. Lun opened the event leaderboard and his expression turned indifferent. Event ranking 1. William Anderson, 136,490,000. 2. Baichi, 91,721,000. 3. Vladimir Nova, 85,034,000. 4. Kiman, 55,648,000. 26. Lun, 23,800,000. 31. Laras, 21,738,000. He could hardly believe it. He had been very proud of his SSS-level talent, something that defied the heavens. But it seemed his talent did not lie in combat. His instinct to create a trading organization had been spot on. Lun was curious about the powers those other people possessed. Did they also have SSS-level talents? Lately, he had been losing sleep over these thoughts. Realizing there was no chance of making it into the top 20, Lun decided to return to his main island. He stood up and entered the only portal on the floating island. At that moment, atop a circular altar, a young man with black hair and a golden sword at his hip emerged from a 10-meter portal. Lun observed his surroundings and saw many people. He had missed this place. He had not returned to the main island once in his quest to climb the rankings, but all his efforts had been in vain. Stepping off the portal altar, Lun saw the bustling city streets, lined with street vendors and buildings like hotels, restaurants, entertainment venues, and more. Ha ha ha. I seem to have pushed myself too hard. Isn't this vibrant place my dream? He thought to himself. Yes, Lun had been trying his luck at becoming a sovereign, a king, an emperor, like in the novels. With his SSS-level talent, he thought he could do it, but reality was different. Alright, I wonder how Nita is doing? Lun was curious about his younger sister, Nita. Hey, stop. I said stop. A uniformed man grabbed a young boy by the shoulder. Give it back, the man demanded, extending his hand. What? I didn't take your stuff. The boy didn't give up, his hand trembling in his pocket. He stared defiantly at the uniformed man without fear. Are you trying to cause trouble? I'll show you the power of a level 13 mage, the uniformed man threatened, his body glowing white. A black staff appeared in his right hand. The boy activated his own equipment, a wooden sword materializing in his hand. He was only level 3. Before the uniformed man could use his skill, an elderly man in red robes appeared. Master Uai, let it go. He's still young. He's also my student from the Red Flower Magic Academy. I'll replace whatever he took. The old man continued. Alright, I won't pursue this further. Ask him what he stole. The uniformed man replied, visibly annoyed. Aldi, what did you take? The old man asked the boy. The boy seemed to relent, showing respect for the elderly man before him. He pulled out a black pouch containing 10 energy crystals. Sorry, Teacher Damas, but my mother needs these crystals, the boy explained. Tears streaming down his face. Don't cry. I'll visit your home later, Teacher Damas reassured the boy, then tossed the black pouch to the uniformed man, adding 5 extra energy crystals as compensation. The matter is settled here, the old man declared. Thank you, Master Damas. The uniformed man grumbled before walking away. Lun had watched the entire scene. He had wanted to intervene, but the old man had acted faster. Red Flower Academy? Lun mused aloud. He decided to continue exploring the island. Lun felt the creation of the academy was justified. His floating island now spanned over 120 by 120 kilometers, combined with the total area of the floating islands of the 10 members of the World Market Alliance. The alliance's total area was 150,000 square kilometers. A huge island, with only 50 to 100,000 residents, leaving many areas still uninhabited. Lun continued his journey through the vibrant life city. After wandering through several streets, he arrived at a 3-story restaurant. He entered and was warmly greeted by a male waiter. The waiter was very efficient and polite. Welcome to Rudy Risto, please, sir. The waiter guided Lun to a table and offered the menu: grilled fish with sambal, tofu fried rice, grilled Nila soup. Seeing the menu, Lun couldn't help but be astonished. What is this? Is this Earth? For a moment, the menu shocked him, which was very similar to those in Earth's restaurants. Excuse me, sir, is there nothing to your liking? The waiter asked, noticing Lun's distraction. Sorry, I'll have the spicy crab and hot tea, Lun replied. Still deep in thought, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. During his 6-day absence, Nita hadn't mentioned anything like this. She had only said everything was going well. There were no void monster attacks, no dangers, and the city was thriving. Did she do this on purpose? Lun wondered. A broad smile appeared on his face. The restaurant's atmosphere was very tranquil, with the sound of a mini fountain adding a peaceful, harmonious touch. Lun looked around, seeing other patrons, young couples, families, and some individuals. Their attire varied, almost resembling Earth's fashion. Yeah, the system is indeed convenient. Equipment only appears when activated, he thought. Like in the earlier conflict between the uniformed man and the boy, combat equipment is only activated when used. In normal conditions, only regular clothes were visible. Within 5 minutes, Lun's order arrived. A crab the size of a human head was served with steaming hot broth that looked fresh and delicious. Your order, sir. Please enjoy, the waiter said, carefully placing the dish before leaving. Thank you. Lun tasted the crab soup. Wow, this is incredible. I've been missing out for 6 days. Lun cursed his choice. Damn you, Nita. I'll get back to you someday, Lun muttered, blaming Nita for his misfortunes. Chapter 22. End of the event. After finishing at the restaurant, Lun continued to stroll through the city streets to clear his mind. An hour passed, and finally, the system announcement came. Event, Rise of the Sovereign has ended. Congratulations to Sovereign William Anderson for achieving first place. Congratulations to Sovereign Baichi for achieving second place. The top 10 rankings were announced to the entire region. Finally, The system revealed Uln's result to him. Congratulations, Sovereign Uln, for achieving 26th place. Sovereign has earned 100,000 energy crystals. Automatic bow tower blueprint. Small teleport blueprint. Werewolf lair. Uln saw his rewards appear in his inventory. He felt deeply disappointed this time. However, he accepted his situation with an open heart, using this experience as a valuable life lesson. Brother, where are you? At that moment, a personal message from Nito appeared. What's up? I'm just wandering around the city. Uln replied. It's nothing. Brother, don't give up. I'll always support you, Nita said without mentioning the rankings, simply expressing her unwavering support for no matter what happened. Thank you. You're quite mature this time. Uln responded, shaking his head. Sometimes, his little sister could be quite annoying, yet, she was the biggest reason he worked so hard. He wanted to make her happy and ensure she didn't face any difficulties. Aside from Nita, several messages from the Alliance group also appeared. Group hashtag World Market Alliance. Lara's brother, congratulations, we all support you. Hey Emmanuel, Misteln, don't be discouraged. Great things often start small. Hana, keep your spirits up. Brother, Dion, brother, don't give up, we support you. Uln, thank you all. I'm fine. Of course, all the Alliance members knew of Uln's grand ambition to be number one. On several occasions, they wondered why Uln hadn't returned for 6 days. Huff, ha, Uln took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Alright, I need to be more realistic next time. I should focus on my strengths. No one can be number one in everything, Uln said to himself. Uln was contemplating where to go next when someone suddenly bumped into him on the side of the road. Ouch. I'm sorry, sir. The woman in her 20s stood up after falling. Papers she was holding scattered everywhere. The woman was dressed in formal black attire, appearing to work for a company. Initially, Uln was curious about who dared to bump into him on this bright morning. Status: Name, Sophia. Level, 1. Class, Magic. But seeing the poor woman, he could only sigh inwardly. Let me help, Uln said, helping her gather the fallen papers. Thank you very much for your help, sir. The woman looked very embarrassed, quickly taking the papers from Uln's hands. Do you work at the World Market Alliance? Uln asked the woman, noticing the emblem of a golden coin with a straight sword in the center on her attire. It was the emblem of the World Market Alliance. Yes, sir, the woman said, slightly catching her breath and becoming calmer. She observed the young man in front of her. His calm, kind eyes and slightly long black hair blowing in the wind made her heart beat faster. What's the matter? Let's head to the office together. I happen to work there too, Uln offered. Alright. To avoid his gaze, Sophia quickly agreed without thinking. They walked leisurely down the street. During the walk, Sophia followed closely behind, not saying a word. Excuse me, I don't know the way. Could you lead? Uln turned and asked Sophia. Okay, sir. Sophia immediately walked ahead, nervously and quickly. Uln was slightly confused by the woman's behavior. He truly didn't know the way to the main office of the World Market Alliance. They walked for 15 minutes before finally reaching a very tall building, around 15 floors high. The entrance was massive, yet even with such a large door, it was still crowded. Excuse me, sir, I need to go in first. I might be late. Sophia excused herself without waiting for Uln's response, running toward the main office of the Alliance. Brother. A loud shout suddenly echoed. A girl in green clothing descended from the 15th floor. Without hesitation, Nita floated down, landing conspicuously in front of everyone. Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Nita hugged Uln tightly. Who is that? Is that the sovereign of the island? Yes, I heard Princess Nita has an older brother. Her brother is quite handsome. Is her brother married? Hey, stop talking nonsense. He can hear you. Light discussions from around filtered into Uln's ears clearly. Nita, stop that. People are watching. Uln gently pushed Nita away. Let them. I'm not afraid of them. Nita remained as arrogant as ever. Enough. Let's go inside. Uln grabbed Nita's hand and entered the Alliance office. At this moment, a woman was hiding behind the receptionist desk. Yes, Sophia was in complete shock. The person she ignored was the island owner and the actual leader of the Alliance. Oh my god, what is happening? What a terrible day. Sophia could only complain. Not knowing what to do, she just hoped she wouldn't be fired from her job as a receptionist. 15th floor, main office of the Alliance. Uln and Nita were sitting comfortably at the conference table. Nita explained everything about the Alliance's progress. First, the Alliance had established partnerships with the top 5 alliances in regional number 2344 to supply weapon materials, building materials, and strategic items. Second, several branches of the Alliance's stores had opened in the 10 busiest cities in regional number 2344. Third, the total Alliance members had reached over 8,000. 1,000 of them were level 10, and 10 were already level 15. The main members of the Alliance, Laras and Old Man Heikel, had reached level 17. The rest remained at level 16 for now. Today, Old Man Dion went to the Indonesian Alliance to deliver transaction goods. Thank you, Nita, you've worked hard. Lun praised Nita's management skills. He was slightly puzzled about where she had learned to manage an organization. Over the past 6 days, Lun had multiplied gold chests 100-fold. Even now, there were still over hundreds of thousands of gold chests in the warehouse. The results from the gold chests had undoubtedly brought significant changes. Lun himself was shocked when he first saw the transformation of his floating island. Thanks to the gold chests, the World Market Alliance became the #1 alliance in regional number 2344. Nita proudly lifted her chin when Lun praised her. By the way, when will we attempt the promotion test, brother? Nita asked curiously. Lun had actually been considering taking the promotion test for a while. He then checked the promotion panel. Promotion mission tier 2, silver badge. Holy human race. Cultivator 100,000 energy crystals. Monster heart level 20. Commander rank. Lun was still missing the silver badge. Even after opening tens of thousands of gold chests, the silver badge remained elusive. Chapter 23. Daily life on the floating island. The sky stretched out endlessly, its vast blue expanse boundless. In the midst of the sky's silence, a large island floated motionlessly, as if held by an unseen force. This island was immense, nearly the size of Java in Indonesia, its shape resembling land lifted high into the sky. From below, the island's terrain was clearly visible, revealing its rough and rocky underside. One striking feature of the island was a transparent, dome-like shield covering its upper part, protecting it from external elements. This shield glistened under the sunlight, reflecting light like crystal. The large island was not a single mass. At its center lay the main island, the largest part, surrounded by thousands of smaller islands scattered around it. In the sky surrounding the island, many flying boats bustled about, coming and going endlessly, carrying passengers and goods from various places. To the north of the main island was the Gatekeeper Island, tasked with guarding the entrance to the large island. This island measured 1,000 by 100 meters, floating motionlessly like a fortress in the sky. On it stood several houses and fearsome, advanced defense towers equipped with the latest technology to ensure security. "Good morning, Mr. Terra. We would like to conduct a routine inspection," said a man with a stern face. A large sword hung on his back, giving the impression that he was a seasoned warrior. "Badge," Mr. Terra responded curtly. The old man in the grey robe scrutinized everyone who approached with sharp eyes. The stern-faced man respectfully handed over his gold badge. As a commander of the Gold Tier Guards, he felt a bit of pride. However, in front of the gatekeeper of one of the 4 main gates of the World Trade Alliance Island, he could only bow, suppressing his usual arrogance. His duty as a Gold Tier commander was to ensure the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the island was safe from danger. Monster islands could appear at any time, so without routine patrols, foreign monsters could threaten the smaller islands and the survivor flying boats. Mr. Terra examined the gold badge carefully, then looked at the guard team members behind the stern-faced man. Seeing nothing amiss, he nodded and said, "Report back before 6 p.m. "Yes, sir," replied the stern-faced man. He then turned and walked toward the flying boat docked near the island, followed by 100 team members. The boat was 200 meters long, armed with 200 cannons, and equipped with lightning towers and automated bow turrets inside. Its design was impressive, showcasing the strength and sophistication of their defense technology. After all the team members boarded, the flying boat slowly lifted off the ground and began to float, heading towards the area they needed to secure. Inside the boat, the team members checked their equipment, ensuring everything was ready for the mission. They knew that although this task was routine, danger could come at any time from unexpected directions. The sky above the main island remained calm, but tension lingered among the guards. They understood that their responsibility was not only to protect the large island and the thousands of smaller islands around it but also to maintain the strength and safety of the alliance established here from external threats. A week had passed since the first event in the Divine Sky Realm. The main alliance island had been operating regularly, and everyone was beginning to adapt to their new lives. The life and habits they once had on Earth were starting to form again. Schools, colleges, hospitals, entertainment centers, television, flying boats, and various other technologies were emerging. The primary energy source was no longer electricity but more efficient energy crystals. System panels like Regional Chat and Market were still in use as usual. However, unlike at the start of their transition, the pace of messages was no longer as rapid. The market feature was still widely used, but valuable items rarely appeared. Within an hour of posting a valuable item, the seller might be eliminated before the item could be sold. While everyone was going about their daily lives, Lun, along with Nitu and 3 other alliance members, had just finished destroying a monster island. On top of the monster island lay many corpses of wide-handed gorillas, each over 2 meters tall. Among them was one wide-handed gorilla, 10 meters tall, with muscles rippling all over its arms. Yes, it was a commander deer gorilla. Brother, this is the 46th island we have destroyed. Not a single one has dropped a silver badge, said an elderly man named Heikel, gazing at a black book floating in front of him. The book emitted a dark aura, and staring at it too long could make an ordinary person fall asleep or even lose their memory. Yes, I suspect the silver badges are not dropped by monsters but might be obtained by completing certain missions. Laras, standing nearby with a large cross on her back, spoke up. Hearing their speculation, Lung nodded lightly. They had been searching for 6 days and had also inquired with other alliances in regional number 2344. No one had any useful information. All right. Since there are no results, let's continue searching for a little while longer. If we still find nothing, we'll have to wait for the system to provide a clue, said Lun. Everyone nodded in agreement. They then extracted all the gorilla corpses and took over the island. Once everything was done, they returned to their own island and continued their hunt for the silver badges. Chapter 24, Event, Race War Begin. Regional borders removed. Morning on the main island of the World Market Alliance. Children were running around the green open field, filled with flowers, shady trees, and playground equipment. Vendors surrounded the park, selling their snacks to the visitors. Careful, Lius. Slide down slowly, a mother said to her son, who was about to go down a half-meter slide. Her husband, standing beside her, was also worried. Hold on tight, son. Trust your dad, he said. Scenes of happy families like this could be seen throughout the park. Everyone was enjoying a comfortable and peaceful life. Children played, and parents watched with joy, creating a truly serene atmosphere. In stark contrast to the main island, a tense atmosphere filled the room inside a flying ship. Damn it! I told you to retreat. Why are you all so stubborn? Shouted a man with a longbow angrily at everyone in the room. He looked furious, his eyes red, and his fists clenched tightly. He glared at each person around him, as if wanting to crush them with his gaze. I'm sorry, Captain, we were too greedy. A young man said fearfully but bravely tried to calm the angry captain. Sorry? Sorry for what? Do you think they can come back to life with your useless apology? The man with the bow continued to berate his crew without mercy, looking as if he had lost something precious. Sislaras, how about we go to Mino's Mall? I heard there are lots of good things sold there. Sounds good. Let's go, Laras replied. The two women in the flying car were discussing where to go next. They were Nita and Laras, who had grown very close over the past few days. Nita felt that Laras was like an older sister who cared for her, making her feel comfortable around her. Soon, they reached a very crowded area. The main road was 10 meters wide, and the tallest building in the area was 25 floors high with a very aesthetic appearance. Nita and Laras parked their car at one of the buildings and walked towards the mall entrance. As they entered, they were greeted by a vast space. White lights illuminated the entire area, and people bustled about non-stop in front of them. It's huge. I didn't expect a mall this big to be built in just 15 days, Nita said, her mouth forming a big O. She was the main brain behind managing Lun's main island, but due to the many responsibilities and tasks she handled, she forgot to try out amazing things like Mino's Mall. Ha ha. Let's go. Look, there's a jewelry seller over there, Laras said, pulling Nita's hand and heading towards a jewelry store. Unlike Nita, Lung was currently in a very quiet and spacious room. The room was brightly lit with white lights. This room was filled with racks containing gold chests, neatly arranged like bookshelves in a library. Yes, this was Lung's main storage room. The materials he possessed were countless at this point. Imagine, 10,000 chests opened 24 times a day for 15 days equals 3 million gold chests. Which regional alliance could produce 3 million gold chests? Even during the first event, with a gold chest priced at 1 million points, obtaining 3 million gold chests would require 3 trillion kill points. Do you want to open a gold chest? Yes. Successfully opened a gold chest. Obtained, white stone X4, medium well blueprint. Hard iron sword. Items immediately dropped from thin air, a white stone, a blueprint, and an iron sword. Lun gathered the dropped materials and placed them in the chest beside him. Opening chests and organizing the items into gold chests was Lun's daily routine. Since his bag was full, the items from the gold chest fell from thin air. Lun tirelessly and unbridled continued to open the next gold chest. Since his failure to be in the top 20 in the first event, he had rid himself of the arrogance of obtaining an SSS tier talent. He had become someone with calculated and realistic plans and would not do anything without a clear strategy. On a floating island with a size of 3 million square kilometers, in a grand room, there was a 10-meter-high black portal with an endless black water flow. Suddenly, someone emerged from the portal. A young man with a broad smile stepped out. He looked around and nodded. Awesome. Lord William has finally returned. Welcome back, Lord William. How was the journey to the realm of the gods? Someone asked. William shook his head and replied, calm down, I've just returned. Hold an emergency meeting in the Alliance main hall in 10 minutes. Yes, Lord. A woman in a tight suit and black skirt responded promptly, noting down and contacting someone ordinary people might not know, but the same event was happening in 2 other places in the Divine Sky realm. Each person emerging from the portal had an intimidating power, seemingly worlds apart from level 20 rulers. Back on Lun's Island, Lun was in the Alliance main hall, reading reports on his desk. He had information on the total permanent population of 240,000, the formation of hunter associations, guilds, and martial arts organizations, and the security and crime rates on the main island. As the main owner of the Alliance, he had full control over what happened. Therefore, he needed to know everything that was going on and how the island was developing. The heavy data gathering tasks were handled by the 10 core members. It was almost 12 noon. Solon wanted to leave the main hall to grab lunch at his favorite restaurant, Rudy Risto. Before he could stand up from his chair, the long silent system notification appeared in his view. Congratulations to the sovereign who are still standing. The race war battle event has begun. Event duration, 29 days. 23 hours, 59 minutes. Regional boundaries have been removed. Regional chat has been removed. Blue Planet Race chat has been added. Chapter 25. Top 3 Earth Alliances. Event reward. Lun's Island, Life City. Lun saw the system announcement that had just appeared. He read it carefully, paying attention to every detail. The first thing he noticed was the removal of regional boundaries, meaning that all humans on Earth could now meet. In other words, the strong individuals from the previous event would be facing him. He was very curious about how powerful these people were. Deep down, Lun also wanted to duplicate the items they had obtained as the top 3 in the previous event. Lun then shifted his gaze to the system panel. The system indicated that regional chat had been removed and replaced with the Blue Planet Human Race chat. Blue Planet Human Race. William Alexander, Supreme Overlord. Earth Paradise Alliance is recruiting individuals with BS rank talents. Regardless of your country, race, or gender, as long as you have an A rank talent or higher, you will be accepted. S rank talents will become core members. Baichi, Supreme Overlord. Hello everyone, we welcome all. Come and grow together with the Eternal Life Sect. For Chinese citizens, join us and receive free level 10 equipment. Vladimir Nova, Supreme Overlord. For Sovereign with a total status of over 1000, the King of Hell Alliance is opening opportunities. Jackson, awesome, all humans can finally join. Dad, I'm in region number 5622. Add me as a friend. Use Army. Cherry Blossom Market is selling high-level medicine. Come and save your precious life. Meng Hao, Abyssal Vanguard sect is accepting disciples. Haruka, did any of you find a portal appearing on your island? Where do these portals lead? Dicky, my friend already entered the portal, but he hasn't returned. Xiaoyu, look at the top 3 chats. Their names are glowing. What's with the titles after their names? Do they have any real effect? Hubert, the rewards for the top 3 this time seem several times crazier than the previous event. What does it feel like to be in the top 3? Most people felt happy because now all humans could meet and were no longer restricted as before. They were almost all talking about the ongoing event. A very striking and different feature of the chat this time was the 3 golden chats at the top. The 3 names belonged to the top 3 in the previous event. Their chats never moved down like banner notifications. Even their messages had golden borders and dragon icon at the ends. Sigh. Seeing the arrogant benefits provided by the system, Lun could only sigh. He remembered how arrogant he was to compete with those people without conducting any investigation on them. Patience. Patience. He reassured himself several times before finally calming down. He then shifted his gaze to the leaderboard. Event rank, top 1 to 3, Super Territory Artifact, 100 million crystals, Epic Chest, Ancestral Dragon's Nest, top 4 to 10. Regular Territory Artifact, 10 million crystals, Gold Chest, Sky Griffin's Nest, top 11 to 50, 1 million crystals, Gold Chest, Hell Monkey's Nest. As usual, the leaderboard did not disappoint. The items listed were always new and had very impressive names. Lun didn't look any longer. He then sent a message to the 10 core members of the Alliance and to Nita, informing them of an important meeting, on the northern streets of Life City. There was a small bar with a few people inside. Mr. Ari, weren't you planning to join the World Market Alliance? An old man asked the elderly man next to his chair. Yes. But I won't apply now. I want to join this new event first, replied the old man with a long white mustache. Ha ha ha. At your age, do you still have hope of competing with those young people? Wouldn't joining the World Market Alliance ensure a good life for your grandchildren? Fool. We are not on Earth right now. Do you think the miracles and wonders you see every day make sense to an earthly human like you? The old man with the moustache looked at his old friend with a mocking gaze. But enough. Enough. You won't understand. Just run your farming business like a robot without a future. They continued their conversation as old friends. In another room, a sturdy woman was reporting to an old man sitting at a large desk. All main forces have returned to the city, sir. Access to the portal is very easy as it appears randomly in open land, the woman said in a firm and clear tone. The old man nodded and said, is there any movement from the island owners? So far, none, sir. But it seems they will hold a big meeting in a few minutes. The old man clasped his hands on the table, then rested his head on his clasped hands. He seemed to be pondering something. After a long silence, the old man said, speed up all preparations and try to investigate with new organizations from outside the region. Yes, sir. The random appearance of portals was one of the reasons everyone was talking about the new event. Not only ordinary people, but guilds, alliances, associations, and major organizations were discussing the same thing. As the main owner of the island, Uln did not restrict these people. The more they developed, the happier Uln would be. Main hall of the World Market Alliance. Conference room. A very spacious white room. The walls are red-brown with beautiful, neatly engraved patterns. Statues of various mythical animals and flowers with different aromas fill the corners of the room. A large chandelier in the center of the ceiling adds a majestic feel to the room. There are not many components in this room except for decorations and a large, long table with 10 big chairs lined up along the sides. At the front of the table, there are 2 special black chairs. Uln and Nita sat in the 2 black chairs, while the 10 other alliance members sat in the red chairs along the sides of the table. All 10 members were present, knowing how important this meeting was. Chapter 26. World Market Alliance Plan, Member Growth. Uln looked at everyone present. It had been 15 days since they moved to the Divine Sky Realm, and everyone had become stronger. Uln could see their growth and development just by looking at their appearances. In the front right seat sat Mr. Hayeikel with his black magic. A thick black book always floated around him lately. Mr. Hayeikel was quite famous among the upper echelons on Uln Island. Next to him, on the front left seat, sat Laras with a calmer and gentler demeanor than usual. The large cross on her back gave off an unavoidable sense of threat. Besides its massive size, the cross also calmed the hearts of those who saw it and emitted a strong positive aura. The other members hadn't been idle for the past 15 days either. In the middle right seat was a young man with a Y-shaped staff, the green fire at the tip never extinguishing. Next to him sat a middle-aged, muscular man with his upper body exposed, clearly a blacksmith. Indeed, this man, Gusty, was famous for his S-rank talent in weapon crafting, never disappointing. Other members didn't flaunt their weapons like Laras, Mr. Hayeikel, Gusty, and Booty with his green fire staff. However, the most notable member was a little girl in the back left seat. The girl had short, straight black hair, fair skin, and innocent eyes. Uln initially didn't think she had a system, but when she demonstrated her ability to summon a skeletal dragon, Uln was convinced and allowed her to join the World Market Alliance. Initially, the girl was quite shy, but after Nita visited her house several times and played with her, she became less afraid and a bit braver. Welcome and thank you for attending this meeting, Uln began. First, let's discuss the event and how it works. Uln opened the meeting and addressed the first topic, identifying and understanding the current event. Yes, Mr. Uln. Some of my subordinates mentioned that the portals lead to places where a certain race is located. There, a war is happening, and if we help them, we will earn contribution points. Gusty spoke first. As a blacksmith, he had a wide network. Yes, Mr. Uln. I also heard rumors that the contribution points we earn can be exchanged for silver badges. This way, we can break through level 20, said Mr. Hayeikel from the side. Other members also shared and conveyed all the information they had. They didn't hold back because they had received a lot of help from Uln as the #1 alliance in regional number 2344 previously. It would be foolish to antagonize Uln. After much discussion, they finally obtained a big picture of the ongoing event. Portals would appear randomly across the island, which had an area of 100,000 square kilometers. The destination and direction of the portals varied. The larger the portal, the higher the level of the racial battle it led to. Additionally, after entering a portal, a 1-hour waiting period was required before the return feature appeared on the status panel. Entering a portal consumed 100 energy crystals, with the cost increasing depending on the portal's size. Contribution point exchanges were carried out by the race they helped, meaning the higher the level of the race, the better the items exchanged for contribution points. Additionally, sovereigns could obtain missions from creatures in the race's realm. Alright, I think that's enough about the event. Next, Does anyone have thoughts on how we should participate in this event? Felt the event discussion was complete and moved on to the World Market Alliance's plan for the Race War Battle event. I suggest entering the portals in groups or teams. Mr. We don't yet know the situation in the realms we will enter, so it would be safer to go with companions. Mr. Hayekle expressed his thoughts, prioritizing everyone's safety. I agree with Mr. Hayekle. Some of our members are not 100% specialized in combat. Like Mr. Hayekle and Princess Laras. Dion, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was confident in his A-rank talent enhancement, but he still considered the Alliance members as family and felt they should protect each other. Other members also joined the discussion, debating the steps they should take and how to become the top 3 in this event. After several minutes of discussion, they agreed on a few things. Mr. Hayekle would lead a team of 5 members, and Laras would lead another team of 5 members. And Laras would go solo. Regarding becoming the top 3, suggested focusing on earning as many contribution points as possible for now. They would discuss detailed plans after experiencing the racial battles firsthand. The final topic was each member's strength, as they needed to know each other's capabilities to form teams. They also shared items if anyone needed them. Lastly, before closing the meeting, distributed a pair of talismans he obtained from a crowned man during the Tier 1 promotion test. Golden Step Talisman. When activated, the body will move to a location within a 1 kilometer radius. Golden Shield Talisman. Activating the talisman will form a shield that can withstand the full power of Master-level creatures. After about an hour and a half, the Alliance meeting concluded. And Nita then returned to the main hall of Life City. On their way to the main hall of the city, and Nita walked along the main street. The road was made of sturdy white bricks. As it was the city center, it was very crowded. And Nita were accustomed to walking and enjoying the beauty of the city they had built. Brother, how about we stop by Freshwater Shop? Nita pulled Uln's hand and pointed to a place nearby. There was a 2-story building with a glass front. The logo matched the name, showing a clear glass with ice cubes and water flowing out like a tsunami. Ah, you're still a foodie at heart. Let's go. Uln sighed. No one could resist Nita's food cravings. They headed to the building just like everyone else. Hello, Princess Nita. Where are you headed? Princess Nita, you're getting more beautiful. Can we take a picture? Indeed. The world's technology had almost matched, and even surpassed, that of Earth. Although social media hadn't been developed yet, devices for taking pictures were starting to appear. It was only a matter of time before human civilization advanced 1,000 times beyond what it once was on Earth. Chapter 27, 5 Types of Power Systems. Rudy Restaurant, 2nd floor. Uln and Nita were currently dining together at Rudy Restaurant. Brother, do you think they will become hostile towards us while eating? Nita asked Uln, who was sitting across the table. No. Do you think it's that easy to make enemies? Uln replied casually while continuing to eat his food. A while ago, he received a private message on behalf of the Earth Paradise Alliance. They stated that they wanted to cooperate with the World Market Alliance. However, Uln politely declined. It wasn't just from Earth Paradise. There were over 10 alliances that invited the World Market Alliance to cooperate, but Uln rejected them all. Uln actually didn't have a problem with cooperation. But these top alliances wanted the World Market Alliance to become a subordinate alliance, giving 20% of the World Market Alliance's earnings. Uln wasn't arrogant, but he truly couldn't agree to such terms. It would be foolish to cooperate with others without adequate compensation. Because of Uln's refusals, Nita was a bit worried. In most stories like this, rejection often ends in hostility. But once again, this was the real world. Nita, have you obtained information about the largest portal size? Uln asked. Yes, brother. There are several in Sister Lara's City of Light. Nita obtained information from Alliance members in the information department that portals varied in size. The largest portal found so far was 20 meters high. Good. Finish your food quickly, and let's head out. Okay, brother. They continued eating for another 30 minutes before finally leaving the restaurant and heading to the City of Light on the western part of an island. Southern area, City of Light. In the sports field, full of fresh green grass, there was a 20-meter-high blue portal. The portal was surrounded by barrier ropes, and there were 4 guards ensuring that ordinary people did not enter. As the Alliance leader, Uln had arranged for the 20-meter portals to remain inaccessible for the time being. The dangers within had not yet been confirmed, so Uln and the core members would check them first before allowing public access. Welcome, Mr. Uln. Princess Nita, the head guard greeted them. Uln nodded and said, thank you. Please ensure that ordinary citizens do not enter until we give the order. Understood, sir. Uln glanced at Nita beside him. Her face was filled with strong curiosity. Her gaze was fixed on the portal as if reading the thousands of possibilities on the other side. Let's go in. They slowly but surely entered the portal, eventually being swallowed by the blue portal, multi-space portal. Are you sure you want to enter? Yes. Uln recalled that the top 3 prize in the previous event was also a multi-space portal. Did this mean that the top 3 players had entered the portal before the other rulers? Before Uln could finish his speculation, the portal had already swallowed him from the island, a vast field. Portal islands neatly lined up in the middle of the field. Every now and then, people would emerge from the portals. The people who emerged had various appearances. Some carried bows, some had halos of light, some were cloaked in dark flames, and some took the form of animals like wolves and bears. All sorts of creatures emerged from the portals. Ha ha. Finally, I'm back. I'll kill that ugly monster this time. After upgrading my equipment, I'm sure I'll get a lot of contributions. Those beast masters are too arrogant with their monsters. And those stupid players, why are they helping those damn beast masters? Non-stop conversations of people emerging from the portals could be heard. Most of them seemed to be at war and eager to earn contribution points. Not far from the portal field, there were several small posts guarded by guards in matching uniforms. Their hair was neatly tied, and their cloaks bore a crossed sword emblem. At these small posts, some people who had just emerged from the portals headed straight there. After some light conversation, the guards handed over bronze badges to the people in front of them. A few guards stationed on the outer perimeter were having a discussion. Look, it seems the Faith Wardens are joining the summon this time. Yes, I also feel Lord Gu is prioritizing the war with the Beast Masters this time. Are you stupid? This battle involves royal level artifacts. The guard's friend was annoyed and scolded his friend a bit. Yeah, but why are small forces like ours involved in such a big war? Again, you're showing your ignorance. Do you think everything you see here is free, without cost? By mobilizing small forces, if we win, it will greatly reduce the cost of war. That's enough. Get back to work. Since his friend had no warlike thoughts, the guard kept grumbling and stopped talking to his clueless friend. Uln and Nita now emerged from one of the portals. They saw many people of various kinds, styles, and auras. They felt they had moved to a place very foreign and far from home. The surrounding aura was strong. Even Uln, with an average attribute of 500 points, was overwhelmed and trembled inside. Is this a higher realm, brother? It seems very dangerous this time. I feel like they could attack us at any moment, said Nita from beside him. She kept looking around, seeing all sorts of people. Welcome, sir. Is this your first time in Guandu realm? A guard noticed Uln and Nita's movements and approached them. Uln looked at the guard who had asked status. Name, Ukan. Race, Kui race. Power core, cultivator. Level, foundation establishment. Even the status panel display had changed. A cultivator, Uln said in his heart. Yes, this is our first time here, Uln answered honestly. Welcome, sir, I am Ukan, and I will guide you. Ukan had a friendly appearance. He guided Uln and Nita to one of the posts. Along the way, Ukan provided an overview of the place they were in and the current situation. They were in one of the top sects in the Wulin Empire located in Guandu realm, the Heaven's News sect. Heaven's News sect was one of the tens of thousands of sects guarding the southern part of Guandu realm. Guandu realm was the realm of the Kui race, who were cultivators, and they were currently at war with the Torvu race. The Torvu race were beast masters from the Tuwu realm. Cultivators are beings who gain power by harnessing energy from the universe. In contrast, beast masters specialize in taming star beasts to gain power. Uln was also very surprised when Ukan mentioned that there were 5 types of power cores in the vast universe. The 5 core powers are: 1. Faith Warden, beings who gain power from faith energy. 2. Cultivator, beings who gain power from natural energy. 3. Player, beings who gain power from the will of nature. 4. Star beings who gain power from their bloodline. 5. Beast Master, beings who tame star beasts. Chapter 28, Faith Warden vs. Player. Uln and Nita were currently at one of the posts. The supervisor in front of them asked a few questions such as their names, power cores, and origins. The power core referred to the source of their power, so Uln answered system. Their origin was the Divine Sky Realm. After getting the information, the supervisor then issued a bronze badge and handed it to Uln and Nita. War badge. Name, Uln. Power core, system, tier 1. Rank, bronze. Contribution points, 0. Origin, Divine Sky Realm. Nita received a similar bronze badge. After their business was finished, they both left. Excuse me, Mr. U, where can we earn contribution points? Uln asked Ukan, who was outside the post. Mr. Uln, you can go to the war office to take on missions. Ukan pointed towards the city gate. Mr. Uln, you can exit the portal area, walk straight along the main city road, and after a few minutes, you'll find the war office. Thank you, Mr. U. Uln thanked him. Then he and Nita walked towards the city gate. Passing through the gate, the surroundings were quite crowded. Excuse me, coming through. Come on, there's a discount promotion today. New menu items, boost your stamina. The shouts of the crowd continued to be heard, making Lun feel like he was in a city environment. Brother, look at that tower, it's so tall, Nita said, pointing her finger towards a tall tower in the middle of the city. The tower was very tall, its top not even visible. We'll have one like that someday, Lun said casually. They then walked for a few minutes before finally arriving at a 10-story building, 100 meters wide. Several soldiers and creatures from different races were coming in and out of the war office. Hey, move aside. Do you think you're special with that weak light? Two groups were currently clashing near the entrance. The speaker was a muscular man with a large spiked mace on his back. The one clashing with him was a young man holding a long swan feather. The most striking thing about him was the white halo above his head. Yes, the young man was a faith warden. TCH. Who are you to order me? The young man with the halo didn't flinch, provoking the muscular man. Ha ha ha. A little brat like you. Before he could finish his sentence, the muscular man activated all his equipment. Helmet, armor, boots, and gloves covered his muscular body. The blue mace grew larger, and golden spikes emerged. The muscular man swung the spiked mace with great force, aiming at the young man with the white halo. The young man with the halo didn't stay idle. The halo behind him expanded and quickly formed a transparent barrier in front of him. The spiked mace clashed with the transparent barrier, making a loud noise. The impact caused a strong gust of wind. Lun watched from a distance, unable to contain his surprise at the power of the two individuals. What on earth? Do they not know there's a guardian tower in our area? Lun thought to himself. In Lun's view, the transparent barrier shattered. Unable to withstand the momentum of the golden spiked mace, a cracking sound was heard, and then the mace hit the young man with the white halo. The young man flew 20 meters and crashed into one of the building walls. Brother, why didn't the guardian tower activate? Does this city not have an automatic guardian tower? Nitu asked curiously from the side. She also didn't expect the two individuals to take action in a crowded place within the city. Others didn't interfere with the fight, watching silently from the side. Once again, the players and faith wardens, they're like dogs and cats. Ugh. Enjoy the show. Want to bet? Some discussions from the side reached Lun's ears. It seemed he gathered some important information. Players and faith wardens didn't seem to get along. The young man with the halo felt pain in his chest, but it didn't last long. His eyes currently glowed golden. The long swan feather in his hand floated in front of him, then lifted upwards. Feather quills appeared out of thin air. Feathers continued to emerge until there were more than 100, then 1,000, and they kept increasing. Ha ha ha, that player is going to lose this time. Damn. Is the faith warden going serious? I'm worried the mayor will show up this time to settle the issue. Discussions from the side continued to provide new information for Lun and Nita. The young man with the halo's swan feather filled the sky above him. The feathers then flew down towards the muscular man at high speed. Like a rain of arrows, the muscular man's body became the target. Flowing mace. A few words came out of the muscular man's mouth. The mace in his hand moved fluidly, and all the incoming feather arrows were casually deflected. Seeing that his feather attack was ineffective, the young man with the halo, who was 20 meters away, suddenly moved quickly and appeared behind the muscular man. The white halo above his head flew over the muscular man's head. A bright light enveloped the muscular man. Damn, this damned light prison again. The muscular man cursed. He wasn't worried. A clock as big as a ball came out of his bag. The clock's hand turned, and the number 5 appeared. From an outsider's perspective, the entire area within a 1-kilometer radius had currently stopped. Mayor's office. Sir, there's a fight between a player and a faith warden again. A female assistant reported to the middle-aged man behind a large desk. Again? The middle-aged man said lazily. Yes, sir. The player even used his time artifact. Tell Elder Zane to handle them. The middle-aged man seemed very reluctant to hear the report. He lazily delegated the matter to Elder Zane. Yes, sir, the woman said respectfully. She then broke a long talisman. Back to the fight in front of the war office. When the clock started, the surroundings time stopped. Some individuals with special abilities were not affected, like a human with snake eyes and a young man with a black sword at his waist. Lun and Nita were also unable to move. However, their thoughts were still active, watching the fight between the two individuals. Chapter 29. Elder Zane, Nascent Soul Cultivator. The muscular man glanced at the young man with the white halo. A wide smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, you're done this time. He then pointed the tip of his mace at the young man. The mace seemed to move, revealing sharp teeth at its end. Like a snake, the tip of the mace opened its mouth wide, more than a meter, and then devoured the young man with the white halo. The mace chewed briefly with its sharp teeth, then swallowed with great relish, its tongue licking its lips as if it had eaten the most delicious meal ever. Ha ha ha, the muscular man laughed loudly. He felt like he had won a historic battle. He then noticed the clock's hand had stopped, and the number on the clock showed 0. The large clock then disappeared into thin air. Time returned to normal, but the muscular man sensed something was amiss. Why aren't people cheering? he thought to himself. As he had suspected, when he looked back, the young man with the white halo stood there casually. Ha ha ha, besides big muscles, what else do you have? The young man mocked. Without waiting long, the white halo floated back up into the sky. However, this time it was different. Like a sun shining brightly, the white halo formed a domain. Ha 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 ha, let's see where your arrogance is now. The young man with the white halo's aura increased at a palpable rate. Even the mayor felt the chaos intensifying. Run. Get away. Crazy, that guy has awakened the seed of faith. Stay away if you don't want to get involved. Mr. Banglu. Someone call Mr. Banglu. That player is finished. Panicked screams dispersed the onlookers who had been watching the fight from the sidelines. Who would have thought a brief encounter in front of the war office would spark such a big battle? Miss, do you want to keep watching? Not far from the corner, an old man who looked like a servant asked a young girl in white. Yes, I'm curious about y'all's new power, the girl said with interest. Her hair and eyes were white. Other than that, she looked like an ordinary girl on the city streets. The girl's gaze remained fixed on the young man with the white halo. At that moment, the young man with the white halo moved his swan feather quill, the tip of which was very sharp, exuding a pure white aura. The muscular man was a bit overwhelmed this time. His mace kept clashing with the swan feather quill. Damn. A few months ago, this guy hadn't even awakened his seed of faith. Hey, Petrie, if you stay idle, I'll kill you when we get back. The muscular man glared sharply at a young man with a bow on his back. Ha ha ha. Rod, you made a mistake and brought trouble to me, the man with the bow on his back replied. Despite his words, he still took the golden bow from his back. Petrie's equipment glowed, all in blue. Soon, the man with the bow ran, then soared high into the sky. He drew his bow and aimed it at the young man with the halo. What is it? You're asking for help from your lowly friend now? The young man with the halo mocked. A black arrow flew towards him. Feather quills appeared out of thin air, blocking the arrow. Damn. Why do these people always have weird powers? The young man with the white halo said. The feather quills he summoned did not block the black arrow. It was like a hot knife meeting butter. Not staying idle, he moved and attacked the bowman with a rain of feather quills like before. This time, the rain of feathers was different. He received a strength buff from his halo domain. 2 players against 1 faithward. The fight continued, and people had already moved away by now. Everyone stop. An old man in a white robe appeared. He floated in the sky. A powerful oppressive aura filled the entire area. Even the young man's white halo domain was shattered. Their attacks all fell inactive, especially the 3 of them. The oppressive force was so strong that they lay hugging the ground like lizards. Sorry, Elder Zane. Sorry. We were wrong. Forgive us, Elder Zane. The 3 of them struggled to apologize. Elder Zane ignored them. He just continued to stare at them. Then he added more pressure. Blood now flowed from the mouths of the 3. The sound of cracking bones was also heard. Elder Zane, forgive the chaos caused by young Master Yol. We will provide compensation. A woman in the group of the young man with the white halo spoke. Shut up. 2 words came from Elder Zane's mouth. His eyes still fixed on the 3 hugging the ground, their bodies soaked in blood. But before the woman could finish her sentence, the same strong pressure pressed down on her like the 3. Now 4 people felt the pressure that made their hearts feel like they were being electrocuted. The power exerted by Elder Zane rendered them unable to think clearly anymore. Fear, regret, and the hope that someone would help filled their minds. Ha ha. Just because you have a little power seeking death in the war zone, they got what they deserved. Elder Zane is as strict as ever, and watched everything from start to finish. His heart pounded when Elder Zane first appeared. Status: Name: Zane Wafu. Race: Kui race. Power Core: Cultivator. Rank: Nascent Soul. Master. Master? Lun shouted in his heart. He then remembered the golden talisman he had received. The talisman could withstand a full attack from a master-level being. He had more than 100,000 of such talismans. Didn't that mean he had 100,000 life-saving tools? This certainly made Lun very happy. Their security level would significantly increase, but it also indicated that the middle-aged man with the time crown was very powerful. He could even issue protective talismans like that casually. I give you 3 seconds to call someone who can give me clarity. Elder Zane still stood calmly with his hands behind his back. As soon as Elder Zane said this, the pressure slightly decreased. Although their bodies were severely damaged, with broken bones and internal organs, they still mustered the remaining strength to send information to their organizations. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, Elder Zane. From afar, the girl with white hair was sitting at this moment. She somehow got a chair to sit on. Very interesting. And exciting. That idiot Yol, the girl said with irritation. Yes, miss. I hope Mr. Idris does not come. The old servant seemed worried about something if the mentioned Mr. Idris arrived. Chapter 30. List of missions of the Kui race. Not long after the terror caused by Masters Ain, two individuals with auras matching his appeared. The first was a woman with red hair, dressed in bright purple. Upon arrival, she ignored Master Zane and went straight to the muscular man to help him. A bottle materialized out of thin air, which she poured into the mouths of the muscular man and his friend, the bowman. Lun watched from afar with admiration in his heart. The woman before him was a player like him. Her aura no less powerful than Master Zane's. Status: name, Rika. Volume: race, human race from planet Tidak. Power core: player. Level: Master. Bro. That woman is so strong. Even Nita, standing beside him, felt a sense of awe. What would it be like to have such power? After the red-haired woman appeared, another person came, a tall old man with long robes, neatly tied hair, and a well-groomed long mustache. He waved his hand casually, and holy light enveloped Yol. The young man with the white halo. All of Yol's injuries disappeared, and he could even open his eyes now. Since you have arrived, let's talk at the mayor's office. I must inform you that, due to the actions of your subordinates, the northern fortress has been destroyed. As soon as Master Zane said this, the eyes of the red-haired woman and the old man with the long mustache narrowed. The three of them then disappeared without further ado, and everything returned to normal. As if nothing had happened, everyone resumed their activities. Did you hear Master Zane's words? The northern fortress is destroyed? Yes. I'm worried it's only a matter of time before those beast tammers reach the main fortress. How could it be so easy? Let's take on a mission together. The discussion snapped Lun and Nito out of their reverie. They quickly headed into the war office. The war office was very spacious. In the middle, there were many counters with clerks behind them. On the sides, there were several boards where missions were posted. All sorts of beings with strange powers moved around, looking for members, discussing, and relaxing. In the area to the left, Nita, over here. Come on. They both headed to the board that seemed to be where the missions were listed. Feel free to browse. A female clerk guided everyone who came to take on a mission. Lun and Nita directed their attention to the board full of writing. They couldn't understand the writing, but at that moment, their system panels displayed information they could comprehend. Qui race missions, combat patrol at Fortress number 8 for 8 hours. 10 contribution points. Fight and enter the main battlefield for 5 hours, contribution points plus 70. Guard and defend at Fortress number 3 for 10 hours, contribution points plus 50. Participate in the assault plan, contribution points plus 200. Qui race missions. Achievement: eliminate a tier 1 Torvu race member, contribution points plus 1. Eliminate a tier 2 Torvu race member, contribution points plus 10. Eliminate a tier 3 Torvu race member, contribution points plus 100. Brother, which combat mission should we take? Nita found it difficult to make a choice because she had no idea about the current war situation. Let's take the mission to enter the battlefield with plus 70 contribution points. Lun replied, but brother, isn't that a bit excessive? Entering the battlefield directly? Nita felt her brother was being a bit reckless this time. Don't worry, we can escape with the golden talisman, Lun insisted. Brother, we did the same thing before. Are you really confident in yourself? This time, for some reason, Nita disagreed with Lun's plan. Seeing Nita's disagreement, Lun was a bit confused. It was not like his sister to be like this. However, as someone who had experienced a painful defeat before, he decided to follow Nita's advice this time. Alright, Nita is smart. So where to next? Lun conceded and listened to Nita's plan. Nita smiled and then said, first, we need to explore the city of the Heaven News sect. With your talent, we will surely achieve satisfying results. Hearing Nita's explanation, Lun was enlightened. He felt his brain was very dull for being too focused on the system. Brother, remember, the system is not something luxurious like in novels. Everyone has it. It's just a way for us humans to process power. What we need to focus on now is taking advantage of all the opportunities as best as we can. Nita continued to explain, hoping her brother would not be too rigid and only focus on the system like a robotic clerk. Ha, my sister is indeed smart as usual. Forgive your slow brother. Lun was not upset by Nita's lecture. He was grateful and remembered back to their days on Earth. Only his sister was his friend in difficult times and always supported him. After discussing further, Lun chose the patrol mission with plus 10 contribution points. Immediately, the female clerk handed over a kind of bank card with all the mission information written on it. Excuse me, miss, where can I exchange points? Lun asked the female clerk. Please go to the exchange section over there, sir. The woman pointed her hand to the center of the room. Indeed, several people looked very happy after coming out from the exchange desk. Thank you. Lun and Nita walked while observing the people passing by. The appearance of the players was typically marked by the main weapons they used. Most of them carried swords and magic staffs. It was also common to see players with shields on their backs. From their observation, Lun and Nita noticed that ordinary people without prominent equipment were cultivators. Essentially, cultivators were humans. In the war office, it was not uncommon to see people with human forms. They were the star beasts. Then there were those with the most distinctive aura and appearance, the Fate Wardens. The aura they emitted was very different from that of most people. After observing several times, Lun and Nita discovered that some Fate Wardens also had a dark aura, which was in stark contrast to the aura of the young man with the white halo from before. Chapter 31, To Pavilion, Multi-Space Portal. Lun and Nita looked at the list of exchangeable items on the scrolling screen. Contribution points exchange, silver badge, 30,000 points. Teton sword, 17,000 points. Mountain armor, 13,000 points. Damage talisman, 2,000 points. Purple stone, 100 points. Folio flower, 100 points. Red defense tower, 19,000 points. There were thousands more items on the exchange list. It seems difficult to get a badge just by doing patrol missions, Lun said, pondering how to earn 30,000 contribution points. Come on, let's explore the city first, Nita urged from the side. Alright, let's go. They left the war office and started thinking about where to go. How could I forget a place full of items like this, Lun thought to himself. They were now at the largest treasure pavilion in the city of Heaven's News. The pavilion stood tall at the center of Heaven's News, boasting 10 floors. Many people were coming in and out of the pavilion. Most of them were Tier 1 and Tier 2 beings, with occasional Tier 3 individuals appearing with a haughty demeanor. Even though they were at the golden core stage, these cultivators could live comfortably in the city. Not only cultivators, but Faith Wardens, players, and star beasts also frequented the pavilion to shop for equipment. Occasionally, someone in human form would emit a powerful dragon aura, indicating a significant background in the cultivation world. When Lun and Nita entered the first floor, they saw numerous glass displays surrounding the area. The weapons hanging on the walls were equally luxurious and impressive. Brother, have you seen that huge bull head? Nita pointed at the bull helmet hanging on the wall. Hell bull helmet. Level 25. Attribute, Rees plus 120. SDR plus 76. Breath of Courage. Increases stamina by 25%. Increases Rees attribute by 25% for 1 minute. Yes. A special equipment for Tier 2 rulers, Lun said as he walked towards one of the displays. Besides the helmet, there were many weapons of various shapes and attributes. Murder Staff. Level 35. Attribute, INT plus 371, AGA plus 296. Breath of Courage. Releases a massive energy explosion in a 25-meter radius, dealing an additional 200% of total INT damage. Welcome to Pavilion. How may I assist you? A male attendant greeted politely. I would like to see the most expensive items in this pavilion, Lun asked directly. The attendant's expression changed slightly. He thought Lun was being a bit arrogant and ignored him. After all, how could you trust someone who hadn't even reached Tier 2 to make such a bold request? Seeing the attendant's silence, Lun felt confused. Brother, they're not part of the system. They don't even know us, Nita whispered from the side. Sorry. I was just joking, Lun apologized sincerely. He then took out a bag full of 10 million energy crystals. The attendant frowned and checked the bag's contents. A wide smile soon appeared on his face. Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you earlier. Hastily apologizing, the attendant ran to the back to retrieve something. Please have a look, sir, the attendant said, presenting a bag full of items. Small bag. Intercontinental ship, 14 million energy crystals. Advanced lightning tower, 8 million energy crystals. Fu King's sword plus 10, 2,500,000 energy crystals. Lun was interested in all the items except Fu King's sword. Even so, he bought everything, feeling there was a slight difference between system items and cultivator items. What's the total? Lun asked casually. Hearing Lun's words, the attendant almost fainted. Did he just catch a big fish? Even with a 1% commission, he would profit greatly. Sorry, sir, I can't handle such a large transaction. I need to call Elder One, the attendant said, heading to the back to fetch someone. Soon, an old man in a white robe appeared. Status: Name, Wanlu. Race, Kui race. Power core, cultivator. Level: demon. Someone above a master? Lun and Nita were shouting in their hearts. Their hearts were pounding. Young friends, sorry to keep you waiting. Elder One was very friendly, not emitting the slightest pressure. Ha, it's no problem, Elder One. Lun could only laugh nervously. No need to worry. I'm just doing some routine checks, Elder One said, scanning Lun's entire body with his gaze. Lun felt completely defenseless under Elder One's examination, standing still as if being searched without clothes. Good. You may proceed with the transaction at the pavilion. Lun felt relieved hearing Elder One's words. He worried his talent might be discovered, not about the system's existence. Then, I'll leave it to you, Elder One. Lun handed over a bag containing 67 million energy crystals to Elder One. In return, Elder One gave him a bag with 7 items. Ha, young Master Lun is very straightforward, Elder One laughed, having checked the bag's contents and found the value matched the agreement. May I ask if young Master Ln is interested in another deal? Ln hadn't expected Elder One to offer another deal. He was a bit cautious but nodded in agreement. Well, what do you think, young friend? Are you interested? Elder One took out a round object with strange writing and a portal image inside. Multi-space portal. Forms a dimensional path between spaces. Maximum distance, 10 spaces. 1 space equals 1000 trillion kilometer. Ln's eyes widened at the item before him. 1 trillion kilometer, Ln thought to himself. 10 spaces mean approximately 10 trillion kilometers. Isn't this distance almost the same as the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy? What kind of existence is capable of creating a device with such a vast teleportation range? What do you think? Elder One asked, seeing Ln's interest. How many energy crystals are needed to exchange for it? Elder One. A small smile appeared on Elder One's face. This portal cannot be exchanged for energy crystals. It requires 5 blessing potions. Elder One continued to smile warmly, waiting patiently. In contrast to Elder One's calm demeanor, Ln's heart was pounding. Nita was no exception. Chapter 32, Elder One's Hidden Mission. Brother, Nita tugged on Ln's sleeve. Very worried, Ln still couldn't accept how Elder One knew about his potions. He was also surprised that the blessing potions were so valuable. Alright, but I don't have 5 right now. I only have 3 potions. Ln tried to gamble. He felt Elder One didn't know exactly how many blessing potions he had, but somehow, Elder One could smell the potions scent on his body. 3 is fine. You can give the other 2 later, Elder One said calmly. Additionally, I also want the silver badge. Ln found Elder One easy to talk to. Since Elder One said they were making a deal, Ln tried to negotiate. Sure enough, Elder One took out a silver badge. Ha ha ha. Of course. I almost forgot that you are a player. Take it. This item isn't very valuable to us cultivators. 2 silver badges appeared in Ln's hands. Silver badge. A warrior's medal of bravery. Having passed the trials of Gay Yun, Ln didn't understand what Gay Yun was or how difficult it was to obtain it. So, he quickly put it in his bag. At the same time, he also took out the 3 blessing potions he had promised earlier. As he took out the 3 blessing potions, Elder One made a strange gesture. His hand formed a particular pattern, and then their surroundings changed. They were now in a completely different dimension. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ln, very good. Very good. Elder One glanced at the 3 potion bottles for a few seconds. He then opened them and inhaled the blessing aroma deeply. The last ingredient. Even if it's just 3, Elder One sighed deeply. Young Master Ln, when will you provide the remaining 2? Ln felt the old man in front of him really needed the blessing potions, but he truly couldn't take out more potions. He was worried about arousing others' suspicions. Elder One noticed the difficulty on Ln's face. Suddenly, Ln's eyes widened this time. Elder One's hidden mission. Name, Wanlu. Rank, S. Description. Provide Elder One with 2 blessing potions. Reward. 1 million contribution points. Damn. What kind of item am I holding that it has such a high value? Ln screamed in his heart. He glanced at his sister Nita beside him. Did you see that? Ln asked. Nita didn't understand what her brother was asking. She raised her eyebrows as if asking Ln to explain further. Ahem. Alright. I will provide the remaining 2 potions in 25 days. Ln had done the calculations in his head. He neither refused nor gave them too quickly. Successfully accepted mission. Elder One's hidden mission. Deadline 25 days. Agreed. Elder One smiled broadly. He then released the isolation barrier around them. Ln saw their surroundings filled with equipment displays once again. They had returned. Young Master Ln, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Before we part, please accept this platinum token from the pavilion. Elder One took out a transparent token. It was shaped like a royal shield but in a small size, about the size of an adult's palm. Without waiting any longer, Elder One disappeared from Ln's sight. The pavilion token, platinum, a token only held by a few lucky rulers and highly respected by the pavilion. This token can be used wherever a pavilion stands. Owner, Ln, validity, forever. Benefits, prioritized customer at the pavilion and highest privileges. Nice item. What happens if I duplicate it? Ln glanced at the transparent token in his hand. Amazed by the token he held, they had not been in Guangdu for a day, yet they had already become platinum level customers at one of the largest pavilions. Brother, why did Elder One act like that? Nita was still confused about how someone with power above Master negotiated with them as if they were equals. I don't know either. Let's just consider ourselves lucky this time. Ln didn't think further. He really didn't know why Elder One didn't rob or force them. Whatever the case, it was good for them. They then left the pavilion and intended to try promoting to Tier 2. An old man appeared on a floating island high above the sky. The island was beautiful, with all kinds of natural beauty visible. Waterfalls, forests filled with lush trees, clear rivers with smooth stones, and all kinds of star creatures enjoying life on the island. However, on the entire island, There was only one white palace in the middle. White swans filled the courtyard, long stairs and magnificent statues adorned the steps. Currently, someone was walking through those long stairs with determined steps. After a few minutes, he reached the palace door and stood still. He just stood there without a sound, without movement, firmly waiting for something. A moment passed, and finally, a voice was heard from inside the palace. Elder One, what important news brings you here? The voice from inside the palace contained a magical power, soft yet reaching Elder One's ears clearly. Lord Pavilion, I found the last item you requested. Hearing Elder One's words, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man was bare-chested, his pants looked like a skirt trailing to the glass floor of the palace. The thin pants gave a soft, relaxed, and smooth feeling to those who saw them. The blessing potion floated in front of the man. Then he asked, "Where did you get it?" Elder One explained everything he went through to obtain the blessing potions. He dared not hide anything, even explaining Lung's situation without adding or subtracting anything. Very good. By the way, give this item to the little guy when he provides the other 2 potions. And also, do not cause him any trouble. The old man took something out of thin air, then disappeared in an instant. Elder One looked at the item left by the young man. It seems I won a big bet this time. Elder One smiled slightly. He then turned and walked down the stairs. Chapter 33, Promotion to Tier 2. Leaving the Pavilion, Lun and Nitu explored several other places around the City of Heavenly News. They visited crowded places such as restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, martial arts dojos, and schools. Naturally, all the buildings and their atmospheres were very different from the social norms of Earth. For example, on Earth, they still used motorcycles with several wheels. However, in the world of cultivators, they preferred to use animal-powered carriages. Additionally, most flying objects like airships and flying beasts were quite expensive. So, it was not surprising to see several pushcarts around. Brother, how about we proceed to Tier 2 next? Nita was already quite tired from walking around the city, so she felt it was time to proceed. Yeah, let's rent a place for now, replied Lun. They soon went to one of the inns in the city center. They saw a 10-story inn and made a reservation for 1 week, spending 1,500 energy crystals. Hotel room, 7th floor. Brother, can you duplicate the silver badge? Inside the hotel room, Nitu asked with high curiosity. Yeah? Wait a moment. Lun then opened his status panel, and the cooldown for his infinity duplicate talent was over. Duplicate, silver badge, x 10,000. Are you sure? Yes. As usual, there was no hindrance. With a short burst of white light, 10,000 silver badges soon filled the storage space within his ring. Yes, Lun and Nita were no longer using system bags. The high-level bag they previously used could only hold 1,000 item slots, with each slot holding 100 stacks. But when they visited the Pavilion earlier, they bought a space ring with 100 cubic meters of storage for 10 million energy crystals. Ha ha ha, it never disappoints, Lun said, looking at all the silver badges in the storage space and taking a deep breath. Alright. 50% of our goal has been achieved, Lun said casually. Their goal this time was to find a silver badge to proceed. But this time, not only did they get the silver badge, they also obtained many high-quality items. Lun felt that he needed to explore high realms to quickly gain the strongest power. With his duplication talent, he could copy any item owned by powerful people. He even thought of duplicating the items used to create systems if possible. Lun didn't wait any longer and opened the promotion panel. Proceed to Tier 2. Consuming items. Silver badge. 100,000 energy crystals. Level 20 monster heart. Commander rank. Are you sure? Yes. Lun agreed casually. He suddenly felt a power entering his body. He could feel his blood flowing through every vein inside him. It wasn't painful but felt very strange, like a worm entering his body and moving freely. That strange feeling didn't last long. Soon replaced by a comfortable feeling, his body felt full of power. The ruler has successfully promoted to Tier 2. Sub-skills have been unlocked. Please fill them wisely. Lun was curious about his status increase, so he opened the status panel. Status. Name. Lun. Level. 20. 1%. Attributes. STR 1732, AGI 1580, INT 1338, RES 1691. Class. Swordsman. Holy Human. 90% exp. Skills. Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/ Area of Light. Subskill. Dash. Equipment. Divine Sword +10, Two-Step Shoes +10, Night Splitting Cloak +10, Fierce Fighting Gloves +10, Durable Helmet +10. Talent. Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features. Market. Chat. Friends. Sub-skills. Lun said, confused. Do cultivator skill books also count as sub-skills? He had actually seen some skill books when he went to the Pavilion, but there were no features other than general information. Yes, brother. Maybe we should try buying some skill books and trying them out. Nitu also thought the same. Yeah? Besides, we're not in a hurry. Come on, you should also proceed to tier 2. Okay, brother. Nita did the same, agreeing to the system prompt. Soon, Nita held Lun's hand. Startled, brother, Nita said, looking at Lun worriedly. Calm down, don't panic. Brother felt the same earlier. Nita seemed comforted and calmed down again. The promotion effect didn't last long. Nita looked at Lun and nodded. She then explained all her attribute status to Lun. Status: name, cute cat. Level, 23%. Attributes: STR 1684, AGU 1613, INT 1377, RES 1562. Class: Archer. Nature Elf, 60% exp. Skills: Arrow Explosion, Nature Archery Dance, Sun Core Arrow. Subskill: Dash. Equipment: Light Moon Bow +10, Puff Movement Shoes +10, Cloud Dancer Robe +10, Shooter's Gloves +10, Core Helmet +10. Lun and Nita both gained an additional 500 points in each attribute. All their equipment had also been replaced with the best available items, each upgraded to +10. Forging was very difficult, requiring someone with a forging talent for a high success rate and many resources. Not only energy crystals, but rare-colored stones were also needed. All of that only applied to others. Lun didn't even employ someone with a forging talent to upgrade his and Nita's equipment to +10. He did it himself with a very low success rate, spending many times the usual resources. Brother, look, the event ranking has changed. Hearing Nita's words, Lun opened the event ranking board. Event ranking 1. Raiden 22, 3602. William Anderson, 1453. Rikamu, 1254. Baiichi, 758. Laras, 430. Sister Laras? Lun asked, surprised. But after thinking about it, it made sense. He felt Laras had a special talent for combat. It seems we're falling behind again, Lun said, making a sad pose. Pack. A punch landed directly on Lun's stomach. The punch wasn't strong, but it made Lun surprised and slightly embarrassed. What's wrong, Nita? Lun still looked confused, not knowing what was happening. Arrogant. Don't complain if you're not on the ranking again. Nita turned away. Ha ha ha. Alright. Sorry, brother was just joking. Let's find suitable skill books for us. Nita still looked indifferent, but she walked towards the door. Lun raised his hand as if asking, what did I do wrong? Without thinking any longer, he followed her out. Chapter 34, Buying Skill Books at Pavilion. Pavilion, 5th floor. Unlike before, when they were served by a regular attendant who hadn't even reached foundation cultivation, this time Lun and Nita were attended by an elder at the nascent soul level. The elder before them was the branch head of the Pavilion in Heaven News City. Both of them were currently examining hundreds of books laid out before them. Each book contained skills that could be used to fill the sub-skill slots on their status panel. After reaching Tier 2, each skill book now displayed more detailed information. Brother, this one looks good, doesn't it? Nita handed on a thin, brown book for him to inspect. Fatal Shot. Attack the enemy's weak point, dealing additional damage. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base damage 1200. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement, level 20, Archer. Yes, it's quite good for sneak attacks. But don't focus solely on attack skills. Pay attention to speed and defense skills as well, Lun advised. Alright, brother. Excuse me, Mr. Su, how much is this book? Nita asked the branch head, whose name was Sugo. A rare level book is 1 million energy crystals, an elite level book is 250,000 crystals, and a common level book is 50,000 energy crystals, Sugo replied. Nita nodded and then learned the skill. Fatal Shot. Learning skill. Fatal Shot. Are you sure? Yes. There was no unusual effect. The skill book simply disappeared into thin air after being used. The skill name, Fatal Shot, also appeared on Nita's status panel. Amazing. But brother, how do we level up the skills? Lun was also puzzled by Nita's question. Suddenly, the branch head in front of them spoke up. Miss Lun, Princess Nita, you can level up skills using skill stones. The branch head pulled out a cube-shaped black stone. Insight Stone. Contains universal insights and can be absorbed. Insight points 100. Insight level, low. Type, universal. The branch head then explained how to obtain insight stones and their effects. Insight stones are obtained by killing certain creatures, whether monsters or beings with power cores. Most insight stones are untradable, meaning they cannot be used by others. However, universal type insight stones can also appear, though they are very rare due to their rarity. Their prices are extremely high. The price of a low-level universal insight stone is 10 high-level energy crystals. High-level energy crystals? Lun asked, confused. Yes, Mr. Ln. One low-level energy crystal is equivalent to 1000 medium-level energy crystals. And one medium-level energy crystal is equivalent to 1000 high-level energy crystals, the branch head explained in detail. He also mentioned that this is just a general conversion rate, and in reality, no one would exchange one medium crystal for 1000 low-level crystals. Essentially, crystals have certain purity levels at each tier. While the conversion is generally 1 to 1000 based on quantity, it does not reflect the quality. Alright, can I exchange for high-level energy crystals? Ln asked. Of course, since you are our platinum customer, Mr. Ln. However, please note that the exchange is limited to 100,000 high-level crystals. The branch head explained the last part nervously, fearing he might offend the platinum customer before him. Ha ha ha, of course not. I just want to exchange for 10 high-level crystals and 100 medium-level crystals. Ln pulled out a bag containing 11 million energy crystals. The rest is for you. Ln deliberately overpaid by 400,000 pure crystals out of pride. He thought of being extravagant this time. Seeing the extra crystals, the branch head was surprised and stood still for a moment, but he tried to act as normal as possible. Thank you, Mr. Ln. For the branch head, as someone at the nascent soul level, 1,000,000 crystals might not mean much, but earning 1,000,000 crystals in a single transaction still made him somewhat pleased. It was very rare for someone to tip that much in a single transaction. Ln didn't really care about how many high-level crystals he bought. As long as he had one high-level crystal, he could obtain 10,000 more within the next hour when the cooldown of the infinity duplicate talent was finished. And if he duplicated one high crystal 10 times a day for 10 days, he would get 1,000,000 high-level crystals, 10 times more than the maximum amount he could exchange at the pavilion. Ln continued to look for skill books suitable for the swordsman class. Quickly slashes twice, dealing double damage if it hits the same target. Level 1, 10,000. Base damage 2,700. Rarity, rare. Cooldown 2.5 minutes. Requirement, level 20, swordsman. Sword aura activates a sword aura for 1 minute, increasing damage and attack speed by 20%. Level 1, 10,000. Base damage 1000. Rarity, rare. Cooldown 10 minutes. Requirement, level 20, swordsman, not limited to the swordsman class. He also bought as many rare level books as he could. With this many skill books, he was confident they would greatly aid the development of the people on his island. Moreover, it could potentially help some individuals with low-level core crystals to acquire more powerful primary skills. Like barrier, forms a transparent barrier for 5 seconds, reducing incoming damage by 10%. Level 1, 10,000. Base defense, 5,400. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Requirement, level 20, universal. Fast jump, quickly performs a high and far jump within a 100-meter radius of the user. Level 1, 10,000. Base speed, 1,500. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement, level 20, universal. They spent 20 minutes selecting 10 sub-skills to use and also bought dozens of other books to duplicate. The branch head handed them a bag containing dozens of skill books, while Ln handed over a small bag containing 128 million energy crystals. Thank you, Mr. Ln. Don't hesitate to come back anytime, the branch head said with a warm smile. No problem, Mr. Su, we will come again, Ln replied. Ln and Nita then left the pavilion and tried to complete the patrol mission they had taken earlier. Chapter 35, Toward the Battlefield. A massive airship, 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide, floated peacefully in the sky. The ship was black, adorned with large cannons along its walls, and protected by a transparent shield that enveloped the entire vessel. On board this warship were many individuals, teleporters who had arrived in the Guandu realm to assist the Kui race in their battle against the Torvu race. Ln and Nita were among them. Brother, how much longer do you think it will be until we arrive? Nita asked as she continued to eat the curly noodles in front of her. They were sitting in one of the ship's restaurants, which was as luxurious as those found on major islands. Maybe about an hour more. We don't need to rush, Ln replied calmly, taking a bite of spicy crab. Since moving to the Divine Sky Realm, Ln had developed a strong liking for seafood. Suddenly, Ln paused his eating when someone approached their table. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Asked a young man standing beside the table with a girl. They seemed to be a couple. Their status appeared in Ln's view. Status: name, Grey Soul. Race, Sky Elf. Power Core, Faithwood. Level, Blessed Initiate. Status: name, Iliane. Race, Sky Elf. Power Core, Faithwood. Level, Blessed Initiate. A Tier 2 Faithwood. Ln thought, slightly surprised by the young couple before him. Yes, it's free, Ln answered casually. There were 2 empty seats at their table, so Ln didn't mind if someone else took them. The restaurant was nearly full, so it was natural for others to look for a place to sit. Thank you. Sorry for the intrusion, Gray said as he sat in one of the empty chairs. There was no arrogance in his tone. Instead, he seemed quite humble. I'm Gray, and this is my friend Iliane. Gray introduced himself. And Nito initially had a low opinion of Faithwardens due to the tense relationship between Faithwardens and players. However, the humble demeanor of this couple slightly altered their perception. The couple then sat down and ordered their food, making the atmosphere a bit warmer and friendlier. During the journey, and Nito engaged in deep conversation with Gray and Iliane, getting to know each other better. Where are you from? Asked with curiosity. We're from the Natrialum realm, Gray replied. There, the Faithwardens are the dominant sovereign. Listened attentively, intrigued by a realm he had never heard of before. So, what brings you to the Guandu realm? Nito asked, trying to understand the couple's purpose. We want to enhance our combat experience and seek new opportunities, Iliane answered enthusiastically. The Guandu realm is a place full of challenges and opportunities. As the conversation progressed, began to understand more about the Faithwardens. Their power stemmed from the influence they spread. The more beings that believed in and worshipped them, the faster their power grew. A strong Faithwarden can possess incredible power based on the faith of their followers, Gray explained. It's not uncommon for some to achieve immortality in the minds of their followers. And Nita felt the holy aura emanating from the couple. If they hadn't already had their system and were at a lower level, they might have become followers of this pair. Our realm is the divine sky, and the main power core there is the player. Shared information about their origin. Players develop very quickly. Some have reached the master level in just 1 year. Gray and Iliane were surprised to hear Lung's story. Of course, Lung lied and didn't want to reveal the real situation in the divine realm. He didn't want to invite trouble to the divine realm. Amazing. Are there really people with such power? Gray said in awe. Yes, indeed, brother, Iliane added. My father once told me that players have extraordinary potential. The conversation continued throughout the journey. And Nita felt increasingly close to Gray and Iliane. They found new friends in their first adventure into the outside world. The massive airship sailed for 1 hour and 20 minutes before finally reaching a very large island. The ship landed at one of the airship ports on the edge of the island. The passengers disembarked in an orderly manner. From the surrounding chatter, Lung learned that they were now at Fortress Island number 13, a fortress quite far from the front lines. According to their plan, they would only be conducting a patrol mission to check the situation. Brother Gray, are you also on a patrol mission? Lung asked Gray. Yes, brother, we don't dare go straight to the front lines on our first outing for experience, Gray explained. Alright, how about we patrol together, Lung suggested. Good idea. More people means more safety, Gray agreed, and Iliane beside him nodded in agreement. The four of them didn't wait any longer and headed to the temporary combat post not far from the port. The Fortress Island, true to its name, had only a few tent posts as resting places and some simple temporary houses. Team number 17, please patrol the area marked on this map. You can use ship number 76. The post officer handed a map to Lun and the others. Thank you, Lun said, taking the map and then leaving the post with the others. They headed to the warship port. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the port. It was bustling, with many people also looking for their ships. The ship they would be using was large enough to accommodate 100 people. Let's go, Lung called out, waving to the others as he walked towards the ship. The enormous island stretched endlessly. From a distance, colorful lights illuminated almost every second. Loud explosions and thunderous roars were heard, accompanied by the constant roars of dragons and howls of lions. Two groups were fiercely fighting, trying to annihilate each other. Near the mountains, two groups clashed fiercely. One group was led by an old man with a black book floating in front of him. The other group was led by a woman with long silver hair. Ha ha ha. Just a lowly player. Still tier 2, yet already entering the main battlefield. The silver-haired woman mocked from a distance. Why do you talk so much? Show me the power of the beast masters. The old man with the black book replied calmly. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fighting spirit and a desire to showcase his power. Yes. The old man was Old Man Heikel, a member of the World Trade Alliance. Lung had sent them each a silver badge for promotion a while ago. Chapter 36. Encountering the Torvu race. Mr. Heikel, you seem more energetic after getting promoted, said a man with a large hammer from the side. Ha ha ha. Of course, when else can you feel such power at my age? Old Man Heikel laughed heartily. But suddenly, his pupils shrank. A large claw appeared in his vision with terrifying power. A silent attacker, whispered Old Man Heikel. His body was suddenly engulfed in black flames. No, more accurately, his body turned into black flames. The red bear claw struck empty air. Old Man Heikel reappeared a considerable distance away. Seems like bear meat is good for bone health. How about I roast some? Old Man Heikel said casually. The silver-haired woman was shocked but quickly resumed attacking with her beasts, not giving him time to cast his spells. Troublesome, muttered Old Man Heikel. He quickly chanted some spells, and the surrounding environment turned pitch black. Retreat. Move back within a 1 kilometer radius. Old Man Hey clawed at the others. The silver-haired woman couldn't see anything but didn't panic. She raised her right hand, and a hologram of a bat monster appeared. A large bat with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared. The woman jumped onto it and also summoned an owl-shaped monster. She wasn't foolish enough to summon beasts that had no advantage in the dark night. Troublesome, said Old Man Hey. Seeing the numerous monsters the woman summoned, his body turned into flames again and swiftly moved towards the silver-haired woman. Black flames spread in all directions, filling the area where the woman was. Their battle continued with no one knowing who would win. Meanwhile, Lara's team was in a very different situation. A large cross, 100 meters tall, stood upright on the ground, emitting an aura of light that enveloped the area within a 1 kilometer radius. Whenever a team member was severely injured, their wounds quickly healed. A woman with 2 orbs of light in her hands became the center of attention. A 20-meter-tall elephant was constantly being attacked by the woman with her light orbs. Yes, the woman was Lara's. She became the star of the battle in that area. Look, since when did our fortress number 41 get assistance from the center? Didn't they say there would be no help for 3 hours? Said a faithful soldier. Yeah, I also heard they are players, responded another soldier. Even though they are usually very annoying. Remember, we are at war with the Kref race right now. The Faithwooden soldier's conversation was audible around. Initially, they thought Lara's was a Faithwooden because of her cross-weapon and terrifying light powers, but when their lives were at stake, they suppressed their dislike. Sister Lara's is very strong, said Dion from a distance, admiring Lara's new power, now at tier 2. Yes, if you think about it, isn't the alliance leader even scarier, said Old Man Takulani from the side. Hearing that, Dion swallowed hard. How did the alliance leader get so many silver badges, even before one day after the event appeared? He wondered, if Lon bought using contribution points, he would be the #1 player on the leaderboard, but in reality, Lon wasn't even in the top 20. Filled with strong curiosity, Dion could only wait and continue fighting the enemies that came. A ship pierced through small clouds in the void. On the ship, 4 people were casually discussing. They were Lon, Nita, and the couple Gray and Elaine. They had been flying for 4 hours without finding any Torvu race enemies. With nothing else to do, they could only chat and play some games. Lon and Gray were currently playing chess with 144 squares, similar to chess on Earth, but with more pieces. Meanwhile, Nita and Elaine sat at the front of the ship, chatting warmly. You know, I was never allowed to go far without my father's supervision every day, Elaine said with a sad tone. Even to play with my peers, I always had to be accompanied by a guard. Elaine was the only child of a mayor. As an only child and a girl, she received very high and classy care. However, behind that care, her childhood freedom was very limited. Not a day without supervision. She only had time to herself when she slept. Nita felt moved hearing this. She remembered the difficult times living with her brother. Hearing Elaine's story, Nita felt even more grateful for her life. They continued their light conversation, while Lon and Gray continued playing chess. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of a magic projectile speeding through the void, surrounded by small lightning bolts. Gray, who was previously relaxed, stood up quickly, staring in the direction the projectile came from. Sorry, Mr. Lon, wait for my turn for a moment, Gray said seriously. He approached the ship and stood still. The projectile arrived at high speed and nearly hit their ship, but Gray was ready with his hands raised, creating a 10-meter-high portal. Silence. It was as if nothing happened. Lon and Nita watched in amazement. Teleportation power, Lon thought to himself. Amazing. Brother Gray's very strong, praised Nita. Gray just smiled thinly hearing the praise. He knew that Lon and Nita's strength was not inferior to his. In the distance, a man with a face full of beast tattoos cursed angrily. Damn. Our hideout is exposed, he said. The man had been hiding in the area for 3 months. But finally, his hideout was exposed due to his own failure. Let's attack those bastards. He ordered 9 other ship captains. The long idle ship engines roared back to life. The ships started moving, slowly heading towards where Lon and the others were. Prepare, they will arrive in 3 minutes, Elaine warned. Why should we wait? We also need to prepare, said Lon while taking out several large objects from his bag. The items he took out were large black cannons, 1 meter long, with golden-coated muzzles. What are those, brother Lon? Asked Gray curiously. Nothing, just some small toys, Lon replied with a smile. Seeing Lon didn't intend to explain further, Gray turned to Nita hoping for an explanation. Those are cannons usually used for island defense, Brother Gray, Nita explained briefly. I know, but how do you have so many? Gray was surprised to see more than 20 cannons had been taken out. He knew those cannons were very expensive, not to mention the operational costs that required a large amount of energy crystals. However, he suppressed his curiosity and helped Lon set up the golden cannons. Nito and Elaine also helped mount the cannons on the ship's walls. The atmosphere turned tense, everyone preparing for the upcoming battle. In his heart, Gray felt both admiration and a bit of worry. This battle would be a test for all of them. Chapter 37, Encounter a Tier 3 creature. A fleet of ships of varying sizes appeared from a distance. On top of these ships, a white flag with a dragon's head fluttered arrogantly. "Captain, there are only 4 of them, each with Tier 2 strength," reported a female officer in a firm tone. 2 players and 2 faith wardens. Their ships are non-combat, equipped with 20 high-level cannons and around 100,000 points of defense. The captain, a disheveled man with messy curly hair, stared sharply at Dylan's ship in the distance. His eyes radiated a cold light. "Good. These little bastards dare to expose our hideout with such a small force." The captain grinned fiercely, skillfully playing with a small knife in his fingers. The knife suddenly struck the table in front of him. "Load all the fire cannons, battle lasers, and thunder bombs. Don't leave a single scrap," the captain shouted, his voice loud and full of anger, startling the female officer. "Yes, sir," she replied, trembling. "On Milne's ship." "Damn, there are 10 of them," Gray muttered, surprised to see 10 ships in the distance. The smallest ship was 100 meters long, while the flagship in the middle was 500 meters long. Milne felt troubled. 10 ships with the smallest being 100 meters? He sighed deeply as he looked at the cannon in front of him. Milne checked the cannon data. Fire cannon type, ship defense weapon. Power, 3000. Firing speed, every 1 minute. Range, 10 kilometers. Defense, 15,000. Energy consumption, 300 energy crystals. It seems I have to use that weapon. Milne thought hard. Milne pulled out an altar with a sharp triangle standing on it. At the tip of the triangle, there was a transparent round ball. Sky punishment mortar type, ship defense weapon. Power, 50,000. Firing speed, 5 shots, 1 minute cooldown. Firing range, 100 kilometers. Defense, 100,000. Energy consumption, 10,000 energy crystals. "What? Sky mortar?" Elaine exclaimed from beside him. She had seen this weapon when she followed her father to an Imperial event, where their ship was suddenly attacked, and the destructive mortar saved them. 10,000 energy crystals. True to its name, Milne chuckled. This sky mortar was one of the items from the pavilion. Besides high-level ships, this pavilion also provided special ship defense weapons. Sky punishment mortar, duplicate 10,000 times. Confirm. Yes, Milne answered firmly. Immediately, 10,000 mortars appeared in his storage ring. He began to pull them out one by one until 5 mortars stood firmly. "Brother Milne, you hide too well," Elaine and Gray said almost simultaneously, surprised. "It's nothing." "Brother Gray, come, help me set up these mortars quickly," said Milne while installing mortars in several empty areas of the ship. The installation required attention, like large nails on each side, taking time if done alone. They didn't have time to remove the previous fire cannons, so they set up the mortars wherever they could. In less than a minute, 5 mortars were installed. "Let's destroy that beast master," Milne said, handing a bag of energy crystals to Elaine and Gray. The mortars began consuming the energy crystals, the transparent balls at their tips lighting up, the light growing brighter. Meanwhile, on the enemy ship, "How is it? Are the weapons loaded?" the captain asked his female officer. "Still in process, sir. 1 minute and 12 seconds more," she answered timidly. "Why so long?" "I told you all weapons should always be loaded." The captain gritted his teeth in frustration. Their current distance was about 34 kilometers from Milne's ship. "How about we attack directly, sir? There might be valuable items on them," one of the subordinates suggested. "That's true," the captain pondered. He initially wanted to destroy Milne's ship out of anger, but his subordinate's suggestion made sense. "You're right. Besides, our position will be easily tracked if we use the ship's attack." "Everyone, increase to maximum speed. Hijack that ship," the captain ordered. However, they froze witnessing a massive energy surge from Milne's ship. "No! Destruction mortar!" they screamed in panic. But it was too late. The light had already shot out, striking them instantly. Explosion. Boom. Bam. Boom. 5 massive explosions shook, followed by 5 simultaneous explosions. The blasts were so powerful that they shook the glass walls of Milne's ship. A mushroom cloud 100 meters high formed. Guild. Labertu. Beast bonding. X plus 2,700 points. Plus 1 contribution. Guild. Drool. Spirit link. X plus 12,500 points. Plus 10 contribution. Guild. Ranmian Ritu. Spirit link. X plus 11,700. Plus 10 contribution. Guild. Gazer. Alpha Command. X plus 123,900. Plus 1,000 contribution. Kill notifications flooded in. Most were beast bonding, tier 1 soldiers of a beast master, then tier 2 spirit link, and some Alpha Command with over 100,000 XP. Alpha Command was Tier 3 Beastmaster. Congratulations, ruler level increased. Level 21, attribute points plus 250. Guild Cal Mu, Tier 2, X plus 13,100 plus 10 contribution. Besides Beastmasters, also saw notifications providing information about player kills. Guessed the Beastmasters were also assisted by players from other realms. Estimated that each ship had at least 50 people. With a total of 10 ships, that meant over 500 people for someone with Tier 2 strength. This was a nightmare, but for they were all exp points. A few seconds later, the exp notifications stopped. Brother, look, some are still alive. Nita's voice sounded. Gray and Elaine also saw it. A white griffin flew in the void. Its size more than 50 meters. Other beasts like a red bat and a fish with 8 wings were also visible. Damn. True enough, you almost made me die. Damn it, the captain muttered, breathing heavily. If he had been late summoning his protective turtle star, he would have turned to ash. The captain then directed his beasts toward Lyn. He couldn't wait to tear apart the person who had made him so miserable now. The griffin flew very fast, followed by 5 other stars, in line with the level of the Beastmaster who summoned them. These wild beasts were very large and strong. Danger. Brother Lyn, that's a Tier 3 creature, Gray said, trembling. Lyn watched the 6 beasts coming from a distance at very high speed. Brother Gray, thank you, but you need to leave now. Lyn said seriously. The person in front of him was a Tier 3 Beastmaster. Status. Name, Viral. Race, Torvu race. Power Core, Beastmaster. Rank, Alpha Command. But Brother Lyn, Gray felt very troubled. Not because he didn't want to help, but the presence of Tier 3 creatures was indeed very terrifying. Sorry Brother Lyn, why don't we leave together? Elaine suggested. We have our own way. Besides, that person surely won't just watch and let us go without effort. Lyn replied. Gray and Elaine didn't wait any longer. They saw a great flame spew from the griffin's mouth. Immediately they took out a portal and entered together with Elaine. Chapter 38, Kill Alpha Command level creatures. Meanwhile, Nita and Lyn took out island cores from their storage rings. Immediately, a 500-meter island appeared. A large fire burst forth and destroyed the 100-meter ship where Lyn previously stayed. Now, they were on the island with a teleportation talisman. Viral saw the vast island emerge and a sinister smile spread across his face. Very well. You indeed have many tricks up your sleeve. Soon, all of that will be mine. He was unafraid and flew toward Lyn's island. The 500-meter island that Lyn had brought out wasn't really 500 meters. It was just an island core where rulers appeared initially. However, he had tens of thousands of island blocks and quickly combined them with the island core. Thus, the island he stood on was a flat, empty land with nothing on it. Nita, get ready. Don't waste the golden defense talisman and the teleportation talisman, Lyn said, glancing at Nita beside him. Yes, brother. Nita was excited. All the equipment on her body glowed blue. A long green cloak, thin red gloves, and light lace-up shoes. All this gear enhanced Nita's natural beauty. Lyn could only admire his sister's beauty. Of course, the pride he felt was the pride of having successfully protected, cared for, and watched over her all this time. Brother, stop staring at me. Nita felt her brother's gaze from the side. Ha ha ha. Alright. Don't let your guard down. Lyn chuckled and then activated all the equipment on his body as well. White steel armor, shiny silver boots, and a long golden sword. All this equipment boosted Lyn's strength to the maximum. Viral had now landed on the island. Immediately, he summoned dozens of other beasts. Previously, he had only called flying creatures, a giant gorilla, a fire wolf, a 100-meter-long python, and many other beasts appeared. You will die today. Ha ha ha. Armored gorilla. Attribute 2400 STR, 1800 INT, 2180 AC, 2370 Res. Skills, Strong Punch, Earthquake Leap, Rampage. DOS Land Python. Attribute 2215 STR, 1792 INT, 1764 AG, 1966 Res. Skills, Peaceful Constriction, Tail Strike, Sticky Slime. Fire Main Lion, Attribute 2484 STR, 2172 INT, 2004 AG, 1688 Res. Skills, Lion's Fury, Killing Move. Agile Body. Seeing Viral summon his many beasts, Lyn did not panic. Once again, he took something out of his bag. What emerged were golden warrior dolls shaped like fully armored humans. Golden Warrior. Attribute 1476 STR, 920 INT, 1355 AG, 1316 Res. Skills, Double Slash, Deadly Stab. Golden Warrior. Attribute 1476 STR, 920 INT, 1355 AG, 1316 Res. Skills, Double Slash, Deadly Stab. You think you're the only one with an army? Lun chuckled. He had obtained these golden warrior dolls from the pavilion. He felt that these dolls would greatly enhance his strength without much effort, so he had duplicated them beforehand. Currently, Lun continued to pull golden warrior dolls from his storage ring. The number already exceeded 1,000 and kept growing. Although the golden dolls' attributes were lower than the beasts summoned by Voirol, their sheer numbers, over 10,000 in Lun's storage, could deal significant damage to the beasts. Voirol was increasingly shocked by the things Lun produced. His desire to kill him and obtain all those items grew stronger. He no longer stood still and ordered all his beasts to attack. The griffin Voirol road charged forward, clearing out the golden warriors. From the sky, a massive claw formed and quickly headed towards Lun. The claw cut through the air, producing a sonic sound. Lun was prepared. His boot skill was already active, boosting his ag attribute by half, breaking through 2,000 points. Stop dodging. Are you out of tricks? Voirol mocked from atop the griffin flying over the island. Dare to harm my brother? From afar, Nita had already drawn her bow strongly. Skill 3, Sun Core Arrow, shoots a sharp arrow that can lock onto the target, plus 100% damage, and ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Cooldown 1 hour. A black arrow shot through the air. Voirol tried to dodge and moved away, but the arrow kept following him. Annoying, he muttered. He raised his right hand, and a hologram of a golden turtle appeared. The turtle roared, startling Lun and Nita a bit. When Nita's arrow hit the hard shell of the golden turtle, a big explosion occurred. Crack, crack. Yes, the golden turtle shell cracked. The turtle fell hard to the ground. Damn it, I'll kill you. Voirol saw his turtle fall. He descended and flew directly toward Nita. A serrated silver sword appeared in his hand, emitting a powerful aura. Nita tried to dodge but couldn't. Voirol's speed was almost 1.5 times the strength of the beasts he summoned. Nita's figure was split. Ha ha ha, one down. Voirol breathed victoriously. However, his eyes widened in shock. An absolute protective light appeared. When his silver sword touched the transparent shield, it was like a sharp knife slicing through water, with no effect. Taking this opportunity, Nita moved away and leapt back. A protection talisman, huh? Voirol proved himself to be a tier 3 creature with just one clash. He knew what was happening. How many more do you have, huh? Voirol didn't give a chance, lunging again with his silver sword. At this moment, a very bright light filled a 100-meter area. Lun, whose attributes had doubled, tried to block Voirol while Nita shot from afar. What is this? As far as I remember, the aura was still very young. Voirol looked at Lun in confusion. His gaze became very serious this time. His sword and Lun's continued to clash, causing small fireworks. Each of Lun's slashes gradually wore down Voirol's defense, while the opposite happened to Lun, whose protective talisman kept activating. Fortunately, the golden talisman he possessed activated for a few seconds, not based on incoming attacks. Lun suffered almost no damage during his clash with Voirol. Voirol retreated and leapt back. He summoned his griffin again. I won't let you. Lun didn't want the annoying man to ride his mount again. He then activated his second skill. Skill 2, Sky Shattering Slash, creates a 100-meter long sword aura. Ignores 50% of enemy defenses. Self-heals 50% of damage. Cooldown 10 minutes. From afar, Nita kept shooting, not allowing Voirol to call his mount again. Damn it. Voirol's aura surged rapidly. Black aura enveloped his body. What's happening? After he transformed, possessing a black aura, he indeed felt an increase in strength. However, Lun's attack felt even stronger. A very long and powerful sword light was unleashed at this moment. The sword light seemed to split the heavens, heading toward Voirol. Impossible. What talent has this kid awakened? Voirol looked on in disbelief. The sword light split Voirol, who had a black aura. So foolish. How can you activate dark power when I am in light area mode? Lun muttered softly. As expected, the system notification was heard. Guild, Voirol Alpha Command, X plus 141,500, plus 1,000 contribution, Voirol dropped. Silver storage ring. What? Silver? Lun shouted in shock. He currently only had a regular storage ring. Chapter 39, Nita's Hope. The third skill of the Holy Human Race, true to its name, provides a twofold increase in power. Meanwhile, the second skill is designed to eliminate enemies with a single strike. Earlier, he had seen Voirol activate a black aura. When Voirol activated this aura, his strength indeed increased. However, he didn't know that his second skill had a passive ability that would deal double damage to dark creatures. How lucky this time. Without Voirol's dark aura, I might have had to use other items, Lun said with a relieved sigh. Of course, he had many items at his disposal, even countless ones. However, items that could threaten a tier 3 creature were not many. Some he considered using included the Sky Mortar and Intercontinental Ship. Brother, are you alright? Nita had already approached, slightly worried earlier. But thanks to the Golden Defense Amulet, her concern greatly diminished. Yes, and you? Lun asked in return. Of course, I'm fine. Nita was as enthusiastic as usual when they fought Voiril. She began to understand her own strength even more. It was certainly a pride to be able to compete with a tier 3 creature, although the greatest help was given by the golden amulet. Haha. Alright, let's finish off those beasts. Lun looked at Voil's summoned beasts, which easily defeated thousands of golden puppets. They immediately charged towards the beasts, attacking as much as they could. Guild, Fire Lion, X plus 1800, contribution points plus 10. Guild, Black Crow, X plus 1900, contribution points plus 10. These monsters gave less exp than tier 2 creatures, and added 10 contribution points. Swish Sizzle. Lun's first skill passive attack was still very effective. The 5 additional sword shadows after the main attack provided a sort of finishing, giving the final touch and killing the beasts. From a distance, arrows that were very fast, fierce, and terrifying brought fear to the beasts. Not only were they very strong, but the arrows could also explode. Nita jumped and moved around in the air. She could be said to be floating, but still, she had to touch the ground after a few moves. Her arrows were terrifying, and her arrow dance skill allowed Nita to attack quickly from any direction. Guild, Golden Python. X plus 1860, contribution points plus 10. All the remaining beasts were finally dealt with. It was time to extract the corpses. Extract corpse. Golden Python. Are you sure? Yes. Successfully extracted corpse. Golden Python. Obtained. Golden Python skin. Energy crystal X23. Golden Python blood 10 milliliters. Hard bone X1. Lun was slightly surprised by the items he extracted. Although their value was low, he still collected them because these items would be very useful for blacksmith players on his island. Nita also helped to extract Voil's beast corpses. In just 1 minute, all the beasts had been extracted. Then Lun went to where Voiril had died earlier. There was no corpse, only a silver ring with a white sheen. Lun picked it up and checked the panel information. Space ring, silver. Owner, Voiril. Slot, 10,000 cubic meters. Note, the space ring has an active soul barrier. Please break the soul barrier with soul power to change the owner. Soul barrier. Soul power, Lun muttered softly. He had never heard of the term soul before. He tried to enter the silver ring's space. However, all he found was a dark space with nothing in it. He couldn't even enter it, or make any move to attack. Lun put the silver ring into his current space ring. So, what now? Return or continue? Lun asked, looking at Nita beside him. It's best if we return and report, Nita suggested. Lun agreed. Then he took out another small boat from his bag, about 50 meters long, but before leaving, he went to the island orb in the middle of the island. Island orb. Owner, Lun. Island speed, 5 square meters per second. Island size, 500 square meters. Action, take over destroy. Since he wanted to get island blocks, he needed to choose destroy. Destroying territory. Lun minus 500 square meters, obtains 23 island blocks. 23 island blocks, each 1 square meter, appeared inside. The island blocks didn't appear physically. In the storage space, the island blocks were like cards with the number 7800 written in the upper right corner. The maximum number that could appear after Lun's observation was 10,000. After finishing destroying the island, they boarded the small boat and headed back the way they came. Lun's empty island was left behind. Humanity already knew that an island that had been destroyed would collapse and fall within a few minutes. Lun's small boat moved quickly across the void. Although it seemed like a void, there was still air, and even wind that made Lun and Nita's hair flutter continuously. Brother, is it possible to bring the dead back to life? Nita's sudden question made Lun freeze. For some reason, he felt that Nita was not her usual self at that moment. Lun looked at his sister at the front of the boat. That straight back reminded him of when they were young. He still remembered when he picked up Nita from elementary school. It was 1 week after their parents' departure. On the way home, Nita asked, "Brother, when is Mum coming back? I miss Dad." At that time, Nita asked with a face full of hope and longing. In her mind, her parents were on a work trip and hadn't returned yet. Lun deliberately made up a story about their parents' death to Nita. He didn't want his 10-year-old sister to be sad because of the loss. At that time, Lun answered very positively. He said that Mom and Dad would come home and bring delicious fruits and snacks. Faced with Nita's question now, Lun wanted to say something, but he didn't. He didn't want his answer this time to cause another disappointment for Nita. Sniff. Now, sobs could be heard. Yes, Nita was sobbing quietly. She was trying to hold back her tears. Her gaze was straight ahead, staring into the endless dark void. Her expression was blank, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, she felt a hand patting her shoulder. Then, that person sat beside her. Lun sat beside Nita, patting and hugging her with one arm. Occasionally, Lun glanced sideways at his sister's face. Nita's gaze was still blank, staring straight ahead. Lun was confused, not knowing what to do, not knowing what to say. So, he just stayed by her side in silence. Suddenly, he felt a head resting on his shoulder. Nita seemed tired, so she leaned on Lun's shoulder, but her gaze was still blank, with no expression on her face. Her cheeks were still wet, and she never wiped them. And so, the two siblings crossed the vast void with their small boat. Slowly but surely, the boat continued towards its destination. Chapter 40. Renting a plot of land in Heavenly News City. Welcome, sir. How can we help you? A female receptionist greeted Lun and Nita. We'd like to report something related to a mission, Lun replied. He then explained their journey during the patrol and also mentioned destroying the flying ship with the sky mortar. All right, sir. I will make a record of it, the receptionist said while working on something behind the desk. A few minutes passed, and the female receptionist finally spoke to Lun. Thank you for the report, sir. You have earned an additional 5,000 points as a mission bonus. Please check your war badge. Lun was curious about the number of contribution points he had, so he checked his war badge. War badge name, Lun. Power core, system, tier 2. Rank, silver. Contribution points, 11,200. Origin, Divine Sky Realm. A small smile appeared on Lun's face when he saw his contribution points. They had been in the Guandu realm for less than 6 hours, yet his points had already exceeded 10,000. He then checked the event ranking panel. Event ranking 1. William Anderson, 21,852. Jackson, 17,603. Baichi, 13,004. Mizo, 12,755. Lun, 11,216. Laras, 4,621. Nita, 1,300. Rank 5. Lun's day brightened a bit when he saw his name on the event ranking. Several congratulatory messages popped up. Laras, congratulations, brother Lun, for entering the top 10. Dion, brother Lun, amazing. Thank you for the silver badge you gave me. Hey Ike Emmanuel, young Master Lun is extraordinary. Keep it up, young Master Lun. Everyone in the World Market Alliance chat column also sent encouraging messages. Alliance chat, World Market. Pandawa, amazing. Our alliance leader is very strong. Warni, rank 5. Wow, the Indonesian alliance can't even enter it. Strongest man, the alliance leader earned 11,000 points in 6 hours. I can't even get 100 points. Shirley, alliance leader, please take care of the alliance for Nita. Herman, hey. If the alliance leader stays in the top 10 until the end of the event, I'll share 10,000 energy crystals with 10 people. The World Market Alliance already had more than 6,000 official members. Only official members could enter the Alliance group chat. The entire Alliance chat was filled with praise for Lun. He only replied with thanks and told them to keep striving and not to be complacent on the first day. Alright, thank you, miss. The points have been added. Lun thanked the female receptionist. And then they left the War Office building. Nita, what do you think about building a store in the Guandu realm? Lun asked Nita, who seemed a bit better than before. Good idea, brother. It's okay, Nita replied casually. Her voice was back to normal, and there was even a cheerful tone to it. However, her face still looked a bit gloomy. Okay, before that, let's eat something at a restaurant first, Lun said enthusiastically, raising his right hand high. Hearing the invitation and the excitement from her brother, Nita let out a small laugh. Let's go. Nita seemed to have gained some positive energy. She also raised her right hand and shouted with joy. And so, the siblings headed to one of the restaurants in the Heaven News City area. Eastern part of Heaven News City. A middle-aged man was explaining the rental prices of land and buildings to a pair of young people. The young people were Lun and Nita. They planned to rent a place to establish a branch of the World Market Alliance store. Mr. Sun, what is the rental price for this place and building? Lun asked, pointing to an area on the map. This building and area are quite busy. Young Master Lun, the lowest price is 350 mid-tier energy crystals per month, said Sun Fugued. The landowner, providing some price details, Lun made a quick calculation. 3,500 mid-tier crystals are equivalent to 3,500,000 energy crystals. This means if they sell level 20 weapons at 5,000 each, they would need to sell 700 weapons every month, or 23 weapons every day. Since the price was acceptable and considering that the environment of Guandu was a mid-tier realm, Lun agreed. Alright, sir. Let's make a one-year agreement, Lun said. Mr. Sun was very excited to hear that Lun was making an agreement, and a one-year agreement at that. When else would he get such a wealthy client like young Master Lun? Mr. Sun took out a contract paper which explained the one-year agreement. Lun would have permission to operate in the agreed area. After signing, Lun took out a pouch containing 42 high-tier crystals. Yes, Lun only had 10,000 mid-tier crystals. Mid-tier crystals were not urgent at the moment. For Lun, high-tier or mid-tier crystals were the same. Young Master Lun is very generous. Mr. Sun's eyes sparkled when he saw the 42 high-tier crystals in the pouch. "Thank you, Mr. Sun, thank you, young Marston." They shook hands and completed the agreement. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Mr. Sun said respectfully. Now realized that besides strength, wealth also brought respect from people in the cultivation realm. Old Sun's days are numbered, thought. Watched Mr. Sun leave, then turned his gaze to the 3-story building in front of him. The building's surface area was 30 meters wide and 50 meters long. When they entered the building, they saw high-quality wooden walls. The building was dust-free, seemingly maintained and cleaned daily. Although there was no furniture or decorations, was very satisfied with the building's condition. "What do you think, Nita?" asked his sister beside him. "It's very nice, brother." "When will we move in?" Nita replied. "We will furnish and accessorize it tomorrow. Then instruct some Alliance members to guard the store," explained. They checked other parts of the building up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there was a fairly large window. The view outside the window was truly stunning. And Nita could see the neatly lined houses of Heaven News City's citizens along the city's main street. The crowded activity of people passing by, buying and selling with the shops along the roadside, was clearly visible from the 3rd floor. Chapter 41. A stroll in the evening. "Welcome, sir." A guard with a silver sword at his waist greeted a man and a young girl as they exited the portal. The ones stepping out of the portal were Lun and Nita. They decided to return after completing only one mission on the first day of the event. After all, it was already 8 p.m. Even though it was nighttime, the city's surroundings and the entire island weren't dark, except for a few areas intentionally kept as forests. "I have written some notes about the Guandu realm. Document them and inform the head of communications," instructed the guard while handing over a few sheets of paper. As the island's owner, he was the supreme ruler and didn't need to do everything himself. "Yes, sir," the guard replied respectfully, taking the documents from "Brother, let's take a leisurely walk," Nita suggested from behind. She didn't want to use a vehicle all the way to their house. Enjoying the city's environment at night was a trendy activity. The night sky in the Divine Sky realm was thousands of times more beautiful than the sky on Earth. Thousands of stars could be seen clearly, and some stars had stunning colors. "Let's go." They then left the square and took public transportation. After reaching a less crowded area, and Nita got off. "You don't need to, young Marston," the bus driver said, refusing the money offered. "Take it," insisted, extending his hand. Reluctantly, the bus driver took the money, looking at with admiration. "Goodbye," said as he got off the bus. Nita watched her brother from beside the vehicle, her face showing an expression of curiosity. "Wow, how cool," Nita said with a meaningful look on her face. "What? Isn't it good to do good deeds?" defended himself. He didn't think it was strange to insist the driver accept his money. "Yes, you are very kind. You're like a prince in a novel. PFFFT. Ha ha ha." As they walked, Nita's teasing continued. Sometimes, she laughed heartily. She found her brother very amusing when he did something unusual. On Earth, her brother often ran away without paying for public transportation, so seeing him behave differently now was very funny to her. They walked for a few minutes through the city's nearby park. Occasionally, they saw bus stops with people waiting for the next bus. The roads were now covered with coarse black stones like asphalt on Earth. The sidewalks were made of smooth stones. At night, the air was quite cold. Occasionally, Nita and Lun's hair was blown by the night breeze. The two walked in silence along the empty night road, their shadows cast by streetlights and the moon following them. "Brother, thank you," Nita said calmly. "What are you saying? Do you think I do all this for nothing?" Lun responded as if he had heard something strange and the answer was obvious. "Ha ha ha. All right, you are indeed the best brother in the world," Nita said, hugging Lun briefly with one arm. "By the way, you're turning 25 this year, right?" Before Nita could continue, Lun cut her off and said, "Enough. Don't go on." "Ha ha ha." Nita laughed heartily. "Don't worry, brother. If you need help, I have many connections here," Nita said, winking. Lun didn't respond. He knew his sister was teasing him. They continued their walk to the next bus stop, Lun's private storage room. It had become his habit to check his storage area daily. He prioritized the items to duplicate and planned his future development. Lun had important notes about the items he obtained today. At the top of the list were the items he bought for 67 million energy crystals, a territory defense weapon, a golden puppet, and an intercontinental ship, among others. He planned to duplicate each item at least once. He also obtained items during his second visit to the Pavilion. He acquired hundreds of skill books, including, that is, Fast Movement, Rare, Steel Body, Elite, Strong Slash, Common, Eagle Eye, Elite, Fire Arrow, Rare, Double Layer Shield, Rare, Thunder Strike, Elite, Mystic Barrier, Rare, Shadow Step, Common. He planned to duplicate each skill book at least once. That way he had at least one item as a duplicate source. Other items Lun obtained during his journey included mid-level and high-level energy crystals, insight stone, low, to enhance sub-skills, and a silver ring from defeating the Alpha Command Master Beast Voiral. He routinely duplicated high-level energy crystals. He even felt he could buy every item in the Guandu realm, provided they could be bought with energy crystals. Lun highly valued their insight stone, giving it a high priority for duplication. Next, he examined their space ring, silver, in his hand. He wondered if he could duplicate a soul-bound ring. Duplicating space ring, silver, 10,000 times. Are you sure? Yes. A white light flashed and then disappeared. A broad smile appeared on Lun's face. Now, 10,000 silver rings had appeared in his ordinary storage ring. Space ring, silver. Owner, dash. Slot, 10,000 square meters. Note, please drip your blood to bind the ring. Ha ha. Lun's small laugh broke the silence in his private storage room. How could he not laugh? He had obtained 10,000 silver storage rings effortlessly in mere seconds. Huff. For the umpteenth time, he took a deep breath, imagining how powerful his infinity duplication talent was when it came to items. Although these items didn't directly increase his power, he could use them to accelerate his growth and strength, and then checked all the contents of his bag and his notes to sort the items in their proper places. He had been using storage chests from the beginning, but compared to space rings, storage chests had no advantage. Of course, this was assuming he didn't obtain a higher-level space storage chest. For now, Lun sorted all items into golden chests. Once he felt everything was in order, he headed to the city hall to check the daily reports. Chapter 42, Establishing a Seed Store. First branch of the Alliance, the main hall of the city lord. Lun, behind the desk, was currently reviewing the daily reports from various city departments. The reports he received had been meticulously organized by Jarvis, an expert in urban development and planning. Jarvis was Lun and Nita's right-hand man in managing the City of Life. At the top of the report was the Department of Spatial Planning and City Layout, presenting information about the city's areas, public spaces such as parks, sports fields, greenways, etc. Below that was the Department of Infrastructure Development and Management, detailing progress on the city's infrastructure construction projects. Lun continued to review reports from the Defense Department, which provided statistics on tower construction, nest troops, active soldiers, etc. This was followed by information from the Education Department about planning education for children and young generations, which had to be planned from now on. Finally, Lun checked the Health Department's section, detailing plans for access to hospitals, medical equipment, etc. Every day, Lun spent at least 30 minutes reviewing all the reports and adding notes. Nita, brother, let's have dinner. Continue the work tomorrow. Nita's private message echoed. This kid is acting like a mother, Lun said casually. He recalled his childhood when his mother would tell him to come home every night. Back then, Lun disliked it, but now he wanted to relive those moments. Huff. Lun shook his head, stopping himself from thinking about the past. He then closed the report files and headed to the dining room for dinner with Nita. In the morning, Lun and Nita exercised at a field near the city hall. Morning exercise had become a routine for the past few days. Brother, are we going to enter the Gaundu realm again? I received information from the Alliance that a 50-meter portal appeared in Old Man Haykel's city, Disaster City. Nita asked Lun while jogging lightly. First help me find some suitable Alliance members to manage and take care of the store we rented in the Gaundu realm. I will buy some furniture and arrange the items and goods we will sell. Lun explained in detail. He planned to explore several realms to seek fortune. So, after completing the establishment of the first Alliance store, they would enter another portal and explore other realms. Alright, brother. They continued their exercise until 7 a.m. After that, they split up to find members and buy furniture. Mr. Lun, welcome. An old man with a neat appearance greeted Lun. He was currently in the largest furniture store in the city, General Store. The man who greeted him was the store owner himself. Good morning, Mr. Ruai. I would like to order some furniture for setting up a store. Lun explained his purpose. Let Mr. Ruai recommend the best furniture for him. Mr. Ruai understood and then took Lun to browse the entire area. Mr. Ruai introduced strong, elegant, and high-quality glass display cases, sword racks, weapon racks, etc. Buying furniture took about 10 minutes. Nita had also finished her part, and they agreed to meet in front of the Gaundu Realm store. Gaundu Realm, Heaven's News City. Quick, lift it over there, move to the right, clean up, don't leave any trash behind. Currently, Lun, Nita, and over 30 World Market Alliance members were busy arranging the layout of furniture such as tables, display cases, shelves, paintings, etc. On the top floor, Lun had prepared a special room as a warehouse and equipment storage. He also stored 10 gold chests here, all containing level 5 to 20 weapons. healing pills, low-level talismans, low-level skill books, etc. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly sell expensive items like silver-grade space rings or intercontinental flying ships. In addition to the 30 store staff, Lun also employed 20 guards and security personnel, including 15 level 1 players and 5 level 2 players. 20 guards were enough to handle problems caused by street drunks. Additionally, he had given them access to the chest containing gold warrior dolls, useful for dealing with stronger troublemakers. Setting up the store took about an hour. Everyone was now gathered on the first floor. There were 2 leaders among the alliance members. On the right was a tall, thin middle-aged man with black glasses and a friendly face. This man was Herman, chosen by Nito as the store manager. Next to Herman was Asit. Asit was a 28-year-old man with a muscular build and used a chain with sharp spikes as his weapon. Alright, Mr. Herman and Brother Asit, I will entrust their seed store to your care. I hope for the best and that it benefits our alliance. Lun shook hands with both of them and then posted the assignment in the alliance chat. Alliance chat, World Market. Lun, congratulations to Mr. Herman and Brother Asit, who will be in charge of the first World Market Alliance store operating in the Gorndu realm. Laras, congratulations to Mr. Herman and Brother Asit. Hana, congratulations Mr. Herman, Brother Asit, best wishes for you. Heikel Emmanuel, congratulations on your assignment. Mr. Herman and Brother Asit, a festive welcome filled the alliance chat. Thank you, Mr. Lun. Thank you, Mr. Lun. Both of them sincerely thanked Lun. Not only did they become important people, but before, they were just ordinary Tier 1 players. Yet, in an instant, they received silver badges for promotion to Tier 2. Words couldn't express their joy. Nita, how is it? Pretty good. After the assignment handover, Lun and Nita were now looking at their seed store. Yes, good, good, Nita said seriously. The front of the store featured a large glass display case containing various weapons such as bows, swords, shields, staffs, armor, etc. Colorful pills and talisman papers were elegantly displayed on the case. Inside the store, there were beautiful chairs and tables for visitors to browse. They also saw some natives of the Gorndu realm entering the store, curious and wanting to see the newly established store. Before long, more and more people came. Ha ha ha. See, isn't this method effective? Nita said proudly. She suggested giving a 25% discount for the first week to attract initial buyers. After all, their goal wasn't to make a profit but to obtain unique items and establish networks in this vast universe. Alright, you are indeed smart. Let's go. Don't bother them anymore. With that, Lun and Nita left the store. They intended to enter another realm and seek their fortune. Chapter 43, Entering the Realm of Xrox 55. The sight of a city full of technology appeared before Lun and Nita as they emerged from the massive 50-meter-tall portal. After resolving the issues with setting up the first branch store in the Gorndu realm, they immediately returned to the City of Life and then entered the 50-meter-tall portal in the City of Disaster, owned by Old Man Heikel. They emerged in a very busy part of the city. The area where the portal was located was a designated zone surrounded by boundary lines. Besides them, they also saw others emerging from the portal. As usual, various races and types of power cores appeared. Honored Ruler, welcome to the realm of Xrox 55. Honored Ruler, welcome to the realm of Xrox 55. A woman with short hair, wearing a tight metallic blue outfit, floated above the ground with a white disc under her feet. She greeted everyone emerging from the portal with a warm smile. Amazing. Isn't this far beyond Earth's technology? Nita exclaimed, awestruck by the cityscape in front of her. Black on metallic blue buildings pierced the clouds endlessly, their unusual shapes adding a sense of grandeur Nita had never imagined. Flying cars soared like birds along their paths, and police officers with special vehicles monitored specific locations. City residents also observed the arrival of various races from the portal. They were equally amazed and surprised by the powerful individuals emerging. A rare sight indeed. Lun tried to find their next direction, his eyes settling on a nearby cubicle building not far from the portal. Blue cubes, 3 meters tall, were neatly lined up around the portal, with people queuing to enter them. Lun and Nita joined the nearest queue and waited their turn. After a few minutes, it was finally their turn. Inside the simple box was a holographic panel. The panel requested Lun to fill in his personal data as he had done when entering the warpost in the Gorndu realm. Lun casually filled out all his information on the form. After finishing, the holographic panel printed a card that appeared in a box next to the panel. Lun took the black card and inspected it. War badge. Name, Lun. Power core, system, Tier 2. Rank, bronze. Contribution points, 0. Origin, Divine Sky Realm. Seeing no difference from the war badge in the Gorndu realm, Lun didn't pay much attention and exited the box. Look, brother, they have a flying soccer field. Nita exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She pointed to a large holographic screen showing a flying soccer match. a futuristic sport where players used jet shoes and tried to score goals with a glowing ball. Lun smiled slightly, directing his gaze elsewhere. Yes, it's incredible, but we need to focus. We have to find the Odomotrace War Office. Lun and Nita started walking, following holographic guides floating in the air, directing them to the Odomotrace War building. From various pieces of information in the city, they learned that they were in the Odomotrace territory, the player race in the Xroxx 55 realm. The Xroxx 55 race was currently at war with the Yaza race, the Faithwarden race. They walked through bustling streets, filled with various races and creatures busy with their affairs. The surrounding buildings soared high with sleek, futuristic designs, casting long shadows on the ground. Finally, they arrived at the Odomotrace War building. It was one of the most striking buildings in the city, towering with a sleek and futuristic design, dominated by reflective black glass and glowing blue neon accents that shone at night. The entrance was large and automatic, opening smoothly as Lun and Nita approached. Inside, the floor was covered with a shiny material reflecting shadows like a mirror. The lobby was filled with various races from across the universe, each busy with their matters. In the center, a floating reception desk operated by a friendly and efficient AI. Large screens displayed available missions, complete with engaging holographic visuals. On one side of the room, there were several interactive kiosks where warriors could choose their missions, check contributions status, or obtain important information. Amid the hustle and bustle, Lun and Nita felt excited and enthusiastic. The displayed missions varied from border patrol to exploring new territories. Warriors from various races discussed and conversed, making the place lively and full of energy. Lun stood before a holographic panel selecting missions when suddenly, a young man with a long, round hat spoke from the side. "Excuse me, are you also here to take a mission?" Lun observed the young man, who looked quite young. Then his gaze shifted to an older man behind him, who seemed to be a guardian. "Yes, that's right." "Is there a problem?" Lun asked. He had a bad feeling about this kid. Just from his appearance, it was clear that this boy was not ordinary. "Sorry, but can we do a team mission together?" the young man asked with some difficulty, as if afraid Lun would refuse. He had been watching since Lun and Nita first entered the war office, but now he mustered up the courage to ask. Hearing the sudden invitation from a stranger, Lun rechecked their status panel to ensure nothing was amiss. Status: Name, Zhao Feng. Race, Shenlizi. Power Core, Cultivator. Rank, Status. Name, Liang Y. Race, Shenlizi. Power Core, Cultivator. Rank, Chi Condensation. The young man was named Liang Y, while the older man was Zhao Feng. Once again, Lun felt uncomfortable meeting someone whose strength was above master level. He disliked dealing with someone who could easily kill him. "Sorry, but we can't." Lun didn't want any trouble with these two, so it was better to refuse from the start. The young man looked a little sad upon hearing Lun's rejection. "Why?" The young man didn't give up. He wanted to know the reason. "What there? Who are you? I don't even know who you are, where you come from, or what your purpose is." Lun cursed the boy in his mind. "I already have my own team." Lun made a reasonable excuse. "How many people? Are they strong? Is there any vacancy?" The boy kept asking more questions. Chapter 44, The Hidden Mission reappears. Lun felt frustrated, so he said to the old man behind the boy, "Sorry sir, but we really don't want to form a team right now." The old man looked at Lun calmly, staying silent. "Little brother, what is your purpose? And why did you choose us out of so many people?" Nita asked kindly. "Well, it's like this, sister. I'm looking for something like this." The boy showed a picture of a purple plant with white flowers. "I need this flower to heal my mother. She hasn't left her room for a long time." The boy's eyes were filled with tears as he spoke. "Sister, you and your brother are the brightest lights here," the boy said, looking at Lun and Nita with hopeful eyes. "Young master, remember your promise, otherwise, I will have to take you back." The old man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up when the boy explained his vision. Lun and Nita thought the same thing but decided to set it aside for now, not wanting to cause any trouble with the old man. Nita, touched by the boy's story, said, "All right, let's form a team together." Lun also felt more open after learning the boy's purpose. However, a question lingered in his mind. "Isn't the boy's guardian extremely powerful?" "Great. Thank you, sister." The boy was delighted, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have a clear goal now. Suddenly, a mission notification appeared on Nita's panel. Liang Y's hidden mission. Name, Liang Y. Rank, B. Description: help Liang Y find the soul grass. Reward. Nita was surprised. She sent a message through the system chat to Lun to ask. As she suspected, only she received the mission. Judging by the mission description, Liang Y's mission was unrelated to the race war event. "All right. Wait here for a moment. I'll select our mission first," Nita said to Liang Y. Odomotrace missions. Combat patrol at Fortress number 21 for 6 hours. 170 contribution points. fight and enter the main battlefield for 8 hours. Contribution points plus 340. Guard and defend at Fortress number 47 for 7 hours. Contribution points plus 500. Participate in the assault plan. Contribution points plus 800. Odomot race missions. Achievement. Eliminate a Tier 1 user race member. Contribution points plus 5. Eliminate a Tier 2 user race member. Contribution points plus 50. Eliminate a Tier 3 user race member. Contribution points plus 500. The mission list was not much different from the Qui race mission board, except the contribution points earned was several times higher. After selecting a mission, they left the war office and took the nearest flying vehicle to the airship port in Solar City. Empty space, Divine Sky Realm. A 1,000-meter-long sailing ship sped steadily through the clouds. In the captain's room, a female officer reported to another woman who appeared to be the leader. Captain Hannah, we are currently heading to the American Alliance area in the next 2 hours. All preparations are complete, the female officer explained. And the High Portal Island has been installed at location number 23, she added. The ship they were on was a special World Market Alliance vessel tasked with opening portal point routes to all other alliances. The person in charge of this grand operation was the core member of the alliance, Hannah. All right. Proceed with the next plan, Hannah ordered. Besides establishing portal islands, her team's task this time was to set up alliance stores on other alliance islands. So far, they had built more than 100 alliance sites. In each alliance, they could establish one main alliance branch and dozens of other branches on the island. Some islands did not allow it and even demanded unreasonable prices. However, with the financial resources of the World Market Alliance, this was not an issue. Report, ma'am. A foreign island is visible within 1 kilometer, a soldier reported from the captain's room door. Hannah frowned and then went to the control room to see the detected foreign island. From afar, a 3,000 meter by 3,000 meter island was indeed visible. On the island, large mountains and several flying creatures could be seen. Hannah's team's ship continued to approach the foreign island. The visible foreign island was not a ruler's island but a beast island in the Divine Sky Realm. They had encountered beast islands like this many times before. Naturally, they wouldn't leave it be. Although the items or materials dropped by the monsters on the island were not useful to people like Lynn and the Alliance leaders, they were still valuable to those with lower power levels. Order Team 17 to destroy it and collect all dropped items. Once done, don't forget to destroy the territory orb, Hannah ordered clearly. Yes, Captain, the soldier replied firmly, then turned to inform the military section leader. Shortly after Hannah's command, 10 smaller ships headed towards the foreign island. From afar, the battle could be seen. It turned out that the foreign island was inhabited by eagle-like beasts with an average size of 7 meters. Rock Eagle. Level 12. Attributes. STR 62. Int 41. Agi 49. Rees 58. Skills. Illusion Feathers. Drops soft feathers to create a torture illusion for 1 minute. Shadow Eagle. Level 14. Attributes. STR 56. Int 39. Agi 45. Rees 51. Skills. Eagle Shadow. Grants temporary strength to the shadow for 1 minute with 25% of the host's power. Ha ha ha. These birds are quite strong. Come on. This is our chance to get energy crystals to upgrade our equipment. Some soldiers discussed enthusiastically. Victory was certainly in their hands, with the help of 10 Tier 2 leaders behind them. Moreover, if the enemy was too strong, the main ship would attack directly regardless of the materials and resources on the island. With just a few rounds of divine mortars, a 7,000-meter-long island could be rendered powerless. Killed Rock Eagle, level 13, X plus 67. Killed Shadow Eagle, level 10, X plus 31. A series of system alerts rang in the soldiers' ears, making them more eager to eliminate the eagle monsters in front of them. The battle continued until all the rock eagles were dead. The bodies were extracted for materials, and the entire island was searched for hidden items or materials. The final task was carried out by the Tier 2 leaders to destroy the territory orb. Chapter 45, Buying X bottles at the Vortal store. Welcome, sir. A guard greeted Lynn and Nitu as they entered a large building. The building had 12 floors with a futuristic design that left Lynn and Nitu in awe of its beauty. They entered and were greeted by the sight of people transacting with the store's attendants. They were in Vortal store, one of the best equipment shops in Solar City. Before departing on the mission with Liang Wei, they decided to visit this store. The interior of Vortal store was spacious. A large round lamp continuously rotated in the center of the ceiling, emitting positive energy that made everyone feel comfortable. The walls were adorned with large, diverse advertisements. Some displayed golden items, silver armor, and luxurious black weapons, all of which were highly appealing. Just like on Earth, large discount signs on the wall opposite the entrance greeted everyone who walked in. Observing the discount board for a while would evoke a desire to buy, as if it had a charm that piqued people's interest. randomly picked a showcase and started browsing the equipment on sale. Inside the glass case, various weapons such as swords, knives, maces, chains, and more were neatly displayed. Besides equipment, there were also other items like healing pills, skill books, and materials. The quality of the goods was even higher than the pavilion they visited earlier. "Excuse me, Mississippi, could you recommend items related to exp?" asked, trying his luck. "Of course, sir," the female attendant responded promptly. She turned around, checked the showcase behind her, and retrieved a few bottles to Shuln and Nita. Tier 1 X bottle, X plus 10, price 1 medium crystal. Tier 2 X bottle, X plus 100, price 10 medium crystals. Tier 3 X bottle, X plus 1000, price 30 medium crystals. Tier 4 X bottle, X plus 10,000, price 100 medium crystals. Damn it, Lun cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected items that provided exp to be openly sold. Previously, he treated the Alpha Orb as a priceless treasure, but now, items with 10,000 exp were right in front of him. "Miss, is there a purchase limit for these exp bottles, and what are these exp bottles made of?" Lun asked curiously. "There is no purchase limit, sir. However, these items can only be used by players for maximum benefit. If used by other power cores, the benefits will be significantly reduced," the female attendant explained. "These items are special and are not dropped by any living creatures. They are obtained by completing trials in the Sky Tower," she continued. Lun and Nita listened attentively to the store attendant's explanation. The Sky Tower was a tower of unknown height that appeared only for 7 days each year in specific locations on the players' islands. With X bottles, humans who were not interested in combat and violence could increase their level like other rulers. By increasing their level, the lifespan of humans extended several times. The store attendant's explanation provided Lun and Nita with valuable information. However, for the woman in front of them, this information seemed like common knowledge. "Are you newcomers?" the store attendant asked. "To confirm, your old Earth was destroyed, and now you're on a floating island," she continued. Lun and Nita felt like the female store attendant was revealing their deepest secrets. "Ha ha ha. Relax, it's common knowledge. Not only we players experience this. Anyway, my advice to you is to level up quickly. And if a king election event appears, try to minimize killing among your own race," the store attendant said sincerely. "Thank you, officer. We are very grateful for your valuable advice," Lun said sincerely, even bowing slightly. "It's nothing." "Relax," replied, waving her hand. "Officer, we will buy all types of X bottles." "Are there higher tiers?" Lun asked. Officer was slightly surprised, then turned around, opened the glass showcase behind her, and retrieved a few more bottles. "Of course, there are, but these bottles can only be purchased with high crystals," Officer said as she lined up the newly retrieved bottles. Tier 5 X bottle, X plus 100,000, price 10 high crystals. The last bottle looked larger and had a more premium design. "This is the best bottle that can be obtained from the Divine Tower," added Officer. "Excellent. I'll buy them all," Lun said, pulling out a pouch containing 103 high crystals. Officer inspected the contents of the pouch and conducted a brief examination. A small smile appeared on her face. "Ha ha ha. It seems young Master Lun is quite wealthy." Lun ignored Officer's compliment and then thought about other items he would buy. He felt the player's store was more unique than the cultivator's store like the pavilion. "Officer, do you have any books you could recommend to us?" "Higher quality ones would be great," Lun said, hoping for some rare books to appear. Officer quickly checked the back of the showcase again, then retrieved several scrolls. She laid all the books on the showcase table. 3 golden books and 7 blue books. Blink Step, allows instantaneous movement within a 100-meter radius and increases defense for a short time. Level 1, 100,000. Base speed, plus 30%. Rarity, legendary. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Requirement, Tier 3, Universal. Arca's Shadow. Summons the demon Arca to assist the user for 1 minute. Level 1, 100,000. Base power, plus 30%. Rarity, legendary. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requirement, Master level. Magic. Divine Eyes. Enhances eye sharpness, detects enemy weak points, and increases reflexes for 30 seconds. Level 1, 100,000. Base sharpness, plus 30%. Rarity, legendary. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirement, Tier 3, Universal. Insane. So powerful. Lun read the skill descriptions several times, ensuring there were no mistakes. "How much are they, Officer?" Lun asked. "Each one costs 10 high crystals for legendary tier and 1 high crystal for rare tier skills," Officer explained casually. "Brother, ask if they have the plant Liang Wei is looking for," Nita suddenly asked from the side. Every item sold in Vortal store amazed and impressed her. She suddenly remembered the hidden mission from Liang Wei. Only Nita had received the hidden mission from Liang Wei. Solon had somewhat forgotten to ask earlier. Chapter 46. Liang Wei's timely assistance. Officer, I have a question. Do you have soul grass? Nita asked hopefully. Officer paused before answering. We currently do not have soul grass. It is a rare herb used for soul healing medicine. Additionally, soul grass only appears during spatial chaos. And Nita had anticipated that soul grass was not an ordinary plant, so they weren't too surprised by Officer's response. They continued their shopping for a few more minutes, ignoring the prices. As long as an item was important, they would buy at least one. And Nita deliberately refrained from buying in bulk to avoid suspicion from the higher-ups at the Vortal store. And Nita spent another hour purchasing items they felt would be useful for their territory's development. The first item was a high-grade insight stone used to level up skills. The price of one high-grade insight stone was 1,000 high-grade crystals. Insight stone contains universal insights and can be absorbed. Insight points 10,000. Insight level high type universal. From the price alone, it was clear that this stone could only be purchased by those from royal families with unlimited wealth. Ordinary people without status could only rely on untradable insight stones. The second item Lun bought was a territorial defense weapon and several high-grade nests. Divine Cross Tower type, territorial defense weapon. Power, 1 million, firing speed, 5 shots minute. Firing range, 1,000 kilometers. Defense, 10 million. Energy consumption, 1 million energy crystals. Kai Tribe Warrior Nest summons strong warriors from the Kai Tribe to join and fight for the ruler. Summoning rate, 10 warriors. Day. Strength bonus, 25%. On several occasions, Lun inquired about epic chests, but Officer's answers disappointed him. Epic chests were so valuable that when someone obtained one, they would immediately open it for themselves. Even for master-level beings and above, epic chests were highly useful. Lun wanted to ask about artifact items. The reward given by the system in this event was a territorial artifact, so Lun wanted to buy one if it was available. However, he stopped himself when Nita's message suddenly appeared in the friends chat. Nita, brother, that's enough for now. We've already spent over 2,500 high-grade crystals. More than this will raise suspicion. Lun hesitated, then replied to Nita's message. Lun, this is the last one. Lun looked at Nita beside him. Her face was tense, with furrowed brows and narrowed eyes. Her lips formed a thin line, holding back angry words. Her cheeks were slightly red, indicating her rising annoyance. Lun made a pleading look and a slight wink, then turned his attention to Officer. Sorry, Officer, what about artifacts? Does the Vortal store sell them? Lun asked attentively. Of course we do, but they require a different currency to purchase. Officer replied casually but did not elaborate. May I see them? Officer, Lun asked cautiously. Certainly. Officer then took something out of her spatial ring. The item was like a multicolored light orb. Power essence. The essence of power from nature. The primal energy for all living beings. The item's description left Lun speechless. Primal energy? What kind of item is this? And how do you obtain it? Lun didn't wait any longer. Secretly, he activated duplication on the power essence. Duplicate. Power essence. X 10,000 times. Are you sure? Yes. Without any issues. 10,000 identical power essences appeared in Lun's spatial ring. Oh, this thing? Lun pretended to be clueless, then took out an item from his storage ring. Officer was truly shocked this time. Wasn't the young man in front of her still in the early stages? How did he obtain power essence? Sorry, Solon, may I ask where you got that item? Officer asked suspiciously. From the start, she had treated Lun and Nita like usual customers, especially since they were fellow players, so she provided slightly better service. But this time, she was very suspicious. Lun had already spent almost 3,000 high-grade crystals. Even a master-level being didn't have that much wealth. She feared Lun might have obtained the high-grade crystals illegally, such as by killing young lords from high-level powers. A few years ago, a similar mistake occurred. A being with the power to destroy a realm with a single breath came to Realm Xrox 55 to seek justice for his disciple. Fortunately, the supreme ruler of Realm Xrox 55 made a private deal with the powerful being. Since then, the Vortal store had issued strict warnings to its staff to verify customers' credibility to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Lun was sweating bullets. He felt he had crossed the line this time. He then looked at Nita beside him, who had a very frightening expression. I gave it to him. A voice suddenly spoke. Yes, it was Liang Wei and his servant. Officer looked at the young man, then shifted her gaze to the old man behind him. Her eyes narrowed, and she smiled stiffly. Senior, I apologize. This junior made a mistake, Officer said respectfully, afraid of offending the old man. In her eyes, the old man behind the young man was terrifying. With just a touch of his finger, her Tier 3 body and soul could vanish from the universe. Lun and Nita saw how Officer reacted to the old man. They swallowed hard, realizing how dangerous he was. Sister Nita, why did you take so long? I've been waiting at the port for over half an hour, Liang Wai said with slight annoyance. Sorry, Brother Lun and I were buying some equipment for the mission, Nita replied. In truth, she was very upset at the moment. This was all her greedy brother's fault. Oh, I see. What did you buy? Liang Wai accepted Nita's made-up excuse without suspicion, and then explained that he wanted to buy an artifact with power essence but was suspected by Officer. In his heart, Lun was very annoyed this time. He had caused trouble for everyone. Officer, please continue. If they lack funds, let me know, Liang Wai said innocently to Officer. All right, young master. Officer straightened her posture and then looked at Lun and Nita to continue their transaction. Chapter 47. Purchasing Pseudo-Artifacts. Store clerk then presented 3 items. The 3 items were a black armor with oval-shaped shoulders, a yellow-brown conical hat with rice tassels at the edge, and a 1-meter-long wooden fishing rod. Curious, Lun and Nita inspected the status panels of the 3 artifacts. Kylix armor, pseudo-type, active artifact level, damaged essence, 78. Ability, ignores all incoming damage for 1 second. Price, 16 power essence. Diligent farmer's hat, pseudo-type, active artifact level, damaged essence, 59. Ability, reduces plant growth time by 24 hours. Price, 9 power essence. Watcher's rod, pseudo-type, active artifact level, damaged essence, 34. Ability, can fish in chaotic seas, with a 5% chance to catch a rainbow fish. Price, 8 power essence. Lun and Nita frowned slightly. They did not expect that the so-called artifacts were not as impressive as their name suggested. Of the 3 items, perhaps only the Kylix armor met the criteria of an artifact. What's wrong, young Master Lun? Are you not interested? Clark asked casually when she saw Lun and Nita's expressions. No, it's just that I don't understand the difference between regular items and artifacts, replied Lun, feeling confused. He thought the quality of the artifacts before him was slightly inferior to his golden sword. Ha ha ha. Actually, the artifacts young Master Lun sees are not true artifacts. These 3 artifacts are failures. So don't expect to obtain extraordinary abilities, explained Clark attentively. Her service level had improved due to the supervision of young Master Liang Wai and his guard. Alright, Clark, I'll buy all 3, Lun said, handing 35 power essence to Clark. Immediately, Clark smiled broadly and then released the seals on the 3 artifacts before her. Anything else? Lun looked at Nita to ensure everything they had bought was sufficient. All good, Nita replied, forming an OK sign with her right hand. Alright, thank you very much for your service, Clark. I hope we can meet again next time. You're welcome, young Master Lun. Princess Nita. Lun, Nita, and Liang Wai quickly left the Vortal store and headed to the airship port. In realm Xrox 55 this time, Lun and the others passed through several portals before reaching the War Fortress Island. From the War Fortress Island, they took a medium-sized sailing boat to patrol. A 300-meter-long ship slowly pierced through the clouds, moving through empty space without obstruction. On board, a few people were training in combat. 3, 2, 1, start. Nita's shout shattered the silence. Lun had already moved from his position, running towards Liang Wai. He aimed for his back, trying to slash with the wooden sword in his hand. Very fast. But I can see all your moves. Liang Wai didn't look his usual self, with a serious and slightly more enthusiastic face this time. He saw him coming from the right, his movements like he was spinning in water. As a countermeasure, Liang Wai slightly turned his body. Lun didn't give up. With a quick leap, he tried to change the direction of his slash, this time aiming for Liang Wai's left side, but Liang Wai was ready. With surprising speed, he parried the attack with his wooden sword, creating a loud sound that echoed around them. Good, but not enough, said Liang Wai, smiling. Lun gritted his teeth. Quickly, he launched a series of rapid attacks, trying to throw Liang Wai off balance. But every attack he launched was always successfully parried by Liang Wai with extraordinary calm and precision. Liang Wai then changed tactics. With a swift step forward, he approached Lun and launched an unexpected counter-attack. Lun was forced to retreat, trying to keep his distance. But Liang Wai didn't give him a chance to breathe. He continued to press with increasingly intense attacks, forcing Lun to keep defending. Every move Liang Wai made looked so coordinated and calculated. He used every opening left by Lun to launch precise counter-attacks. Lun began to feel the pressure, his breathing grew heavier, and he knew he had to do something to change the situation. With a loud shout, Lun jumped into the air, trying to attack from above. But Liang Wai had already predicted the move. With incredible precision, he parried Lun's aerial attack and used the momentum to launch a finishing blow. Liang Wai's wooden sword touched Lun's shoulder gently but firmly. Gotcha, he said. Smiling, Lun stood still for a moment, then grinned widely. You win this time, Liang Wai. But I won't give up. Lun and Liang Wai were purely training with their own techniques and physical strength. Lun used a strange ring given by Liang Wai to suppress his power so that their sword techniques were more visible. Liang Wai had recently entered the cultivation world, but that didn't mean he wasn't trained from a young age. He had started practicing swordsmanship since the age of 7, and when he awakened his spiritual roots, his sword skills increased even more. All right, brother, don't be sad. It's my turn, Nita said from the side. What can you do? Try it. If you win, I'll grant you any request, Lun said confidently. Immediately, he became the referee for Nita and Liang Wai. 3, 2, 1. The sparring practice continued throughout the journey. This patrol went smoothly without any threats like in the Guandu realm. They didn't even encounter foreign islands as usual. This patrol seemed more like a leisure trip. Lun had a suspicion in his mind. He felt that old man Zhao Feng, Liang Wai's guard, was the cause of all this. Either he had already driven away all the enemies, or the enemies were too scared to approach because of Zhao Feng's power. But whatever it was, Lun didn't care as long as he completed the mission. As long as it didn't pose a threat to him and Nita, it was fine by Lun. Lun's patrol mission lasted for about 7 hours before it finally ended. Their flying boat docked at the War Fortress Island, their patrol destination. From the War Fortress, Lun and the others returned to Solar City to submit their patrol mission report. Liang Wai, we will return today, Lun said to Liang Wai. Liang Wai was slightly surprised to hear this. Why, you can stay here, right? He asked. We still have some matters to attend to, and besides, we will be back in 5 days, Lun replied casually. He needed time to process all the items he had obtained. Oh, there's something I need help with. How do you unlock the soul barrier on a spatial ring? Lun asked Liang Wai. Though the question was directed at Liang Wai, Lun looked at the old man behind him with hopeful eyes. Chapter 48. Acquiring a pure artifact. Brother Lun, you can actually use the soul barrier removal service for the spatial ring at Vortal Shop or the Grand Pavilion, explained Liang Wai. He then looked at Zhao Feng and said, Elder Feng, please help Brother Lun to remove the ring's barrier. Zhao Feng seemed to agree and extended his hand towards Lun. Hand it over. Lun quickly retrieved the silver ring he had obtained when he killed the Alpha Command level creature during the battle in the Guandu realm. Here you go, Master Zhao. The silver ring in Lun's hand floated into Elder Zhao Feng's hand. Elder Zhao Feng examined the silver ring for a few seconds. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A red plant floated out of the ring. The plant had several golden stripes on its leaves. In the center, white pollen adorned the stamens. Soul grass. Liang Wai shouted loudly. He was about to grab the soul grass to take a closer look. However, Elder Zhao Feng kept it away from him. Don't touch it, young master. Soul grass is very sensitive and can be damaged if touched directly, explained Elder Zhao. Liang Wai was not only unoffended, but his eyes were now filled with tears. He was very happy and almost cried with joy. The grass he had been searching for was right in front of him. Young Master Lun, I apologize for the impoliteness. I saw the contents of your ring and found the soul grass. Elder Zhao spoke calmly. He indeed intentionally looked inside the ring, which was very easy for him. Moreover, he was well aware of Liang Wai's special eyes. People with bright auras bring fortune that can defy the heavens. So, he would try anything related to Lun. Even during the patrol, he killed all the enemies and examined the items on their bodies. Previously, he felt a bit disappointed for not finding anything, but now, he realized he had made a mistake before. He believed he could intervene with the threads of fortune, and it turned out he couldn't do anything. Ha ha, it's nothing. Master Zhao, we are very happy that the soul grass can help young Master Liang Wai, Lun replied politely. However, inside, Lun felt a bit hurt. His duplication skill was still on cooldown. Wouldn't his wealth increase if he duplicated it first? Nita, who had been silent on the side, widened her eyes as she saw the notification panel appear. Liang Wai's hidden mission. Name, Liang Wai. Rank, B. Description, help Liang Wai find information. Soul grass. Reward, rank increased to S level. Received reward, pure grade artifact. Sure enough, this time Liang Wai took out a white ring with a large red crystal on the outer side. Brother Lun, as a token of appreciation, please accept this ring. Liang Wai offered the ring to Lun. This ring can reduce the mana consumption of skills. It will greatly help you in the future. Liang Wai added. His admiration for Lun was very high at this moment. Ha ha ha, alright, I won't be polite then. Lun pretended not to be surprised. He took the ring and checked the status panel. Time ring. Type, active artifact. Grade, pure essence. 890. Ability, reduces skill cooldown time by 80%. Crazy, a pure artifact reduces all cooldowns by 80%? Lun exclaimed in his heart. He then handed it to Nita, letting her see the information about the time ring. Nita was no different, her mouth forming an O shape. Brother Wai, this item is very valuable, said Nita to Liang Wai. She still couldn't believe that Liang Wai's hidden mission reward was so precious. Sister Nita, I should be the one thanking you. With this grass, My mother will be healed and healthy again, Liang Wei said firmly. All right then, thank you, Brother Wei. I hope your mother gets well soon, Nita said sincerely. Thank you, Sister Nita. Well, we will be leaving now. We might not meet again in the near future, but I hope we will meet again in the future. Liang Wei bowed deeply with gratitude. Then he waved Lun and Nita. Goodbye, goodbye, Liang Wei. Soon, Elder Zhao Feng tossed the silver ring back to Lun, then he waved his hand, and a white light enveloped him and Liang Wei. They disappeared. Huffed. Very strong. Yes, too strong. Lun and Nita could only sigh heavily seeing Elder Zhao Feng's skills. What would it feel like to have such power as strong as Elder Zhao Feng? After Liang Wei and Elder Zhao Feng left, Lun checked the contents of the now unbarred silver spatial ring. Lun's consciousness entered the space inside the ring, and he saw many things: silver, gold, crystals, weapons, pills, medicine bottles, skill books, etc. From a quick scan, Lun estimated there were at least 10 million energy crystals, hundreds of weapons, thousands of medicines, several beast eggs, 76 power essences, and many other supporting items like clothes, wood, stones, fruits, etc. Lun also saw some horrifying items inside the spatial ring, including several corpses of both animals and humans. Just by looking at them, Lun knew that Voirol was not a good person. Among the many items, one particularly caught Lun's attention. It was shaped like a necklace with a ruby pendant. Lun checked the panel of the necklace. Demon Worshipper's Necklace. Fake. Type. Active Artifact. Grade. Damaged. Essence. 82. Ability. Transform into a demon worshipper, increasing all stats by 20% for 1 minute. It seems this was used by Voirol in his final moments, Lun said. Recalling Voirol's death, Lun felt satisfied with the inspection of the silver ring's contents. Then looked at Nita beside him and asked, anything else? If not, we will return to the Heavenly Sky Realm. Hearing Lun's question, Nita nodded and said, yes, let's go back. Soon they hurried towards the main portal to the Heavenly Sky Realm. On their way to the portal, Lun and Nita saw several people from various races hurrying in the opposite direction. They must be striving hard to go to war to earn income and advance themselves. Unlike them, his journey had been relatively easy thanks to his SSS level talent. Of course, this didn't include the time he faced Voirol. Chapter 49. 50.000 Botolixp. Lun and Nita returned to the Divine Sky Realm as usual. When they emerged from the portal, a familiar sight greeted them. A 10-story building, a highway filled with pollution-free vehicles, and crowded sidewalks with pedestrians. The City of Destruction. World Market Alliance Island. The City of Destruction belonged to Old Man Hayekl. It was located to the south of Lun's City of Life and not far from Lara's City of Light. Old Man Hayekl's City of Destruction almost matches your city. Brother, look at that building. It's so aesthetic, Nita said, admiring the buildings in the City of Destruction. Yes, Old Man Hayekl is a core member, so it won't be much different from the City of Life, Lun explained. Lun was not stingy with the 10 core members of the Alliance. Each core member greatly contributed to the Alliance's development and held important roles. Take Hannah, for example, who was responsible for establishing the Alliance's branch store network in the Divine Sky Realm. Then there were Old Man Hayekl and Laras, tasked with expansion and exploration of uncharted territories. Next was Dion, who served as the head of the military across all the Alliance islands. Welcome, sir. At this moment, 2 guards approached Lun and Nita. They were overseers responsible for monitoring the portal environment. As usual, Lun provided them with an overview of the situation in Realm Xrox 55. Give this document to Chief Ifan, Lun instructed them. Yes, sir. The 2 overseers carefully stored the document and returned to their post to switch shifts with others. Lun and Nita didn't stay idle. They boarded a bus, a common means of transportation these days. Human development was indeed rapid. As long as raw materials were sufficient, Earth's situation would soon be replicated. There were actually portals at several points on Lun's island, but entering them required energy crystals. Thus, only those with some wealth could enjoy them. Brother, it feels great to be a ruler, Nita said from beside him. Ha ha ha, silly girl. Who said being a ruler isn't enjoyable? Lun replied. What if we just stay on the island and live peacefully? I don't want to meet those powerful people anymore. Nita felt a bit overwhelmed this time. They had encountered several strong individuals, and they could hardly do anything. Lun understood Nita's anxiety. After all, if they continued living like this every day, they could live comfortably and peacefully. Although it would take time and a long process, they could stand firm among those powerful races. Stop worrying about that. As long as we aren't reckless, we'll be safe, Lun said confidently. What? Reckless? I forgot who was reckless before. Nita retorted with a teasing expression. Her brother advised against being reckless, but it was he who had been reckless. He. It won't happen again. Lun could only smile sheepishly at his sister's teasing. On their way home, Uln and Nita observed the activities of people living on Uln's island. Some people wore neat suits with standard black bags in their right hands. Uln could guess that these were office workers. Office workers usually had slightly weaker strength, but they still activated the system. The salary system also used energy crystals. Paper currency was beginning to flourish as a means of conducting small transactions for items like vegetables, rice, meat, etc. The entertainment industry was not left behind either, with some already establishing TV stations and websites for watching entertainment content. The government system also continued to function. Currently, Ulm's city was divided into 4 different districts. This change occurred due to the rapid development of Ulm's island, which now covered 3 million square kilometers, almost twice the size of Indonesia on Earth. During their journey, Ulm and Nita stopped to explore several places, such as entertainment venues, dining spots, and other amusement parks. After getting tired, they used the portal to reach the City of Life before nightfall. Upon arriving at the City Lord's Hall, it was already dark. The night sky was beautifully decorated with colorful lights. Ulm and Nita were currently enjoying the night sky while grilling some beef and rabbit meat. "Brother, how many X bottles have you duplicated?" Nita asked while eating a steak skewer. "Well, during the journey, I've duplicated 50,000 Tier 5 X bottles," Ulm said while taking out a bottle from the silver space ring. Tier 5 X bottle, X plus 100,000. Ulm was very excited inside. 50,000 Tier 5 X bottles were worth 10 high crystals. If he sold all 50,000 bottles, he would earn 500,000 energy crystals. "I'm rich." Ulm said to himself. "Let's use them." "Brother, is it enough to level up to the next threshold?" Nita asked curiously. Their level was still at 21. "Well, I don't know either. Let's try using 100 bottles." Ulm looked at the X bottles in his hand and confirmed their use. "Consume Tier 5 X bottles." 100. "Confirm." "Yes." Consumed Tier 5 X bottles. Gained plus 100,000 XP. Consumed Tier 5 X bottles. Gained plus 100,000 XP. 100 XP notifications sounded, and Ulm's XP increased by about 0.3%. "What there? 10 million XP only increased by 0.3%? Ulm cursed in his heart. He couldn't imagine how difficult it would be to level up without a cheat-like talent. This time, Ulm used 1,000 bottles at once. Consumed Tier 5 X bottles. Gained plus 100,000 XP. Consumed Tier 5 X bottles. Gained plus 100,000 XP. This time, Ulm saw his level progress. Finally, it increased to level 22. "Congratulations, ruler level increased." Level 22, attribute points plus 250. Finally, Ulm was very excited. With 1,000 X bottles, his level increased by more than 1. If he used 9,000 more bottles, he could reach level 30. Consume Tier 5 X bottles. 9,000. Confirm. Yes. Immediately, endless notifications flooded Ulm's status panel. He closed the panel for a while and then handed Nita 10,000 bottles as well. "Nita, you use them too," Ulm said to Nita. "Okay, brother." Nita accepted all the X bottles and used them all at once. Nita experienced the same thing as Ulm. Endless notifications flooded her status panel. They both temporarily closed the system panel and enjoyed their snacks leisurely. "Ah, it's so refreshing. The stars are so beautiful." Occasionally, Nita would murmur softly while sitting on her lounge chair, a cotton blanket covering her legs. Chapter 50. Reach level 30. A few moments passed after using more than 9,000 X bottles. Ulm checked his status panel. Status. Name. Ulm. Level. 30. 1%. Attributes. SDR 3256, AGI 3072, INT 2861, RES 2984. Class. Swordsman. Holy Human. 90% XP. Skills. Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/Area of Light. Sub-skills. Sword Aura, Quick Movement, Light Barrier. Equipment. Divine Sword plus 10, Two-Step Shoes plus 10, Night Splitting Cloak plus 10, Fierce Fighting Gloves plus 10, Durable Helmet plus 10. Talent. Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features. Market. Chat. Friends. Good. Finally level 30. I can use the legendary sub-skills now. Ulm was very pleased with his level up. His average attributes were now above 3,000 points. Each level up from 20 to 30 granted 250 points. And his golden sword also added complete attributes because it was a growth-type weapon. Divine Sword, Part 1 plus 10. Level 30. Growth. Attributes. SDR plus 465, INT plus 412, AGI plus 448, RES plus 404. Holy Blessing. Heals all body wounds, increases base attributes by 20%, and increases damage by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Ha ha ha. Everything from that crowned man is excellent, Lun said, recalling the crowned man during his promotion to level 1. He had previously considered giving the sword to Nita, but she had refused because she didn't like close combat. Nita, have you reached level 30 yet? Lun asked, looking at Nita beside him. Yes, brother, my average attribute is around 2,800, Nita explained. Lun found it reasonable, considering Nita's weapon was slightly inferior. Not long after leveling up, the system's voice sounded again. Having reached level 30, the core formation trial is now available. Lun didn't expect that the trial conditions would only be revealed upon reaching level 30. He then opened the description of the core formation trial. Core formation: the ruler will undergo a trial to form the sacred sword core. Core crystal, swordsman. Trial duration, 1 hour. Completion rate, 10% grants a 10% attribute buff. 20% grants a 20% attribute buff, up to 100% completion granting a 100% attribute buff. So vague, it doesn't even explain what the trial is like. Lun was slightly annoyed with the notification this time. Brother, it's better to wait until your talent cooldown is over, then take the trial, Nita suggested. She also received the same information as Lun. As usual, Lun would take the trial first and then inform her of its contents afterward. Yes, you're right. By the way, how's the association doing? Lun asked. He didn't pay much attention to the alliance's development. All reports were directly given to Nita through private chat. It's doing well and developing rapidly. We've established branch stores in the top 30 alliances. All thanks to Sister Hana and her team's help, Nita continued. She then explained the progress of branch store construction and portal development, as well as the internal development of the alliance. The World Market Alliance was now known by many people for the goods they sold. Besides being cheap, the quality was not inferior either. Additionally, the internal alliance had formed several divisions, such as the Training Division, Defense Division, Intelligence Division, Logistics Division, Research Division, and several others. All division heads were selected based on their strength and talents. Averaging at grade A, there was even a grade S talent head in the Intelligence Division. The alliance's total members currently exceeded 12,000. They came from various regions, but generally from the same region as Lun and Nita. Nita then informed Lun about the developments of other alliances. The top human alliances had formed an organization called the Human Unity Organization. This organization served as a cooperation platform among alliances and was led by the American Alliance. What do you think, brother? Should we join? Nita asked while chewing her food. Of course, as long as it doesn't cause any harm. The more connections, the better, Lun replied. Okay, Nita agreed. Nita continued explaining and chatting with Lun until late at night before they finally went to bed. Morning, main hall of the city. On a vast sports field full of green grass, a girl in sportswear was jogging around the field. The sunlight shone on her body, and sweat dripped from her. Ugh, so tired, she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Not far away, a young man was doing push-ups beside the field. His arms were full of muscle without any fat, and his sweat-drenched body added to his charm. Yes, the girl and the young man were Lun and Nita doing their morning exercise routine. Morning exercise was very refreshing and healthy. They exercised until 7 a.m. Then had breakfast. Brother, when will you take the trial? Nita asked from across the dining table. Soon. Maybe after breakfast, Lun replied. He had done a lot of preparation before bed last night, especially his talent skill, which was ready to use. A few moments after breakfast, Lun entered the core formation trial. The ruler will enter the core formation trial. Confirm. Yes. Immediately, in Nita's view, Lun disappeared without warning or trace. Good luck, brother, Nita muttered hopefully. She knew her brother would be fine and had very high attribute points. But still, she couldn't shake the worry in her heart. Not wanting to stay idle at the dining table, Nita then left the main hall to check on the city's development, the alliance, and other important matters. Meanwhile, in a strange place he had never been to, Lun appeared on an endless green plain. Without warning, a system notification appeared. Core formation trial has begun. Countdown 1 hour starts now. Time remaining, 59:58. Time remaining, 59:47. I have to hurry, Lun said. But he was confused. Not knowing what to do. What core was the system referring to? Lun felt frustrated. 2 minutes had already passed. He had tried running in one direction, using skills, and asking the system. But there was no answer. Huffed, Lun felt like he had an idea. He tried to relax and calm himself. He focused his mind inward on his body. Just as I thought. He saw an object resembling a sword inside his body. However, the object seemed unreal and only appeared faintly. Holy Sword Core opened. Completion 0%. The sudden appearance of the system panel broke Lun's focus. When he opened his eyes, he saw a monster resembling an ant emerging not far from him. Chapter 51, Entering Core Formation Trial. Lun looked at the ant monster in front of him with anticipation. He had seen many strange monsters in various shapes after numerous battles. However, the monster in front of him was somewhat different because, if he focused on the ant monster, he could see a glowing object inside its chest. The ant monster was about 3 meters tall, with a body segmented by very thin but seemingly strong joints. Its skin was shiny, resembling glass walls. In the ant monster's right hand was a long, sharp, grey sword, seemingly made from the bones of a long-dead monster. Another frightening aspect of the monster was its pointed beak, 30 centimeters long. Lun was curious whether the bone sword was sharper than its beak. Lun checked the status panel of the ant monster. Sword and warrior. Attributes: SDR plus 1000, INT plus 1000, AGA plus 1000, Res plus 1000. Skills: basic swordsmanship, heart cleaving slash, steadfast sword heart. What there? Only 1000 points on average? Lun couldn't believe the status of the monster in front of him. Weren't 1000 points on average too low? I can crush this ugly ant with my bare hands, Lun said dismissively. His sword was one of the biggest contributors to his strength. He actually considered the sword in his hand to be an ordinary sword, but it turned out to be very powerful. The sword alone contributed 1600 points to Lun's status. Now, looking at the monster in front of him, even without the holy sword, he could slice it into 100 pieces. Let's go, Lun shouted in his mind. With just one leap, he reached the side of the ant monster. Slash. Thud. Thud. The ant monster was easily and quickly sliced in half before it could react. The top part of the monster lay lifeless on the grassy ground. Successfully killed. Sword and warrior. Obtained core altar. Soon, the monster's entire body shattered into pieces of white light and vanished. However, a box-shaped object appeared where the ant monster's body had disappeared. Lun picked it up and opened the information panel. Core altar. Soul altar fragment X1. It seems this is used to form the core. Lun muttered. SHH. Someone's coming, Lun said in his mind, his instincts alerting him to approaching danger. Sure enough, another ant monster appeared, moving very quickly. But Lun, its movements were a bit slow. This time, it wasn't just one ant monster, there were 10 of them. Sword and warrior. Attributes: SDR plus 1100, INT plus 1100, AGA plus 1100, Res plus 1100. Skills: basic swordsmanship, heart cleaving slash, steadfast sword heart. Increasing by 100 points. Huh? Alright, come here. Lun was slightly surprised to see the monster's points had increased by 100 each. But he wasn't afraid. He approached the monsters coming toward him. Clang. Zing. Lun's holy sword clashed with the ant monster's bone sword. Slice. Thud. Successfully killed. Sword and warrior. Obtained core altar. So strong, Lun saw the bone sword in the ant monster's hand break. Split in two. Ugh. The ant monsters behind didn't stay idle. They attacked and approached Lun with hostile gazes. Lun moved forward again, targeting the right group of monsters. First, he slashed horizontally in front of him. Then his sword shadow followed, slicing the 3 frontmost monsters. Next, Lun ducked his head and slashed upward from below, cutting down the remaining ant monsters. Slash. Slash. Lun's slashes were like a sword cutting through water. Effortlessly and silently, the ant monsters appeared panicked and fearful, but they could do nothing. The person before them seemed intent on their deaths. Slash. Slash. Successfully killed. Sword and warrior. Obtained core altar. Successfully killed. Sword and warrior. Obtained core altar. In just a few simple moves, Lun wiped out the 10 ant monsters effortlessly. As usual, Lun collected the core altars that had dropped from the 10 monsters. He deliberately didn't duplicate them now because he wanted to observe the entire trial process. Besides avoiding the emergence of important items, his main goal was to give his sister, Nita, an idea of the core formation trial. Not long after the 10 ant monsters died, another wave of ant monsters appeared. More than 100 of them. Their average attribute points increased to 1200. Ugh. 100 ant monster soldiers came as if going to war, appearing very coordinated and more intelligent. Some had already activated their main skills, making their auras stronger, but in the face of Lun's absolute power, he easily destroyed each group of approaching monsters. Lun didn't even use any skills, only relying on his swordsmanship. Successfully killed. Sword and warrior. Obtained core altar. Successfully killed. Sword and warrior. Obtained core altar. 2 minutes passed, and all 100 sword ant monsters were dead. After collecting the dropped core altars, Lun saw a different type of monster appear. Wolf-like monsters with 10 centimeters long, sharp fangs. The wolves had very white, slightly thick fur, making them look beautiful. However, their sharp red eyes made them look fierce. White lake wolf. Attributes: SDR plus 2000, INT plus 2000, AGA plus 2000, Res plus 2000. Skills: Wolf's Fury, Death Gaze, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Jumping straight to 2000, Lun muttered softly. 100 wolf monsters with an average of 2,000 attribute points, and 100 sword ant monsters with an average of 1,300 attribute points. It would take time to finish off all these monsters, Lun said while calculating efficiency in his head. He had 53 minutes left, so he had to act quickly. Lun immediately activated one of his sub-skills to speed up the process of killing the monsters in front of him. Sword Aura activates a Sword Aura for 5 minutes, increasing damage and attack speed by 60%. Level 50, 40,300, 216,750,000. Base power plus 500%. Rarity, rare. Cooldown 1 minute. Requirement, Tier 2, Swordsman. Sword Aura was one of Lun's skills that increased attack speed. Additionally, he had leveled up the skill to level 50, consuming over 21,000 high-grade insight stones. I'm coming, Lun muttered to himself. Lun's body disappeared and reappeared without warning in the middle of the monster wave. He then performed several spinning slashes, cutting down every approaching monster. Chapter 52, 100% absorption. Soul Altar, Universe, successfully killed. White Lake Wolf, obtained Altar Core. Successfully killed. White Lake Wolf, obtained Altar Core. If anyone saw the battle between Lun and the ant monsters and wolf monsters, they would feel there was no fairness in this fight. Lun appeared in one place and then disappeared, only to reappear in another place far away, slashing ferociously all around. The ant monsters and wolf monsters alike could do nothing. Even with their skills occasionally emitting red light, they couldn't touch Lun at all. 2 minutes passed, and all 200 monsters were dead, leaving behind corpses that would disappear every few seconds. The grass that was once green was now covered with monster corpses. Phew. Exhausting. Lun was a bit tired this time. The ant monsters weren't strong, but their numbers would drain anyone's energy. It seemed endless. Strange monsters with various shapes and strengths kept appearing after Lun finished off the previous waves. Alright, still got 45 minutes left. Let's go, Lun shouted with enthusiasm. 40 minutes passed, and a battle between Lun and thousands of monster troops ensued. Lun was like a small sugar cube swarmed by thousands of monsters. There were various forms of monsters among the thousands that appeared. Some were shaped like bulls with massive horns, and there were even flying monsters attacking from the sky. Sea Carrion Bird, Attribute, SDR plus 3700, INT plus 3700, Agi plus 3700, Rees plus 3700. Skills, Heart Poison, Killer Beak, Wind Splitting Claw. Sword and Warrior, Attribute, SDR plus 3300, INT plus 3300, Agi plus 3300, Rees plus 3300. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Heart Splitting Slash, Steadfast Sword Heart. Lun was also in full blast this time. Blue equipment covered his entire body, emitting an aura of terrifying power. Every few minutes he would activate his skills, thanks to the artifact Time Ring. Every skill he had was without cooldown. Sash. Slash. Successfully killed. Sea Carrion Bird. Obtained. Altar Core. Successfully killed. Red-Toothed Ogre. Obtained. Altar Core. Various types of monsters fell one by one due to Lun's ferocity. Although there were some monsters with attributes averaging almost 4,000, Lun could still hold on thanks to the healing effect from his holy sword. 4 more minutes passed, and finally, a system notification appeared on Lun's panel. Test time is over. You have 5 minutes to form the core. 4:59. 4:55. After the system warning, no more strange monsters appeared, leaving Lun alone on a grass field soaked with blood. Phew. Finally, Lun muttered wearily. He then checked the number of altar cores he had obtained. Altar core, soul altar container piece, quantity, 34,000. So many HHHH, Lun shouted with satisfaction. His battles had paid off. But how do I use them? Lun was now worried again as the time continued to count down. Huff. Lun refocused on the sword image in his chest. Starting absorption, altar core, progress 1%. Starting absorption, altar core, progress 2%. Lun watched the progress panel of the sword image increase rapidly, even reaching 10 in 17 seconds. He also felt that all the altar cores in his storage ring were drastically reduced. Starting absorption, altar core, progress 99%. Starting absorption, altar core, progress 100%. Starting absorption, golden altar core, progress 1%. Golden tier, Lun shouted in his heart. Lun immediately exited his focus mode and checked the number of crystal cores he had. Altar core, soul altar container piece, quantity 24,000. 10,000 regular altar cores. Then for the golden one. Could it be 10,000 as well? Lun thought hard. Duplicate, altar core, x 10,000 times. Confirm. Yes. Immediately, Lun's altar core quantity increased back to 34,000. He quickly entered focus mode again to absorb all the altar cores. Starting absorption. Golden Altar Core. Progress 100%. Starting absorption. Royal Altar Core. Progress 1%. Lun saw the change in the golden sword image, which now turned white. The light from the sword emitted a majestic aura that made Lun's heart tremble. Royal Tier Altar Core? Lun said excitedly. He was very curious about the good things that would come from the Royal Tier Altar Core. Starting absorption. Royal Altar Core. Progress 100%. Starting absorption. Universe Altar Core. Progress 1%. Insane. Universe Tier. Isn't this too terrifying? Lun's heart shook as he saw the Universe Tier. He had indeed worked very hard for this trial. Lucky that the time ring artifact helped him so that all his skills could be active continuously. Starting absorption. Universe Altar Core. Progress 100%. Congratulations, core formation 100% completed. Gaining 100% of current sovereign attributes. Congratulations, sovereign gain plus 12,173 free attributes. Congratulations, sovereign gained. Soul Altar, Universe. Trial time over. Sovereign will be transferred in 3, 2, 1. A vast sports field with fresh green grass. A young man in a blue robe appeared at the edge of the field. The young man seemed to be thinking for a moment, but then a broad smile appeared on his face. H. Finished just in time. Alright, let's see what we got. Lung tried to look inside himself through his senses. He saw a black altar right in the middle of his chest. Soul Altar, Universe EXP, plus 100%. Attribute, plus 100%. Skill cooldown reduction, plus 50%. Swordmaster Soul, not active. Insane, Lung shouted in his heart. What kind of crazy buff is this? Lung couldn't believe that the Tier 3 promotion trial had brought him such immense benefits. Previously, Lung had also gained a 90% XP increase from the core crystal he used to reach Tier 2. Combined with the 100% from the Soul Altar, he could level up 3 times faster than others. What? Shock reappeared on Lung's face as he looked at his duplicate talent skill. Infinity Duplicate, version 2. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Lung took a long deep breath. The joy on his face couldn't be hidden. Seeing the 30-minute cooldown meant he could duplicate twice as much as before. Ha ha ha. Amazing. A broad smile appeared on Lun's face. What's with the island owner? He's smiling to himself. Hey, the island owner can hear you. Get back to work. Chapter 53, new title, Leader of the Sovereign 3. 2 janitors observed Lun from afar and talked about his exaggerated condition. It was unusual for them to see the island owner like this. Huffed. Calm down. Calm down. Lun tried to calm himself and check the other changes he had gained. Upon achieving 100% completion in the trial, Lun obtained over 12,000 blank attributes. However, the attributes he gained from the Soul Altar would activate all at once. When Lun checked the status panel, he saw the feature to advance to Tier 3. Proceed to Tier 3. Complete the trial. Core formation. 1 million energy crystals. Level 30 monster heart. Lord rank. Lun couldn't wait to advance, so he proceeded with the promotion immediately. He already had all the required items and he had completed the core formation trial, so there was no point in delaying. Proceed to Tier 3, consuming items. Complete the trial, core formation, 1 million energy crystals. Level 30 monster heart, Lord rank. Yes. Immediately, the same power he felt when advancing to Tier 2 and Tier 1 surged into his body. This power flowed through every part of his body and cells. Each time the energy moved, Lun felt a sense of liberation as if he had been freed from a cage. Soon, the power stopped flowing and vanished without a trace. Then the system notification panel sounded. The Sovereign has successfully promoted to Tier 3. Acquired skills, Sword Heaven Prison, Sacred Heart Sword, Sky Sword Rain. Became the first blue planet human to reach Tier 3. Earned the title, Leader of the Sovereign 3. Great. That was easy, Lun said casually. It hadn't even been a month since he reached the Divine Sky Realm. Yet he had become the first human Sovereign to reach Tier 3. This promotion brought him many benefits, including 3 new main skills and a title. Skill 4, Sword Heaven Prison, summons a sword prison to trap enemies for 5 seconds. Reduces enemy attributes by 50%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 5, Sacred Heart Sword. The Sacred Heart Sword intimidates enemies, attacks their mental state, and causes an illusion effect. When active, it reduces the opponent's attributes by 10%. The Sacred Heart Sword enhances the Sovereign's sword skills. No cooldown. Skill 6, Sky Sword Rain, summons endless swords for 1 minute to rain down on enemies. Each sword attack increases damage by 2%, stackable up to 20 times. Cooldown, 1 hour. Wow. Terrifying. Lun was awed by the new skills he had just acquired. These 3 skills even surpassed the effects of legendary sub-skills. With the Sword Prison, he could trap enemies and force close combat. The Sacred Heart Sword would be very useful in regular battles because it enhanced his sword skills. And the 6th skill, his most powerful active attack now, allowed him to control swords like water for 1 minute. Good, good. Let's check my new title, Lun said with strong curiosity. Leader of the Sovereign 3. Title of the Blue Planet Human Race Sovereign. Becoming the leader of the leaders entering the third evolution. Attribute plus 15%. Reduces attacks from the same race by 15%. If I got the number 3, there must be someone out there with the number 1 and 2 titles, Lun correctly guessed. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He felt very powerful at the moment. His vision was very clear, and his instincts and senses were highly enhanced. His attributes, which used to average around 3,000, now averaged about 13,000 points. All thanks to the attribute buffs from the Soul Altar and the new title he had acquired. I wonder if the masters can exert the same pressure as before, Lun thought to himself. However, he didn't think he could withstand the power of beings above the master level, at least not for now. By the way, where's Nita? Lun had been in the trial space for an hour. It was unlikely that Nita, who was very active, would just wait here. Since there was nothing else to do, Lun planned to check the island's surroundings. He would rest for a few days before attending the upcoming interracial war event. Lun needed a few days to duplicate all the items he had obtained, such as skill books, insight stones, EXP bottles, weapons, power essence, and other things. In an outdoor training arena with flat, rough stone floors surrounded by neat iron fences, at the moment, a chief instructor and several assistant instructors were in front of hundreds of students in white-blue uniforms. Listen. Today we will practice basic martial arts moves. Basic martial arts skills will help you all when facing monsters for the first time. A muscular man was leading the martial arts training for hundreds of students. The students in front of him looked to be between 15 to 17 years old. The number of boys and girls was almost balanced, and they all looked very serious about listening to the instructor's commands. How could they not be serious? The instructor in front of them was Dohago, a tier 1 level 10 sovereign with the swordsman class. Hey Hans. How many crystals do you have now? I got 50 crystals from my uncle as pocket money. Great. Having a reliable insider must be nice. Among the students, 2 of them were talking. They had joined the Alliance World Market with great difficulty. The boy who asked had entered the Alliance through a strict selection process, while his friend Hans had joined through the back door. The boy named Hans ignored his friend's talk about his uncle. Even though his friend was trying to chat, his attention remained focused on Dohago's training in front of him. Punch forward with strength and certainty. Always keep your eyes forward. Instructor Dohago demonstrated a forward punching motion with his right hand. His mouth kept explaining all the basic boxing points for the students to understand. All the students had already acquired the system, and their levels averaged between 2 to 3. They imitated all of Instructor Dohago's movements as best as they could. Crack. Chapter 54, Inspecting Alliance Development. At this moment, the main gate leading to the training arena opened, and the gatekeeper welcomed the person entering with great respect. Gesturing humbly with his right hand, "Welcome to training arena number 6, island owner," the gatekeeper said respectfully. "Thank you." Lun expressed his gratitude and continued walking along the side of the training arena, observing the training activities of the students and instructors. At that moment, Instructor Dohago and the students also noticed the young man who had entered, especially Instructor Dohago, who immediately stopped his movements and approached Lun to greet him. Instructor Dohago sensed Lun's powerful aura, although it was imperceptible to ordinary people with limited combat experience. Only because he was a former professional fighter on Earth. And now, could he sense Lun's overwhelming aura? No need. Continue your training. Lun raised his hand, allowing Instructor Dohago to proceed with his teaching plan. His task this time was to personally inspect and ensure the progress of the World Market Alliance. "Thank you, island owner. If there's anything I can do, please let me know and I will get it done." Everyone, salute the island leader. Instructor Dohago shouted to all the students to salute Lun, who was watching from the sidelines. "Salute to the island owner. Salute to the island owner." Seeing the greetings from hundreds of people like this gave Lun a feeling of being closer to them. The students before him were the future generation of his organization, and he was their leader at this moment. "Thank you. Continue your training. Don't mind me." Lun waved his hand, feeling a bit shy inside but not showing it. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Amazing. The island owner is still so young. He rarely appears in chat rooms and public spaces. Look at that sword. Guess what level that weapon is? By the way, what level is the island owner now? The island owner is very handsome. Is he married? The discussions among the hundreds of students were clearly audible to Lun, but he couldn't do anything about it. The students before him had no ill intentions, they were just in awe of him, the leader of tens of thousands of people. Only a fool wouldn't admire someone like that. Continue with your left foot. It must be strong and steady in position. Instructor Dohago's training and the other students continued. Meanwhile, Lun kept watching from a distance. In Lun's view, he noticed significant differences in several training arenas. Among the students, there were always at least one or a few with strong determination to train. The dedication and firm resolve in their eyes were clear, just like what he was witnessing now. A young man with straight black hair followed Instructor Dohago's movements with great enthusiasm, and every motion he made was precise. Lun had previously asked one of the instructors about the current system for students. The instructor had said that there were currently several levels of students: new students, official students, and main students. New students were anyone who entered the World Market Alliance through initial selection and met the initial requirements. Official students were those who had completed certain tasks and made sufficient contributions. By becoming official students, they would receive direct and tangible benefits from the Alliance. Finally, main students were those who were seriously mentored by the Alliance and had a certain level of loyalty. All main students were level 10, and there were currently about 100 of them. Such arrangements had been explained by Nita previously, so he understood them well enough. It seems I should schedule some combat events to give hardworking students a chance. Seeing the students seriously and determinedly following the instructor's movements, Lun felt a bit moved to reward their efforts. Of course, it couldn't be done directly, as it wouldn't have much effect in large numbers. Lun watched Training Arena number 6 for 5 minutes before moving to another area of the Alliance. The room was filled with commotion, with small puffs of smoke rising from several tables. The mixed aromas of fragrant and burnt substances filled the air. Each room is limited to a maximum of 20 alchemists, sir. They all have talents related to the medium at least. A woman with long curly hair, wearing a white robe, explained the situation to Lun, who was beside her. Lun was currently in the alchemist potion-making room. The potion-making room was very large, housing 20 alchemists with their respective potion cauldrons. Lun initially thought potion making would be like in games, like constructing buildings. As long as there were enough materials, the system would make them directly. But now he saw a woman with glasses adding various strange herbs, which Lun had never seen before, into the potion cauldron. She added them with some consideration, Lun assumed. Occasionally, her face showed frustration when the potion's reaction didn't match her expectations. Blup. The last ingredient was added. The woman stirred the potion slowly with a long wooden spoon. Her stirring movements were clockwise, precise. Not too fast, nor too slow. A few seconds passed. The woman stopped stirring. A bottle appeared in her hand. She poured the entire potion from the cauldron into the glass bottle in her hand. What is the highest quality potion that can be made currently? Seeing the woman succeed, Lun asked the woman in the white robe beside him. Currently, there is no definite ranking, sir. We are also examining the potion levels and alchemical knowledge from other realms and alliances. For now, the best potions we can produce are the Brave Potion 2 and High Health Potion. The woman took something out of her bag. Brave Potion 2 increases SDR attribute by 2% for 10 seconds. High Health Potion increases HP by plus 1000 and natural healing by 5% for 1 minute. Lun observed both potions and tried them. They tasted like plain mineral water. However, he clearly felt some beneficial effects from the potions. Alright, continue. Chapter 55. Inspecting Alliance Development 2. The woman continued explaining to him the system of making medicine from start to finish. Plants and medicinal ingredients are obtained during exploration in the wild. Some islands have medicinal plants that can be harvested. The concoctions are then examined in the hospital's medical department for direct inspection. Yes, the hospital has almost reached the level of advancement of hospitals on Earth. However, the equipment has not yet been modified to suit the Divine Sky realm. To create the concoctions, the alchemist's energy is needed to mix and process the energy contained in the medicinal ingredients. Generally, the hospital can still detect whether a plant is consumable or not. However, when it comes to the plant's efficacy as medicine, the hospital is unable to determine this. Lun examined the alchemy section for 10 minutes before finally moving on to the next section, which was the blacksmithing division. The blacksmithing location was quite far from alchemy, so Lun had to walk for 3 minutes before finally reaching a large building with a hammer and anvil logo. The interior was vast, much larger than the alchemy room. Welcome, sir. I am Yos, the head of blacksmithing division number 3. Lun looked at the man approaching him, a middle-aged man with a long beard. However, it was clear that the man was very strong and muscular. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yos. I just want to take a look around. Lun was always very polite to everyone on the island. He always addressed older individuals with the honorific sir. Alright, sir, alright. No need to be so formal. Yos had long heard about the island's owner, but this was the first time he saw him in person. The young man in front of him was very friendly and extremely strong. Yes, Yos could feel that the seemingly relaxed young man before him could throw him 10 meters away with a single punch. The blacksmithing division is progressing well, sir. Some blacksmiths can forge level 10 equipment with elite quality. Additionally, we have more than enough resources for forging. Several large mining islands have been discovered with various minerals. Yos explained all the details of the blacksmithing process, from obtaining raw materials to producing finished goods. Lun listened calmly and observed some people forging. Just like alchemy, when the metal is hot and slightly softened, the blacksmiths add suitable iron powder. The mixing process requires a special fire, not just any fire. Then the blacksmiths also need to extract the energy from within the stone so that it can be absorbed by the created equipment, giving it special effects. Please take a look, sir. Mr. Yos now displayed some of the weapons made by the Alliance's blacksmiths. Long iron sword. Level 8. Attributes. SDR plus 12, AGA plus 4. Skill. Powerful slash. Attacks forward with great force, dealing an additional 5% damage. Cooldown 5 minutes. Protective cloak. Level 10. Attributes. Rees plus 15, SDR plus 6. Skill. Light barrier, emits a protective barrier around the body, reducing incoming damage by 5% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Good. Great job, Mr. Yos, Lun casually praised. The Alliance's development was indeed very rapid. Some were already able to match the development of system items. Of course, this only applied to basic items, not artifact level or high level items. Lun continued to observe the blacksmithing process for about 15 minutes before moving on to another division of the Alliance, a vast field with a slightly elevated front area, where hundreds of people in formal attire were lined up neatly. At the front of the field were several men and women wearing long black robes, looking like professors from Earth. In the center of the banner behind the field, the words "Establishment of New Life University" were visible. Yes, the event taking place was the opening of a university. Many students from Earth were attending the event. Although the Divine Sky Realm was very different from Earth, and the arrival of the system had brought many changes, humanity still prioritized education to progress. Only through education would human civilization continue to thrive and develop. At this moment, the event moderator was preparing to call someone from the front row. She glanced at the woman who seemed ready, then shouted loudly. Next, to inaugurate the opening of the university, let's welcome Princess Nita, the leader of the City of Life. To give a few words, Nita had been waiting for her name to be called. When she heard it, she stood up from her seat and walked calmly to the front of the field. Yes, she walked like a seasoned city ruler. In the eyes of ordinary people, she radiated a brilliant light. At a young age, she had already become the most important person on the large floating island they inhabited, the ruler of the City of Life and the younger sister of the island's owner. Some young people even idolized Nita, and any post related to her would become a trending topic. It was no wonder that Nita's popularity was vastly different from Lun's. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Nita spoke at the podium. She had done this countless times before. Every time there was an inauguration of an organization, building, tourist spot, etc., she was always asked to officiate it. It was indeed exhausting, but she enjoyed the feeling. Although she wasn't a real princess, being an important figure already made Nita happy. Thank you for the opportunity given. Nita began her speech like a high-ranking official. I have eagerly anticipated the establishment of this university. After graduating from high school, I didn't continue my education due to financial constraints. I am delighted that all of you have the enthusiasm to keep learning and pursuing knowledge. I wish you all the best. As the ruler of the City of Life, I hereby declare the New Life University officially open. Clap, clap. The sound of enthusiastic applause was heard. Such inauguration ceremonies usually lasted 2 to 3 hours. Typically, Nita would only attend for 10 to 15 minutes. Chapter 56, Nita applies to college. However, now she was thinking about going to college again. Nita attended the entire event until it was over. Yes, Nita had recently graduated from high school, and not long after she graduated, humanity's transmigration occurred. After the university inauguration ceremony, Nita headed to the university rector's office to discuss something. In the 8th floor corridor of the campus, Nita walked calmly, observing the room views along the way. After a few moments, Nita finally reached a door guarded by 2 attendants. Each attendant was level 8, and their uniforms were those of professional guards. Welcome, Princess Nita. Mr. Usman is inside. The 2 guards greeted Nita respectfully and opened the door wide. Nita entered the room and observed the surroundings. The rector's office was quite large, with several deans already present. Beautiful paintings adorned the room, and large bookshelves lined the walls. Princess Nita, welcome. Seeing Nita enter the room, the rector and the deans stood up to greet her. They shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Then they each took their seats. All right, Princess Nita, let's draft an agreement regarding your status as a student at the New Life University. First of all, Princess Nita, you don't need to pay any tuition fees. Your enrollment as a student greatly enhances the prestige of the New Life University. Additionally, Princess Nita, you are not required to attend campus activities daily. Once a week is sufficient. The rector explained several points regarding Nita's enrollment as a student at their university. Initially, he did not expect Nita to be serious, because for him, as long as Nita asked them to issue a bachelor's degree for her, who could refuse? Thank you, Rector, but I don't need such special treatment. Treat me like an ordinary student, Nita explained after the rector finished speaking. She wasn't particularly driven by the pursuit of power. With her brother's talent, even by just staying idle all day, he could become stronger than the average person, and I will still pay the tuition fees. As the city leader, I certainly want the best for the success of the City of Life's education. Nita then took out a small bag filled with 100,000 energy crystals. No need, Princess, no need. Please accept it. This is a contribution from the city leader, not as a student. Nita insisted the rector accept the bag. All right then, on behalf of the campus community, I thank you. The rector stood up and bowed, followed by the deans from the right and left sides of the table. No need, no need. Nita became even more nervous. She had always been intimidated by teachers on Earth. That trait still carried over to this day. If there's nothing else, I ask permission to leave, Mr. Rector. Nita didn't want to be worshipped by the deans and rector in front of her, so she wanted to leave quickly. Take care, Princess. Goodbye, Princess Nita. On her way home, Nita used public transportation. Although many people asked for a photo with her, Nita did not refuse and agreed. Initially, she had a hard time avoiding people who tried to approach and ask for photos and stopped her suddenly on the road. But since her strength increased, she would heighten her aura, making those who wanted to get closer unable to take another step. Of course, she only did this when the crowd became uncontrollable and chaotic. If it was just a small number, she would happily oblige them. On her way home, she received a message from Lun. Nita, where are you? It's lunchtime already. Lun, meet me at the hall at 2 p.m. You need to do the promotion. Ha ha ha. I will give him a surprise later. A sly smile appeared on Nita's face. She hadn't told her brother she was enrolling in school. Well, I'm not a child anymore. I can fight him if he doesn't allow me. Nita clenched her fist with the usual arrogance she displayed. It was still 12:30 p.m., so she would eat at a nearby restaurant and then meet her brother for the promotion. At 2 p.m., in the city hall. As usual, Lun was cultivating a new habit when he had free time, reading a book in one of the small pavilions in the garden next to the city hall. The city hall design was a result of Nita's creativity. Initially, Lun thought it was useless and not often used, but now, he found himself visiting this place more frequently. Days change, but, while Lun was reading, footsteps broke the sound of the fountain in the middle of the garden. Big brother. Yes, the person who came was Nita. She arrived wearing a neat white dress with lace on the shoulders and waist. Where have you been? Lun asked while placing the book he was reading on a small table. Guess. Nita stood with her hands behind her back, twirling lightly, hoping Lun would guess where she had been. The mall? Lun guessed, considering Nita's new dress. Correct. But that's not the main place I visited. Nita smiled mysteriously, waiting for Lun's next guess. The beach? Nita shook her head. The library? Cinema? Lun felt Nita was toying with him, so he asked in the Alliance chat room. Alliance chat #World Market Trade. Lun, has anyone seen my sister Nita recently? Nifa, what's wrong? Leader, is Princess Nita missing? Wan, I saw her attending the inauguration of the new university campus. Leader, that's not fair. You can't ask in the group. Nita pouted and then sat on the empty chair next to her brother. What's wrong? There's no rule against it. Lun laughed heartily. Besides obtaining high-level items, seeing his sister Nita pout was a joyful Nita clenched her fist as if wanting to hit her brother but didn't do so. Yes, today I attended the inauguration of the New Life University and I intend to become a student there. What do you think, brother? Nita asked Lun, feeling a bit nervous. Chapter 57, Nita completes core formation trial. That's alright. I even encourage you to study and pursue your dreams. Lun was not just okay with it, he was actually happy to see his sister fulfilling her dream of entering a prestigious university like those on Earth. Thank you, brother. Wait. Lun was surprised to see Nita's sudden hug. But it was too late. Nita was already hugging him tightly. Nita, enough. You're making me suffocate. You ek. Ugh. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Nita released her hug and then sat back down to calm herself. She then recounted everything that had happened, from the beginning to the end. She also mentioned the special treatment explained by the university rector, which she had refused. It's alright. Do it as long as it makes you happy, Lun encouraged her. By the way, do the promotion now. Nita, When you enter, monsters will come continuously for 1 hour. Each monster you kill will drop altar core, useful for forming a soul altar. Collect as many as you can. Lun continued explaining all the details of the core formation trial to Nita. He also told her about the usual completion rates, regular, gold, king, and universe levels. So, do you have any questions? Lun asked Nita at the end of his explanation. No, brother, it's all clear. Nita shook her head and opened the trial panel. The Sovereign will enter the trial. Core formation. Are you sure? Yes. After Nita confirmed the trial, she disappeared without any effects. Just like Lun earlier. Good luck. Lun could only hope his sister could reach the king level. He himself had only achieved the universe level completion thanks to his duplication talent. In a vast green meadow, Nita observed her surroundings carefully. She was not worried and seemed to understand everything. Her brother's explanation had been very helpful. The trial, core formation, has begun. Countdown of 1 hour starts now. Time left, 59:58. Time left, 59:47. Soon, a strange crow-shaped monster appeared. The crow's flight height was neither too high nor too low. Black Cloud Crow. Attribute, SDR plus 1000, INT plus 1000, Aga plus 1000, Rees plus 1000. Skills, Cloud Poison, Sharp Wings, Crow Illusion. Nita didn't let a second pass. She immediately drew her bow and aimed it at the four-winged crow monster in front of her. SIU. The black arrow shot out very quickly, and the black cloud crow looked shocked when it felt a small arrow lodged in its chest. Not long after the arrow hit the crow, it exploded, shattering the crow's body into pieces of flesh. Successfully killed. Black Cloud Crow, obtained altar core. The first crow died in just 3 seconds. Shortly after, the same type of crow appeared in greater numbers. Black Cloud Crow. Attribute, SDR plus 1100, INT plus 1100, Aga plus 1100, Rees plus 1100. Skills, Cloud Poison, Sharp Wings, Crow Illusion. SIU, C. Everything was as her brother had explained. Nita didn't hold back and used her strongest skills to defeat the crow monsters in front of her as quickly as she could. Skill cooldowns were not a problem thanks to the time ring artifact that reduced all skill cooldowns by 80%. Successfully killed. Black Cloud Crow, obtained altar core. Successfully killed. Eight-legged snake, obtained altar core. 30 minutes passed, and hundreds of monsters now stood before Nita. Arrows rained down continuously, showering all the monsters. Every time they tried to retaliate, they only hit empty air because Nita had moved far from her original spot. Successfully killed. Redhorn Pig, obtained altar core. Successfully killed. Four-leaf Kijimu, obtained altar core. Boom. Boom. Each time Nita released her bow, a wide explosion occurred, killing monsters within a 10-meter radius. Combined with her second skill, Nita almost moved every time the monsters gathered in one place. 50 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Nita felt very exhausted. The number of monsters had increased to thousands, making the situation more intense. Some monsters already had average attributes above 3,500, becoming real threats. Nita had to be extra careful not to get hit by their skills. The trial time is over. You have 5 minutes to form the core, the system voice announced. 4:59. 4:55. Pah. Nita let go of her bow and allowed herself to fall to the ground in exhaustion, sweat soaking her body. After a few seconds, Nita sat and counted the total number of altar cores she had obtained. Altar core, container pieces for soul altar, quantity, 33,700. Yes. Over 30,000. The king level soul altar is guaranteed. Nita didn't linger because time was running out. She sat cross-legged and tried to absorb all the altar core. Starting absorption, soul altar, progress 1%. Starting absorption, soul altar, progress 2%. After the first absorption reached 100%, the absorption rank increased to gold level. Starting absorption, soul altar, gold, progress 1%. The absorption progress reached 100% again, then changed from gold to king rank. Starting absorption, soul altar, king, progress 35%. Starting absorption, soul altar, king, progress 100%. Yay! Just as my brother explained. King level. Nita was very happy, grateful her brother had informed her of everything, so she could maximize her benefits. Congratulations on achieving 100% core formation, gaining 100% of the current sovereign's attributes. Congratulations Sovereign, gaining plus 11,283 attributes. Congratulations Sovereign, obtaining king level soul altar. Trial time is over. Sovereign will be transported in 3, 2, 1. Lun, who was reading a book in the garden pavilion, looked up from the pages. He saw Nita appear out of thin air. How was it? Are you hurt? He asked. For an hour. Lun tried to quell his worries by reading, but his anxiety didn't completely fade. Hi. How could Princess Nita get hurt easily? Nita displayed a wide grin, showing her entire set of white teeth. Puke. Lightly slapped Nita's cheek because of her behavior. Stop acting silly. Quickly tell me what happened. Ouch. That hurt. Nita held her cheek, annoyed, but she didn't take it to heart and didn't retaliate. Chapter 58. Nita promotes. Royal Soul Altar. Dada. I obtained Royal Soul Altar. Nita exclaimed, raising both hands in excitement. She then informed her brother about the status of the royal level. Royal Soul Altar. EXP, plus 100%. Attributes, plus 50%. Skill cooldown reduction, plus 10%. Soul Archer, inactive. Good. Good. A 50% attribute boost will greatly enhance your strength. Praised after learning about the Royal Soul Altar. Nita, what are you waiting for? Quickly promote to tier 3, urged. Yes, brother. Nita nodded and opened the promotion panel on her status screen. Proceed to tier 3. Complete the core formation test. 1 million energy crystals. Level 30 monster heart, Lord rank. Yes. As soon as Nita agreed, a strange power entered her body just like what had experienced. She was prepared because she had heard the explanation from her brother. Moments later, a refreshing power spread throughout Nita's body, giving her a rejuvenating feeling. The Sovereign has successfully promoted to tier 3. Acquired skills, Killer Eye, Heavenly Archer's Heart, Falling Star Arrow, Skill 4. Killer Eye summons a killer eye to attack the target enemy for 1 minute. Attack speed increases by 30%. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Skill 5. Heavenly Archer's Heart. The Heavenly Archer's Heart intimidates enemies, attacking their mental state and causing illusions. When active, it reduces the opponent's attributes by 10%. The Heavenly Archer's Heart enhances the Sovereign's archery skills. No cooldown. Skill 6. Falling Star Arrow summons unlimited meteor arrows for 10 seconds to rain down on enemies. Each arrow attack increases damage by 1%, stacking up to 20 times. Cooldown, 50 minutes. Wow. 2 deadly attack skills. Nita, who was not very interested in combat, marveled at the skill descriptions she had received. She was very curious about her new skills, especially Killer Eye, an eye that can automatically attack the target. And with a 30% increase in shooting speed, it makes Killer Eye even deadlier. As for her last skill, Falling Star Arrow, only a fool would think this skill is not deadly. She then immediately explained all the detailed information about her status. Ln, who was watching her promotion from the side. Status. Name, Cute Cat. Tier 3. Level, 30, 3%. Attributes, SDR 9625, AGI 9176, INT 7933, RES 8049. Class, Archer. Skills, Arrow Explosion, Nature Archery Dance, Sun Core Arrow, Killer Eye, Heavenly Archer's Heart, Falling Star Arrow. Sub-skills, Fatal Shoot, Rare, Quick Movement, Rare, Light Barrier, Rare, Equipment, Hell Arrow plus 10, Blessed Cloak plus 10, Artifact, Time Ring, Pure, Kylix Armor, Pseudo. It's a pity there isn't a title for the second person to advance to tier 3, Ln said with a hint of sadness. Next time, how about I advance first? Nita joked. Never. Ln immediately rejected and patted Nita's cheek. Nita didn't want to be outdone, so she punched Ln's stomach with her left hand, but Ln's strong hand deflected Nita's punch. What? You dodged my punch? Nita couldn't accept it. She tried all sorts of ways to land at least one punch on Ln, but the reality was different. Ln always deflected all of Nita's punches. Like that, the two siblings played around casually, celebrating their promotion to tier 3 sovereigns, at the same time, becoming the strongest sovereigns of the human race. Meanwhile, far away in a distant realm, a young man with stars swirling around him looked very exhausted. He had been slaughtering hundreds of monsters for the past few days. Killed. Long-eared bat. Lunar growth. X plus 12,700 plus 10 contribution. Killed. Long-eared bat. Lunar growth. X plus 14,500 plus 10 contribution. So little. The young man could only brood in silence, seeing the exp and contribution points he received after killing the bat-like star beast in front of him. How could those two surpass my contribution points? The young man's thoughts were chaotic. He shook his head every time he remembered the contribution points on the leaderboard. Event ranking 1. Kiman, 65,734. 2. Vladimir Nova, 64,239. 3. William Anderson, 47,821. 4. Baichi, 36,287. 11. Laras, 24,655. 18. Heikle Manuel, 23,716. 413. Ln 12,300. The longer he stared at the names above his, the more disappointed the young man became. He stabbed his sword deeply into the ground, pressing hard until his hand clenched. Ugh, the stars around him moved erratically. Some were fast, and some were unpredictable. It seemed the stars reflected the young man's mood. Slash. Boom. A powerful wave of slashes was unleashed. The stars enlarged to the size of basketballs. Then at lightning speed, they crashed around, causing destruction. Hey, go help and calm down the president, an old man said to a middle-aged man beside him. What do you mean? The middle-aged man frowned, as if he saw someone setting him up to die soon. Do you know what happened to the last person who disturbed him at a time like this? The middle-aged man continued. Both of you, calm down. This is all so good for the president's emotions. Just stay quiet and wait for his emotions to subside. This time an older man spoke, observing everything the young man did. In his eyes, there was a hint of sadness seeing the young man's condition. A grand hall with luxurious decorations. A party was taking place inside. In the center of the room, a man sat observing all the attendees. The smile on the man's face never faded, looking like he was in a happy state. The man raised his hand to one of the servants casually. A male servant came respectfully, one hand behind his back and the other holding a wine decanter. Please, sir. The male servant carefully poured red wine from the decanter into the glass in the man's hand. That's enough, thank you. Hearing the words of thanks from the man in front of him, the servant was almost shocked to death inside. Thank you, sir, the servant stuttered, his mind not syncing with his mouth. Slowly, the servant retreated awkwardly. You may be the leader of the organization, but not of this event, the man muttered. His eyes stared blankly at a certain spot while his mind wandered. Those fools only think about killing to gain points. They forget that this cunning system won't explain all the specific details like a grandmother explaining something to her grandchildren, the man said softly. Chapter 59. 2 million bottles of expressway, reaching level 41. Morning, the flower garden near the town hall. A woman was pouring water from a watering can, watering all the flowers in front of her. The flowers looked fresh and bright. Whether it was because the energy in this area was better or something else, the flowers in front of her looked different from usual. Do. The woman's humming blended with the sound of the fountain in the middle of the garden. Her voice was very beautiful, and there was happiness in her hum. Finally, the left side is done. Next is that small bonsai tree, the woman said as she gathered all her watering tools. Just as she was about to move, another woman came hurriedly. Miss, the young master is looking for you to have breakfast together. The woman said respectfully. Aunt Etty. All right, aunt, tell my brother I'll be there in 3 minutes. Nita seemed to have expected the arrival of the middle-aged woman. She immediately removed all the gloves from her hands, then went to wash her hands, dirty with soil stains. All right, miss. The middle-aged woman nodded and then turned to deliver the next message. Dining room, town hall, a large table surrounded by several chairs. The table and chairs looked luxurious with orange gold color and solid quality, but out of all the chairs, only one was occupied. A young man was sitting at the far end of the table. Yes, that young man was Lon. His face looked a little annoyed at this moment. Just imagine, the food was already in front of you, and you couldn't eat it because you were waiting for someone. This kid again, Lon grumbled annoyedly. Brother, good morning. Nita came from the nearest door, with a wide smile and without feeling guilty. She greeted her brother cheerfully. Seeing the girl come, Lun's eyes narrowed, and his lips twitched in annoyance. Sit down, and eat. You're late again this time, Lun said, gritting his teeth. Sorry. Nita pulled a chair and sat down, taking rice, side dishes, and other foods onto her plate. Let's eat. Soon, Lun and Nita ate their food casually. The dishes on the table were undoubtedly the best of the best. As the owner of the island and town, there was no one more important and powerful than Lun. The dishes served consisted of various main ingredients, mostly meat dishes, followed by vegetables. There were also quite a few seafood dishes such as fish and octopus. Yes, in the Divine Sky realm, there were beaches. Some large islands had beaches within them, and it wasn't uncommon for exploration teams to find sea islands, then take over the island to merge it with the main island. By the way, brother, when are you going to the other realm again? While eating, Nita suddenly asked about the ongoing event. Lun had been staying on the island for over 10 days. Today was the 10th day of the event, meaning only 20 days left before the event ended. I don't know, maybe after you level up to the maximum level at this stage, Lun explained. In the past few days, he had been duplicating twice as much as usual. This was because of the effect of the soul altar he got, reducing the talent duplication time from 1 hour to just 30 minutes. Lun mainly duplicated tier 5x bottles. Next were high-level items like artifacts. Yes, it might sound silly, but Lun currently had tens of thousands of artifacts, time rings, items that could shorten cooldown time by 80%. Lun had no intention of sharing them with everyone because that would make them worthless, of course, unless it benefited Lun personally. There was no harm in sharing them with others, like core members of the Alliance. He even planned to distribute Tier 5X bottles so the entire Alliance team could quickly promote to Tier 3. I just want to remind you, brother, nothing is certain. Something unexpected might happen and turn the leaderboard 180 degrees, Nita said sincerely. She referred to the leaderboard. At this moment, there were no signs of anything bad happening, because on this 10th day, the number 1 rank only had about 454,000 points. Meanwhile, Lun already had a golden ticket from a Lord Wensidon mission, worth 1 million contribution points. But it was precisely because of Lord Wensidon mission that Nita was worried others might also get the same mission, or even better ones. Yeah, thank you. Lun and Nita spent 30 minutes having breakfast together. Then they moved to the main hall's living room to level up, consumed Tier 5X bottles, gained plus 100,000 XP. Consumed Tier 5X bottles, gained plus 100,000 XP. While waiting on the sofa with Nita, Lun continuously heard the notification of using Tier 5X bottles. In the past few days, he had obtained more than 2 million Tier 5X bottles. Beside him, Nita was also doing the same. They spent time chatting together and watching TV. Yes, TV had started to be produced. TV shows were even more creative and varied, with the most common theme being the Divine Sky realm, like exploring foreign islands, unique things on the Divine Sky Island, class battles, etc. Brother, some TV stations have asked me to join and make a show. What do you think? Nita asked Lun. Several TV stations asked Nita to make a show or film, but she had declined for the time being. Well, it's up to you. As long as it makes you happy, brother will support you. Lun didn't mind. With his power, he could send people to watch over Nita if anything bad happened to her. Besides, Nita was now a Tier 3 sovereign with many high-level items. It could be said there was no one on Lun's island who could cause trouble for her. Consumed Tier 5X bottles, gained plus 100,000 XP. Congratulations, sovereign level increased. Level 31, attribute points plus 1,000. Consumed Tier 5X bottles, gained plus 100,000 XP. Wow. A direct plus 1,000 attribute increase, but the consumption is very high, over 70,000 X bottles. Lun looked at the plus 1,000 number happily, but when he calculated the number of bottles consumed just to level up once, it made his heart ache. The level up continued for several minutes. Congratulations, sovereign level increased. Level 38, attribute points plus 1,000. Congratulations, sovereign level increased. Level 41, attribute points plus 1,000. X bottles are exhausted. Huffed. Only up to level 41 Lun had guessed from the start that this time it would consume a huge number of X bottles. Yes, I also stopped at level 41. Brother, Nita beside him was also a little surprised. 1 million X bottles only provided 10 more levels. Looks like we have to wait again. By the way, do you want to join the inter-race battle? Lun asked Nita. No brother, I'll start college the day after tomorrow. Nita declined. She would begin her life as a college student in 2 days. She needed to get to know her friends and get used to the campus environment. Alright, let me know if you need anything. Just like that, the two siblings spent a few hours watching TV together. Chapter 60, Looking for Hidden Missions. In Light Realm, Teleportation Field, a young man in a blue robe, with short black hair, stepped out of the portal. The area where he was currently located seemed like a teleportation zone for people from various other races. Judging by the architecture and the guards, it was evident that this was the realm of cultivators. The young man observed the surroundings for a moment before approaching one of the posts. Welcome, sir. Which realm do you come from? A guard at the post asked respectfully. Lun, Divine Sky Realm. System power, Tier 3. Lun had gone through such registration processes several times before, so he directly provided all the necessary information. Very well, sir. The guard quickly noted down all the information. After finishing, he handed a silver card to Lun. Thank you. Lun took it and then stepped out of the post. His journey to another race's realm this time was to explore a high-level realm. He hoped for hidden missions like Elder Wens and the boy Liang Wise to appear again. Let's take a look around first, Lun said casually. Spiritual rice, 100 crystals for 1 liter. Earth-level weapon, suitable for stealth attacks. Tier 2 healing pill. Protective talisman, Tier 2 array. The loud cries of the vendors were incessant along the marketplace. Not much different from a market on Earth, except that the goods they sold were all imbued with spiritual energy. Lun deliberately came to the market to try his luck. I hope an old master is hiding in this market, Lun said with a small smile. He passed by several stalls and stopped at a tent-covered shop. This shop looked antique and sold strange items. Honorable sir, you have a keen eye. An old, skinny man with a haggard face greeted Lun's arrival. He acted mysteriously as if he knew everything. Look at this. It is the first part of the sword from King Nehru XVI. Finding the other parts will grant great power. Only 300 crystals, and this sword will be yours. The old man extended a broken sword with a confident gaze. Lun observed the sword, and a status panel appeared. Terra's stone sword. Level 7. Attributes. SDR 23, AGA 7. Rust poison. Inflicts tetanus poison on enemies. King what? A broken, rotten sword like this for 300 crystals? Lun frowned. The first shop he visited turned out to be a master scammer. Not interested. I want the most expensive item you have. Lun did not want to play games with the old man in front of him and directly asked for his most prized item. A smart young man. I see you have a great desire for power. I have long kept this item, but since you want it, I am forced to bring it out. The old man slightly lifted his butt, then took out a box he had been sitting on earlier. He opened the box and took out a scroll. Take it. This is the treasure map of the immortal Master Baugia. It is said that there is an immortal artifact within it. The old man spoke in a low voice, whispering when he mentioned words he considered taboo. Lun calmly observed the old man in front of him, ignoring all his nonsense. He only cared about the scroll in the old man's hand and examined it. Baugia's treasure map, fake. A map leading to the treasure chest of the immortal Baugia. Baugia is the most famous immortal during the reign of King Kaya. He protected the Tongva realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Baugia's treasure chest. Note: Baugia's map is very famous, so many fake maps are circulating. Be careful not to get one. This old man, Lun cursed in his heart. The map given by the old man was a fake map. Old man, stop playing games, or I will leave. Lun intended to stand and leave the old fox's shop in front of him. Wait. 10 crystals. For a water talisman. The old man took out a blue talisman, but before he could take it out, Lun had already left. One accurate thing about the novels told on Earth might be the scammers like this old man. Lun continued to wander around the city market for several hours. He sometimes stopped to look at the goods in a shop. However, most of them were scammers. Fortunately, he had a system panel, but it was not uncommon for him to find unique and useful items such as pills, weapons, and formation arrays. He would buy them for evaluation materials for the development of his life city. Not a single hidden mission. Is it only high-level power individuals who can issue hidden missions? For about an hour of wandering the market, not a single hidden mission was issued. Lun had tried stopping at shops that looked strange, but they were all master scammers. Even my stomach is exhausted right now. Let's find some food first, Lun said in his heart. Lun left the market area and then looked for a nearby restaurant for lunch. The city's main street was very crowded, not losing to the market. However, the people passing by on the street were better off financially and in terms of power level. Every few people who passed by, someone with the foundation building cultivation level could be seen. While in the Life City, there were no more than 20 people with tier 2 level, except Filn's people. Of course, it didn't take long for Filn to find a roadside eatery. The place's decoration was very simple, with wooden seats and a ceiling blackened by smoke from long exposure to fire. Welcome to Yaman's Eatery. Sir, what would you like to order? A woman asked from behind the cooking counter. Lun raised his hand and said, Fuai fish soup. He didn't know what Fuai fish was like, but since it was on the lost menu, he wanted to try it. Chapter 61, Battle in the Forest. 5 minutes passed and the shop owner came with a tray holding a bowl of soup. Here you go, sir. Thank you. Lun looked at the soup. It was quite substantial with various additions such as vegetables, cabbage, and carrots. The main ingredient was a headless yellow fish. Lun didn't wait long and took his first spoonful. Not bad. Lun continued eating heartily, ignoring the people around him. High in the sky, a 30-meter-long flying ship sliced through the air. The ship looked quite formidable with several cannons visible on its sides. On top of the flying ship stood a young man in blue robes, staring ahead in silence. It seems my luck isn't good in this realm, sighed the young man. Yes, Lun was currently heading to the front lines. He had been wandering around the city for several hours but hadn't achieved anything. He had gone to the pavilion, but it seemed the pavilion he visited was rather poor. Visiting the city lord's mansion, he didn't have a reason for a meeting. So Lun decided to try his luck with a battle mission at the front lines. With his tier 3 strength, he should be able to earn significant contribution points. Lun's gaze swept over the scenery below his flying ship. Dense forests filled his view as far as the eye could see. Some trees were as tall as 50 meters. Small hills with various animals were visible, engaging in their activities, looking for food, drinking water from the river, and hunting other animals. With his current strength, his field of vision had greatly increased. He could even clearly see the ground beneath his ship. In an area below the forest, Lun saw several people running non-stop, quickly moving through the dense forest. Quick, chaser! In the depths of the dense forest, a chase was taking place involving 3 people. They were all wearing the same uniform. One of them was a woman. Hurry! Stop that woman for me! Shouted the curly-haired woman in the group of pursuers. Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am. The 2 guards quickened their pace. from one tree to another. They were very skilled at it. Uck, you uck. A woman with long black hair was running for her life. She was very exhausted, her right hand clutching her left side, seemingly injured. Her green clothes were stained with her own blood. It was unclear how long she had been running before. Am I going to die here? Mother, forgive me. Hicks. While continuing to run, the woman cried, Su Yiling, give up. Hand over the sword and leave safely. Slash. A slash with a powerful sword wave was unleashed. The injured woman saw the sword wave coming. She had to stop and draw her sword. Ting. The two sword waves collided, producing a loud explosion. Ha ha. Stop resisting, you will die soon. Another guard arrived and drew his sword. Why are you doing this? Do you know the punishment for killing a fellow sect member? Said the injured woman. She knew saying that wouldn't change anything, but she still did it to buy some time. Punishment? Don't joke, the dead have no right to talk about the law, one of the guards said. Then he rushed forward. Lightning slash. The guard's movements were very skillful. When he got close to the injured woman, he spun his body for a full slash. Tang slash. The injured woman didn't remain idle. Using one hand she defended herself. I'm coming. Another guard joined in and they fought the injured woman together. Although injured, the woman appeared very skilled, but if observed more closely, it was her sword that was helping her. Every strike she made had a significant impact on the two guards. TCH. Two idiots. So unreliable. The curly-haired woman finally caught up. She observed the injured woman with a murderous look. Immediately she waved her hand, and the area within a 10-meter radius was surrounded by red light. Not again. Demon red illusion, muttered the injured woman. Her previously precise movements were now uncontrolled, most of her attacks missing. Slash. A slash hit her right arm, fresh blood flowing. Buke. Ah. The injured woman groaned in pain, her arm throbbing in agony, cursed. You will face the sect's retribution. The woman fell to the ground, helpless, her right hand unable to fight anymore. Ha ha ha. Foolish girl, do you regret it? The curly-haired woman retracted the illusion she had created, then walked towards the injured girl. Leem, you will be punished by the sect, shouted the injured girl while grimacing in pain. What? The sect? A country bumpkin like you knows nothing about the law. Leem sneered to her. The injured woman was as good as dead. With a wave of her hand, the silver sword beside Su Yiling lifted and flew towards her. What a beautiful sword. Leem looked at the silver sword with a wide smile. Without thinking, she put it in her storage bag. After securing the sword, which was her main goal, she looked at the injured Su Yiling with a disdainful gaze. Take her storage bag, then kill her and burn the body. Leave no evidence behind. Leem ordered and then turned to leave. Yes, ma'am. Leave it to us, ma'am. The remaining guards exchanged glances and smiled broadly. They then directed their gaze towards Su Yiling on the ground. Hee-hee, let's heal the wounds first, and then ha ha ha. I go first. Their lecherous looks and voices made Su Yiling's heart race faster. Bastards, she muttered with a bitter voice. She lifted her head and saw the two guards approaching her. What are you doing? Go away. Su Yiling screamed. She deeply regretted not bringing her suicide poison. At least she wouldn't have to face these two bastards. Pretty girl. Wait a moment. The first guard approached, ready to remove his lower clothing. Slash. Sing. Both guards' heads fell to the ground. Who? Su Yiling saw clearly the heads of the people in front of her fall to the ground with a loud thud. But who did it? Chapter 62. Immortal Tomb Key. She turned her head around before her gaze fell on a young man in blue robes. The young man didn't hesitate for a second after beheading the two guards. He immediately jumped and ran in the direction Leem had previously gone. Thank you. Su Yiling could only mutter those words in a low voice. She watched as Lun slowly disappeared from her sight. Lun wasn't trying to be a hero, but he felt that the item they were fighting over must be something valuable, and that's what he wanted. Lun chased for 2 minutes before finally spotting Leem, who was fleeing. Leem, who was running with a small smile on her face, suddenly stopped as she sensed Lun's presence. Who are you? Do we know each other? Leem felt very unfamiliar with Lun's appearance. Hand over the sword or die, said Lun without preamble. He observed Leem from a distance while looking at her status panel. Status. Name, Leem. Race, Tei Bao. Power Core, Cultivator. Rank, Golden Core. Although the woman in front of him was a Golden Core Cultivator, a Tier 3 being like himself, Lun felt no oppression whatsoever. Ha ha ha. Leem laughed amusedly at Lun's threat, but before her laughter had faded from her lips, a slash was already flying toward her. Bastard. Leem was startled. She didn't expect Lun to be so direct. Lun's movements were very quick. He had activated the speed skill of his boots. Tang tang. A sword and a large zither clashed every time Lun attacked. The large zither acted like a protective shield. Leem seemed very adept at using it, spinning around and lifting the zither in her hands with both hands, smashing it towards Lun. Puff. Lun blocked with his sword, and he was thrown 10 meters back. Not stopping there, Leem immediately activated her zither's ability. The zither strings, like snakes, extended and quickly shot toward Lun like needles. Tag slash. Lin slashed at every incoming string, running to the side and trying to evade Tang slash. You foolish player. You seem to be lost. Lim observed Lin deflecting each zither string. As a cultivator, she could feel that Lin's energy was very different from that of ordinary people. It seems my swordsmanship has really improved, Lin muttered calmly. He hadn't used any attack skills before because he wanted to test his new skill, Sacred Heart Sword. Indeed, his swordsmanship had greatly improved. Lim heard Lin's words from a distance and smiled disdainfully. She wanted to say something when suddenly Lin was already beside her. Shhttt. Lin's sword pierced Lim's heart without resistance. You talk too much, miss. Lin pulled out his sword and let Lim's lifeless body fall to the ground. He then searched Lim's body for her spatial storage. Guild, Lim, Cultivator, X plus 97,300. Got it. Lin held a silver ring in his hand. Space ring. Owner, Lim. Slot, 1,000 square meters. Ordinary rings didn't have soul protection, so Lin easily checked the ring's contents with his mind. The ring's contents mostly consisted of weapons and some energy crystals, a few books, clothes, and some medicinal herbs. The most notable item was the sword in the corner of the space. Lin took the glowing sword and looked at its status panel. Rhine sword. Level 27. Attribute SDR plus 287, Agi plus 104. Skill, Lin Yang's Tomb Key. Can open the immortal tomb of Lin Yang. Whoa. Finally, Lin smiled contentedly as he saw the sword's skill section. The immortal tomb, he said, but where is Lin Yang's immortal cave? Lin pondered hard this time. It was pointless to have the key but not know the location to open. After thinking for a while, his slightly slow mind finally lit up. Wasn't the previous girl the owner of the sword? Just ask her, Lin said happily. He then stood up and slashed Lim's corpse into ashes. Immediately, he jumped and ran back in the direction he had come from. It had taken him about 5 minutes to chase Lim earlier. Hopefully that woman hasn't gone too far, Lin thought to himself. At the sight of Lim's guards' corpses, Su Yiling, still injured, was sitting weakly, leaning against a large tree behind her. She had bandaged her wounded stomach and arm with cloth by now. Her left hand skillfully tied a knot on the bandage of her right arm. Luckily, that young man came. At least my life has saved this time, Su Yiling said in a low voice. She then took out some healing bottles from her space ring to heal the major wounds on her body. Damn Baogo, traitor. Curses came from Su Yiling's mouth. Her gaze was empty, as if she were thinking about a very hated event from before. Glug, glug. Su Yiling drank all the healing bottles she had. After that, she wiped the remnants from her lips. Silence. She was now sitting in silence, contemplating the moments when she had formed a team to explore the treasure tomb she had found. Foolishly, she had trusted an old friend, a traitor. Su Yiling's face was very ugly when she kept thinking about it. Her ugly expression didn't last long because this time she imagined how lucky she was that the young man in blue robes had arrived just in time and saved her. Her left hand now touched the crystal necklace around her neck. This necklace was a gift from her mother when she left home to become a disciple of the Tantai sect. She felt her mother's prayers always with her. Su Yiling's weak eyes suddenly widened when she saw the young man who had saved her earlier standing right in front of her. Hello. Sorry to startle you, Lin approached Su Yiling. He then squatted in front of her and took out a few high-level healing bottles. Here, take this, your wounds will heal quickly, Lin said warmly. The person in front of him was the key to the treasure for him. Disposing of small items like these was not a loss. Thank you, sir, but who are you? Su Yiling was confused by Lin's sudden kindness. She didn't think they had met before, so did this person have certain intentions? But whatever it was, the person in front of her had saved her, so she had to be polite. I'm Lin. Before we talk further, quickly use this medicine so your strength can recover, Lin said, not intending to explain further. Chapter 63, Lin Yang's Eternal Tomb. After 30 minutes, Su Yiling's wounds were much better and almost healed. Thank you, sir, you saved my life. Su Yiling expressed her gratitude properly this time. She was able to stand up. Aha, you're welcome. As fellow humans, we must help each other, Lin said warmly. He then took out the sword he had obtained earlier. By the way, do you know the origin of this sword? Lin asked casually. He didn't try to hide anything. Su Yiling wasn't surprised when she heard Lin's question. She felt it was very natural given the power he possessed. Yes, sir. I found it a few years ago when I was searching for medicinal plants in the Hodyuan Mountains. Su Yiling explained the origin of the Rhine sword to Lin. At that time, she was taking the sect's weekly mandatory mission to collect spiritual plants. While in the Hodyuan Mountains, she found a hidden cave. Inside the cave, Su Yiling found several low-level spiritual plants and picked them. When she reached the deepest part of the forest, she saw a moss-covered chest. She then opened the chest and found a sword and a small piece of paper. Strangely, there was no writing on the paper, so Su Yiling could only keep it and use the remaining sword. Do you still have that paper? Lin asked curiously. Of course, sir. Su Yiling searched inside her storage ring and then took out a thin gold-colored paper. Lun took it and checked the status panel. Eternal talent detected. Congratulations, you have acquired Lin Yang's Space Talisman. Lin Yang's Space Talisman, when used, it will open a portal to Lin Yang's eternal tomb. Is it because I have eternal talent? Lun guessed in his mind. Su Yiling had said there was no writing on the talisman paper, but this time a beautifully painted black circle appeared on it. Would you mind if I take this paper and sword? Lun asked casually. Of course, he didn't need permission if he wanted to. However, it would look strange if he took them without saying a word. Hearing Lun's words, Su Yiling hesitated a bit this time. The sword in Lun's hand was her main weapon. Moreover, she felt the paper must have some value, and she was curious about its contents. But remembering that Lun was her savior, she finally nodded and sighed deeply. Take it, sir. Consider it repayment for saving my life, Su Yiling said reluctantly. Then, thank you. Lun immediately stored Lin Yang's Space Talisman and Rhine Sword into his storage ring. Lun felt there was nothing else he needed to do and wanted to leave. But before he left, he looked at Su Yiling, who was not far from him. He could feel that the girl in front of him seemed to have lost all hope. What's wrong with you? Lun asked. Silence. Su Yiling was silent. She seemed to be thinking about something. Ugh, forget it. Where is your family? Lun turned around and approached Su Yiling this time. They are in Futa village, not far from the southern area of the city. Su Yiling answered with hope. All right, let's go, Lun said. He waved his hand, and the airship that had been hovering above them descended slightly. Thank you, sir. Soon they both jumped and boarded the airship heading towards Futa village. Lun was forced to bring Su Yiling with him because he knew what would happen after he left. Someone stronger behind Lim would come and seek revenge for Lim. Although Su Yiling was not the main culprit, she would definitely die because she was involved. Lun wasn't so ungrateful as to get an item that enabled him to obtain an immortal's artifact without giving appropriate repayment. The journey to Futu village didn't take long. In just an hour, Su Yiling's family was already gathered on Lun's flying boat. Lun, who was currently sitting comfortably at the front deck of the airship, was thinking about something. I can't bring these people to the Divine Sky Realm right now, Lun thought to himself. He had received information from several players that realms still under development could not be accessed by outsiders of their race. So there was no possibility that Su Yiling's family could enter the Divine Sky Realm at this time. Or, should I try to open Lin Yang's tomb now? Lun thought about the paper talisman he had obtained earlier. If he was lucky, he could obtain high-level items to fight against master-level beings. Or he could obtain an item that allowed him to ascend to the master level. Master Lun, I made something for you. Su Yiling came with a plate containing mushroom soup. During the previous journey, she had learned Lun's name. Lun looked at Su Yiling, who was bringing a tray with several bowls of food. Then his gaze shifted to behind Su Yiling. There he saw 4 people, Su Yiling's parents and a pair of young children. They were Su Yiling's strength. Thank you. Let's eat. Lun waved his hand and called Su Yiling's family from afar. No need, sir. This was made for you. Su Yiling refused. From now on, don't call me sir, just Lun. And then quickly call your family and eat together, Lun said firmly, not giving Su Yiling room to comment. By the way, what is the cultivation level of the strongest person in your sect? Lun suddenly asked Su Yiling, who was about to leave. I think the sect leader is the strongest in the sect, a spirit integration cultivator, 1 level above nascent soul. Su Yiling said with anticipation. She feared Lun would leave them after hearing the sect leader's cultivation level. Alright, Lun felt a bit relieved. He was still confident in dealing with a nascent soul level cultivator, but he knew for sure that someone above nascent soul level was not someone he could reach at this time. In his opinion, the person behind Lim couldn't be someone at the sect leader's level, right? If they were, then they wouldn't need to sneak around to steal the Rhine sword from Su Yiling. If they were, they could obtain it with just a few orders. Chapter 64, heading to battlefield number 44. The day was already approaching noon, and Lun finally reached the city of Jian, where he would depart with his team. As a 3-star being, he had to lead a team to fight against the enemy. The initial reward just for forming the mission and reaching the battlefield was 5,000 points, and if the mission succeeded, they would earn over 50,000 points. This mission was the best he could find at the moment. Lun's flying boat slowly lined up at the city port, then docked neatly like the other flying ships. Lun and the others then disembarked from the boat. Miss Su, I will be undertaking a mission. So for now, you can take refuge in the city of Goan. Besides, all the important people in the sect are currently away fighting, Lun said to Su Yiling's family. He couldn't give up his intention of earning points on the front lines just for the Lara's family. Bringing them this far from their hometown was already a stroke of luck. Can I join you, brother Lun? I will help as much as I can, Su Yiling offered. She herself was a golden core cultivator. But because she belonged to a high-level sect, she wasn't required to undertake combat missions. Moreover, She was still at the early stage of the golden core. "Sorry, Miss Sue, I can't," Lun firmly refused. He then took out 1,000 golden defense talismans from his bag, and a ring from his space storage, and handed them to Su Yiling. "Miss Sue, use these if you are in danger. Don't hesitate to use them." Su Yiling accepted the small bag given by Lun, then examined it. "What?" Su Yiling screamed inwardly. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Lun with disbelief. She then said, "But brother Lun, this is too valuable." Lun knew Su Yiling would react this way. Besides the golden defense talismans, he had also given her the time ring artifact. Lun didn't respond to Su Yiling's words. He just waved his hand casually. "Oh, I almost forgot one more thing." Lun took out a small pouch containing thousands of regular and mid-level energy crystals. "Goodbye. We will meet again in a few days," said Lun as he walked toward the main road of the city. Su Yiling and her family watched Lun as he walked away. Such a kind young man. Yes, may he return safely. Su Yiling's parents spoke. They looked at Su Yiling, who was staring silently where Lun had gone. "Yiling, now is not the time to be sad." Su Yiling's mother approached and hugged her. As parents, they somewhat understood their daughter's feelings. "I'm not sad, Mom. I'm just praying that Brother Lun gets the best results on his mission." Soon Su Yiling and her family went to find a nearby inn to stay. Kiane Race War Building. Lun was currently in front of the reception desk. He handed his war card to one of the receptionists on duty. "Thank you, Mr. Lun, your data has been verified. The team and ship are ready at the port." Warship number 8, the female receptionist behind the desk returned Lun's war card and also a silver token. War Leader Token, a token used by the commander to lead a combat force during wartime. Soldiers, 50 Tier 2, 200 Tier 1 ships, 1 main ship, 2 support ships. Domain, Kiane Race. The War Leader token was made of iron and had fine tassels at the end. Lun nodded and stored the token. He immediately hurried to the port to meet his team. It didn't take long for Lun to spot Warship number 8. The ship was made of black iron, had 7 floors, with a length of 50 meters and a width of 10 meters. It was relatively small, but its combat equipment and design were indeed made for quick combat and maneuvering. Behind Warship number 8, there were 2 other larger ships. These ships were made of wood with several defense cannons. There were already many people on the ships. The entire team was divided into 2 groups occupying the 2 ships at the back. While the main warship number 8 had a few people on board, Lun came and boarded warship number 8. The ship's design looked more spacious than it appeared. "Hey, there he is. It looks like our leader this time is a player. Is he strong?" Many discussions were happening among some of the people on the ship. Lun observed them all calmly. Most were cultivators, followed by beast masters, and a few were star beasts. Lun was somewhat curious about beings with the star beast power type. From some information he had heard, they were actually sacred animal beings. Their cultivation method depended on how well their bloodline was. "Hello, my name is Lun. I am your leader for this mission. Our destination this time is battlefield number 44. Lun announced to them all casually. He saw some people with skeptical faces doubting his abilities, but he didn't care. As long as he wasn't disturbed, it didn't matter to him. "You there. Steer the ship." Lun pointed to a young man with cat ears at the front of the line. There was no particular reason for choosing him, he just pointed randomly. "Yes, sir," the young man said firmly. He then went to the helm to steer the ship. Of course, steering the ship didn't have to be done from the control room. But because they wanted to get there quickly, someone had to steer the ship. The main ship soon flew and turned towards the void, followed by the 2 other ships behind. Lun's combat team journey began. Wang Ki, surrender and join the Lo'u race. An old man with a long white beard was talking to a bald old man. The bald old man was currently radiating golden light, and behind him, a 30-meter tall Buddha statue image floated majestically. "Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Come if you dare," Wang Ki provoked. He wasn't afraid at all of the old man with the white beard. "My task is merely to keep you from helping those low-level beings." "HHHH, the white-bearded old man's laughter echoed. Wang Ki was deep in thought. He was indeed worried about something at the moment. Chapter 65, Chaotic Battle. Wang Ki's mouth twisted slightly. He took a deep breath, and the Buddha statue behind him began to move. Golden light emanated from the statue's eyes towards the old man with the long white beard. The golden light was very bright and fast, crossing dozens of kilometers in just a fraction of a second. The old man with the long white beard was slightly surprised. He then made a step, raised his hand, and a blue square-shaped light appeared from both his hands. Soul mirror light. The size of the blue light increased rapidly, and in an instant, the blue square light was already 50 meters tall. The golden light collided with the blue mirror. Crack. Damn. How could this be? The blue mirror light shattered. Unable to withstand the golden light energy from the Buddha statue, the old man with the white beard could only dodge and was about to activate his teleportation skill. Silence. Damn it, what's going on? He tried to create a space around him but couldn't. Upon closer inspection, the left eye of the golden Buddha statue was currently white, locking the position of the old man with the beard. Poor old rabbit, Wang Kai muttered to himself. He watched as the old man with the beard was engulfed by the golden light. No, impossible, the old man screamed with all his might, his face showing fear. All right, time to clean up below, said Wang Kai, then turned around. As he turned, he realized he was still in the same place. The old man with the white beard still stood not far from him, staring at him with a warm smile. Surprised, Wang Kai's body stiffened. He was very angry. He had been played by the old man with the white beard all this time. His illusion was terrifying. Not long after, Wang Kai's body turned entirely golden. His aura increased tremendously. In an instant, he was in front of the old man with the beard, launching a punch towards his chest. The body of the old man with the beard seemed as light as a feather. He dodged every punch from Wang Kai. Every few punches, he would distance himself from Wang Kai. From a distance, the old man with the beard made a pulling gesture. Wang Kai's golden body seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, quickly approaching the old man with the beard. When Wang Kai's body was very close to the old man with the beard, a white light disc appeared under his feet. His aura also increased several times. You are famous for your physical strength. I'm curious about your limits. He immediately launched a punch towards Wang Kai's jaw. Swoosh, swoosh. Wang Kai smiled broadly. You're seeking death by fighting at close range. The two old men with terrifying auras fought with bare hands in the sky. Every punch and attack they launched created frightening shockwaves. Some soldiers fighting below could feel the intensity of the battle between the two old men. Such a fighting style had become a format in every realm battle. On the ground, below the battle between the two old men, a brutal fight was taking place. The strength of each being was indeed smaller, but because of their vast numbers, every small attack would instantly destroy several lives. A giant tree 100 meters tall attacked people around it with its large roots. A 100-meter-long dragon flew in the sky, spewing blue fire continuously. Its breath was like water extinguishing small fires. A 30-meter-tall giant fought a small elf chaotically. The giant was large, but that didn't mean he was slow. The large sword in his hand kept swinging, trying to hit the small elf. In a large-scale encounter like this, it was very rare to use defense towers. Besides being very costly to operate, defense towers were very easy to destroy by the enemy. In one area of the battle, an equally intense fight was happening. Ha ha ha. Such sweet blood. A man with long white fangs slashed everyone in front of him with a blood sword in his hand. Every time he killed someone, the blood sword in his hand would absorb the blood of the corpse until it was dry. Each time the sword absorbed blood, its power increased along with the number of corpses it absorbed. How arrogant. A man with a golden sword jumped and faced the man with long fangs. The man with the golden sword activated his strongest skill. A sunlight beam appeared from above, directly shining on the man with the blood sword. The sunlight beam significantly reduced the blood absorption rate and attributes of the man with the white fangs. Brother Joy truly deserves his title. Yes. Such a terrifying skill. Some people behind the man with the golden sword discussed enthusiastically. From their appearance, it could be recognized that they were players. The man with the fangs observed the anomaly caused by the light. He didn't panic but thought for a moment. Black fire see, muttered the man with the long fangs. Black fire covered an area within a 50-meter radius, emitting intense heat and burning all the weak people without a self-rescue skill. Purification flame. A woman with a small cross in her hand shouted at that moment. The woman had been very ignored before, but when she made a move, pure light filled the area within a 100-meter radius, reducing the effects caused by the black fire. Such chaotic battles could be witnessed in any area on the front line of interracial battles. At this time, on the edge of Fortress Island number 44, Un's warship and team arrived. Not waiting any longer, they all immediately disembarked from the ship onto the island. GRZZZZZ DRRRRR. The aura of battle and vibrations caused by the fighting in the middle of the island could be felt even at the edge of the Fortress Island. Finally, we've arrived. Thank you, Mr. N. Mr. N, let's depart together. Several people sincerely thanked N. They still remembered how terrifying this person was when they faced an ambush on the way before. No need for that. Hurry and help the others, N said casually. He then looked towards the middle of the island. I'm coming. Contribution points. Immediately he jumped and ran at lightning speed. Seeing N already taking action, the remaining soldiers also didn't want to be left behind. Their goal was the same as N's, to earn contributions. Chapter 66, N at full power. N was currently running very fast to reach the front line of the battle. Behind him, the team members he led were also following. Creatures at level 3 like him still did not have the ability to fly and hover in the sky, so all N and his team could do was use their fastest running abilities. Lun himself was using the skill from his shoes, which had the effect of increasing Lun's speed by 150%, or in other words, 1.5 times faster than usual. Other team members behind him did the same, activating skills or using items that would enhance their abilities to reach the front line of the battlefield. For example, a woman with a white swan totem suddenly shining in her right hand. Then, a 10-meter-long swan appeared, and the woman mounted it, moving quickly. Additionally, there was an old man with a long beard whose wrinkled skin turned into brown feathers. The transformation continued until he became a 3-meter-tall giant eagle. He flapped his wings and flew high. Yes, this old man with a beard was a star beast with eagle bloodline. Luckily, Nita didn't come this time, Lun thought to himself. Seeing how strange the powers displayed by his own team, he was very worried about the safety of Nita, who was not so experienced in combat, especially since she had no intention of fighting. After moving for about 2 minutes, Lun and his team members finally saw the great battle taking place. From Lun's perspective, still far from the battle site, the length and width of the battlefield seemed endless. As far as the eye could see, it was just rows of creatures using their strange skills. All kinds of skill lights, the colors of the skills they used, and the items used by those creatures could be clearly seen from afar due to the sheer scale of the battle. Everyone, scatter. Anyone who survives until the end of the mission will get a reward from me, Lun shouted to all his team members. Lun deliberately gave them hope and hoped they would do their best. The more team members earned points and stayed alive, the more additional contribution points he would get from the Kiane race. What's the reward, leader? A middle-aged man with a flying robot asked from afar. The reward, said someone with a childlike body. Running very fast, the top 3 will get a silver space ring, a full set of level 20 equipment, and 1,000 high tier crystals. The rest who survive will get a full set of level 20 equipment and 100 high tier crystals. Lun shouted to all of them. What's a silver space ring? High tier crystals? I'm in, leader, said a man with a long sword excitedly. Count me in. Ha ha ha, our leader is very generous. Hearing how enthusiastic they were, Lun thought of something for a moment. It would be good if I gave them additional protection, Lun said to himself. He then threw each team member 2 items, 1 golden teleportation talisman and 1 golden defense talisman that could withstand the full power of a level 4 creature. Initially, some team members didn't pay much attention to the 2 items Lun threw, but when they observed them longer, their faces showed surprise. Leader, you're very generous. Thank you, leader. Awesome. Teleportation and level 4 defense talismans. As Lun had hoped, all the team members became more enthusiastic. However, some of them looked at Lun with eyes burning with the desire to rob Lun directly and get all the wealth he mentioned, but this time, they immediately gave up their intention because Lun's aura increased several times, his body filled with holy light. Such a strong aura. I can't breathe, said a man in a black hood. He felt the air he inhaled being pulled towards Lun, who was currently filled with holy light. Lun and his team had now reached the front line of the battlefield, and several combat groups naturally formed. Since they came from the Kiane race's line, the number of enemies in the area was naturally fewer. Lun didn't care. Without further ado, he activated all his powers. The more he defeated, the more points he would get. Wasting time was a very foolish thing to do on such a chaotic battlefield. Sky Sword Rain. For some reason, Lun had become accustomed to mentioning the names of his skills when using them. Besides, the skill names sounded cool, so mentioning them brought a certain comfort. As soon as he said the name of his skill, several golden swords appeared around Lun from thin air. In no time, the number of golden swords increased to hundreds, then thousands, filling the area around Lun like mosquitoes. Yes, the golden swords floated according to Lun's will. Ha ha ha. So cool, Lun said when he saw the glowing golden swords floating around him. He remembered the battle between the player and the Faithwood in front of the Kui race's war building. It didn't take long for him to acquire a cool power like that Faithwood in youth. After admiring the beauty of his sword skill, Lun then rushed directly to the center of the battle area, attacking every enemy he passed. Killed. Hyani, Spirit Link, X plus 11,100 points, plus 10 contribution. Killed. Hool, Blessed Initiate, X plus 12,800 points, plus 10 contribution. Killed. Jixia, Tier 1. Exp 2,100 points, plus 1 contribution. What is that? A level 3 creature? A Beastmaster stared at Lun with a terrifying look. Damn, weren't there no level 3 creatures in this area before? He screamed in his heart. Run quickly. A middle-aged man ordered his friends to turn around and run away from Lun, but what could they do? Lun's sword was very fast and pierced his heart without significant resistance. Someone call Elder Yanku. A man in a sect cultivator uniform shouted desperately as he saw the golden sword rushing towards him fiercely. Creatures on the Low race's side were filled with fear and horror at the skills displayed by Lun. The golden sword could easily take their lives. Chapter 67, Killing Kanpolu. Each golden sword could kill dozens of creatures and even hundreds of nearby level 1 and level 2 creatures. The golden sword blades were like thousands of mosquitoes absorbing a glass of blood in just a few seconds. Several attacks also came towards Lun, but were deflected directly by the countless swords around him. He was like a walking killing machine, with deadly attacks and very strong defenses. A very strong player. It seems I've found an evenly matched dual opponent this time. Not far from Lun's location, a star beast in the form of a kangaroo could be seen. The kangaroo had a body that looked like clear crystal, and its large, muscular hands were incredibly thin at the ends, resembling the sharpest swords in the world. It stomped the ground forcefully and leapt high into the sky. "Hey, I'm your opponent," the kangaroo shouted loudly and landed right in front of Lun. Status: Name: Kanpolu. Race: Crystal Kangaroo. Power Core: Star Beast. Rank: Solar Empowerment, Master. A Star Beast at the Solar Empowerment level? I'm curious how strong your body is. Lun had noticed Kanpolu's arrival from the beginning, so he was prepared. The thousands of swords that had been scattered now converged and quickly aimed directly at Kanpolu. These little swords. Kanpolu's crystal body grew to a height of 20 meters. He saw the stream of thousands of swords coming at him without fear. His previously thin, sword-like hands now hardened and transformed into shield-like shapes. "Come on," shouted Kanpolu. Some people around also watched the battle between Lun and Kanpolu. Whoever won would become a significant strength boost for one of the races. "That player is terrifying. His aura surpasses the aura of the clan elders," said a Chi Foundation man to the elderly man beside him, a Chi condensation cultivator. "Yes, I think his talent is higher than the king's. Who do you think will win?" Several discussions filled the air around the smaller battles near Lun and Kanpolu. The time came. Lun's thousands of golden flying swords clashed with the large crystal shield in front of Kanpolu. Tang ting. The first few swords were deflected and fell, but because the number of swords coming was endless, small scratches began to form, and within seconds, they turned into cracks. "What?" Kanpolu stared at the incoming swords in disbelief. He then felt a slight danger and tried to leap and retreat to catch his breath and devise a strategy. Ugh! His large body was suddenly blocked by an invisible force. After inspecting it, he found a transparent light barrier surrounding him. Around him, 4 giant golden blades formed the light barrier that trapped him. The light barrier seemed very strong and unbreakable. "My body is weakening. What's happening?" Kanpolu felt something was wrong. He then attacked the light barrier with his powerful fists. Boom, boom. Very efficient for enemies who like to run and escape. Ha ha ha, Lun laughed, watching Kanpolu's desperate attempts to break free from the prison he had created. Skill 4, Sword Heaven Prison, summons a sword prison to trap enemies for 5 seconds. Reduces enemy attributes by 50%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Kanpolu kept attacking relentlessly. This time, his hands glowed, and each punch sent out powerful lightning strikes. But to his surprise, the lightning couldn't even leave a scratch on the light barrier. Tang, zap, boom. Like an impenetrable wall, every one of Kanpolu's attacks was absorbed without causing any damage. Lun, observing from afar, didn't want to waste time. Since the duration of his Sky Sword Rain and Sword Heaven Prison skills was limited, he needed to act quickly. Immediately, thousands of swords resumed their merciless assault on Kanpolu's body, stabbing his arms, thighs, chest, and other vital areas. Ugh. "No, please, I surrender." Kanpolu looked at Lun with horror this time. He humbled himself and discarded the ego he had shown earlier, begging for Lun's mercy. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would be reduced to such a state. Unable to retaliate against his opponent, he felt utterly humiliated. Stab, stab. Lun didn't flinch. He continued directing the swords at Kanpolu. "No!" Kanpolu screamed for the last time. Guild. Kanpolu, Solar Empowerment, exp 126,500 points, plus 1,000 contribution. Kanpolu's large body fell lifelessly, crashing into the ground nearby. Run. Get away quickly. Creatures on the low race's side fled from where Lun stood. If a tier 3 creature like Kanpolu could be killed within seconds, they, who were below tier 3, stood no chance. "So easy. Ha ha ha," Lun said casually. He had killed a tier 3 creature without using his golden talisman this time, proof that his power had significantly increased after advancing to tier 3. He then approached Kanpolu's body, searching for any storage rings or items he might have. As Lun stood next to Kanpolu's body, the system displayed the option for extraction. Kanpolu's corpse can be extracted. Perform extraction? Very convenient. Lun said calmly and approved the extraction. By extracting, he could obtain body materials and items attached to the corpse. In reality, there was a method to obtain materials from beast corpses or any bodies by manually skinning and dissecting them with the aid of spiritual energy. The difference with the system extraction was the greater quantity of materials. The downside, of course, was the more complicated process and the longer time required. This method was used by several sects and clans to obtain materials from beast corpses. Performing extraction on Kanpolu's corpse. Solar empowerment, obtained. Silver storage ring X1, crystal skin X18, high-grade blood 12 liters, crystal bone X7. A series of extraction results appeared in the system notification. Whoa, high-grade items, making potions and advanced weapons will be much easier. And saw several materials for alchemy and items useful for blacksmithing. He planned to collect and multiply them before giving them to the blacksmith and alchemist divisions in the city for further development. Why is it so quiet? Lund said, seemingly unconcerned as he observed the now empty surroundings. Chapter 68. New Life University. Lund noticed that there was no one within a 1 kilometer radius of him. All the low race's low-level creatures had moved closer to their tier 3 creatures for protection. Well, I guess it's understandable. Ha ha. My body feels warm, light, and radiant, Lund said with a hint of pride in his voice. Lund looked at his body with a wide smile, admiring the full power he had unleashed. Okay, enough resting. Let's go chase those points. Ha ha ha, Lund said with a small laugh. Then he ran and rushed towards the nearest battle area. City of Life, Divine Sky Realm. Several magnificent buildings with a peaceful and serene ambience stood tall on an island. These structures were surrounded by tall green plants and massive walls made of black crystal stones. The square-shaped perimeter wall stretched 50 kilometers on each side. Inside this wall stood modern and futuristic buildings. This 50 square kilometers area was the New Life University area, recently inaugurated by NATO a few days ago. In the northern part of the area was a 50-meter high gate, flanked by 2 statues on either side. This was the North Gate, and the 2 statues were of Lun and Nita. When the campus staff first approached Nita for permission to build the statues, she was overjoyed. She only informed Lun after the statues were erected, fearing her brother might refuse. In front of the North Gate, hundreds of vehicles and thousands of people had gathered. They were all new students and their families. Since it was the opening of the first campus, their families came to celebrate as well. Even the locals near the university area came to have a look. Entering through the gate, visitors were greeted by the main campus building, the Knowledge Building. This building had 40 floors and was 300 meters wide. Its design was very modern and futuristic, with clear glass walls that did not reflect sunlight. A floating elevator helped transport people from one floor to another, and the building was constructed from mesmerizing blue crystal, adding unparalleled beauty and luxury. In front of the building was a wide field and a smooth stone main road. The area in front of the building was filled with enthusiastic students, who greeted and got to know each other. Some wealthy students were accompanied by their servants. Look at that beautiful flower. What's its name? Asked a curly-haired girl to her friends. Yes, this campus is amazing. Even those cool statues, another student added. The air here is very refreshing, commented another. Along the right and left sides of the main road were beautiful gardens and charming relaxation areas. Various flowers of different shapes, sizes, and colors adorned these areas, creating a colorful and captivating scenery. Artistic statues depicting microorganisms, fauna, and flora were scattered throughout the garden, adding an artistic touch and natural wonder to the relaxation areas. The gardens also featured several special holograms that students could use to check schedules, find information, take photos, order food from the canteen, etc. These holographic boards served as multifunctional campus tools. Additionally, there were several observation towers in the garden areas, recording all events happening in the campus's public areas. As students walked closer to the main building, the Knowledge Building, they saw several human statues along the way. However, these statues were not of nor Nita. These statues were of famous Earth scientists such as Isaac Newton, Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Pythagoras, etc. There were currently over 100 statues. Each statue had a special holographic board to learn more about the scientist. What a beautiful statue. The details are very realistic, remarked a student. Pythagoras is a person's name. I thought it was just a theorem, said a man to his friend. How did you graduate high school with such a low IQ? His friend mocked instead of confirming. Thank you, Sir Isaac, said a woman with round glasses, looking at the Isaac Newton statue with admiration. She had learned more about his life journey from reading and watching the information displayed on the hologram. The creation of these scientist statues was a testament to the importance and greatness of knowledge for a nation, race, and living beings. The concepts and formulas put forth by these scientists remain beneficial to this day, helping to calculate areas, think critically, understand how the body works, etc. The hope was that the previous scientists would not be forgotten by the new generation. Thus the statues were created. When the students reached the entrance of the Knowledge Building, they saw 8 national flags fluttering beautifully beside the entrance. Look, there's the Japanese flag. Does that mean there are Japanese students too? Asked a man with a meaningful look to his friend. Fix your mindset before looking for a girl, otherwise, you'll only scare them away. His friend advised. You talk as if you've already got one. The man rolled his eyes, not believing his friend's advice. Didn't you see the conversation about the races earlier? It was explained that the 8 major national alliances made an agreement to form the university, explained a woman to her friends. Yes, I saw it a few days ago. Well, it makes sense. Our country's knowledge is still lagging. We're forced to cooperate with other countries, commented a man with tan skin to his group. Well, it's not a bad thing to collaborate. Who knows, you might find a foreign girlfriend, teased his friend. Ha ha ha. Amen. As the students mentioned, the university's rector understood this. So, he planned to collaborate with other countries. However, he faced strong opposition, which was understandable. He was no more than a person with an S-level talent in knowledge to others. The great alliances even asked him to join them. But that was something the rector could not do. He still had a high sense of patriotism towards Indonesia. Finally, the rector asked Nita and Ln for help in negotiating the offer. Nita had asked her brother Ln about the issue and received an answer that he could handle everything. Chapter 69. Nita's first day of college. After negotiations, Nita and the Great Alliances reached an agreement. Nita would provide them with 10,000 level 20 items, 1,000 high-level crystals, 1,000 silver badges, 10,000 gold dolls, 10,000 level 20 materials. In return, the Great Alliances would provide their human resources to develop and teach at the New Life University. Additionally, they would share archives and written documentation of the latest knowledge. Thus, the New Life University became the largest university today and also an international university. Besides the 8 countries, students from other countries could still enroll with limited quotas. Parking area, New Life University. At this moment, a girl about 155 centimeters tall with long black hair stepped out of the car. After her, another girl with shoulder-length hair also exited from the side of the car. Yes, the 2 girls who got out of the car were Nita and Nayla. Nayla is Nita's personal assistant. She takes care of all Nita's daily personal needs. So far, Nayla has worked behind the scenes and hasn't appeared in public. However, since Nita is starting her university life, Nayla is also compelled to attend university. As Nita's personal assistant, Nayla, of course, shares some similarities with Nita, such as their age, both being 18 years old. Therefore, it's not a problem for Nayla to attend university. She's even excited and enthusiastic about it. Princess, it's so crowded here, said Nayla, looking around at the many people, even in the parking area. Yes. Considering this is an international university, it's no surprise it's crowded, Nita replied. Nita's current attire was casual green clothing that looked comfortable yet stylish. The green blouse had fringes on the sleeves and collar, adding an elegant touch to her appearance. A long skirt with a wavy bottom also enhanced Nita's graceful look. Nita's outfit today was the result of careful consideration by her assistant Nayla. She chose this style of clothing by considering Nita's graceful and relaxed personality. Come on, let's not be late, Nita said as she grabbed Nayla's hand and hurried out of the parking area. They walked for several minutes, turning around a few parking blocks, and finally arrived at the north gate of the campus. The north gate area was less crowded than it was at the opening at 6 a.m. So beautiful, Nayla said, admiring Nita's statue to the left of the north gate. Quiet. Although Nayla's tone was not mocking, Nita still felt embarrassed when someone who knew her like Nayla said such things. Princess Nita, are you really going to university? A girl was shocked when she saw Nita and Nayla arriving. Wow, Princess Nita is so beautiful. Princess. Autograph. Please. A girl with wavy hair hurriedly approached Nita, holding out a book and pen. Nita had expected this to happen, so she was prepared. She then signed several books and items the girls brought. Not only girls, but there were also boys among them asking for Nita's autograph. That's enough. Class time is near. Nayla, feeling quite overwhelmed by the crowd pushing and shoving, intervened. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Nita released a bit of her aura. Ugh, scary. I can't breathe. Step back. You're making Princess Nita angry. Indeed, these people could only be controlled this way. Phew. I almost fainted, said Nayla, feeling very heated at this point. Everyone. Sorry, but I have to go, Nita said, not wanting to stay outside the gate any longer, and hurried into the campus with Nayla. After Nita and Nayla walked in, they didn't realize that someone was watching them closely from a distance. Who is that? Asked a handsome man with blue pupils and blonde hair. She is the sister of the island's ruler, sir. Nita, explained a man in a black suit, who seemed to be the personal bodyguard of the blonde young man. No wonder, my father said not to cause trouble with her, said the young man, recalling how Nita had just released her aura. Yes, sir, I even felt a bit of pressure from the aura she released earlier, replied the man in the black suit beside him. Nita and Nayla walked down the main path toward the knowledge building with a sense of awe. Even though they had been here before and had looked around, It still felt different now that everything was finished. On their way, many eyes were directed at the two of them, especially Nita. Besides Nita's cute beauty, she often appeared on national and international TV. Even when discussing cooperation for establishing New Life University, they felt this girl was there before. For students with high social status, their close ones had warned them not to cause trouble with this girl. How great is she? Isn't she just the sister of the island's owner? Far above on the 18th floor, a girl looked down at the square in front of the knowledge building, focusing her gaze on Nita. Princess Imar, lower your voice. The girl beside her gestured with a finger in front of her lips. Imar looked at the girl beside her with a slightly annoyed expression. Imar continued to watch Nita and Nayla until they were out of sight. Nita and Nayla, having entered the knowledge building, continued walking toward the center and finally saw a sphere full of strange writings in the middle of the building's hall. The sphere kept spinning endlessly and emitted a calming aura around it. High enlightenment sphere emits enlightenment wave radiation within a 1 kilometer radius. Enhances information absorption, calms the mind, and accelerates cognitive functions. This is so cool. It turns out to be a spiritual item, Nita murmured. The whole area was already bustling, with students passing by, busy with their activities. Some staff members were seen maintaining cleanliness and monitoring the situation. In the middle of the hall, besides the iconic sphere, there were giant panels hanging from the ceiling. These panels displayed various information, such as profiles of people involved in the campus establishment, the number of students, campus information, campus area maps, and more. Chapter 70. Walter Smith. Interestingly, the hall's ceiling could open and close automatically, allowing a view of the clear sky from inside the hall. From the ground floor, one could see the floors above thanks to the glass railings at the edge of each floor. Some students were seen leaning and relaxing at the glass edges, enjoying the beautiful view below. By the way, where is our class? Nayla, Nitu asked Nayla beside her. We're in Bamboo number 100A class, Nayla replied. We need to go to the right, then take the elevator to the 18th floor. Bamboo area room 100A, Nayla explained quickly, being used to such notes as an assistant. Let's go. They hurried to the right and looked for the fastest elevator. Floor 13, floor 7, floor 2, 1. The elevator opened. Then Nitu and Nayla entered the elevator heading to the 18th floor. The elevator room was spacious, with a side length of 10 meters. There were already many students inside. Princess Nita, a boy with a smooth and quite handsome face, took the initiative to talk to Nita. Yes, Nita replied, slightly nervous. Yes, she was nervous. Either because she had never attended university before or because she didn't know the person in front of her, who was a handsome boy. Nita couldn't hide her slight nervousness. Hey, it's not polite to speak like that to someone you don't know, Nayla, standing beside her, said angrily. How could you mention someone's name you don't know? Sorry, the handsome boy wasn't angry. He apologized sincerely. Nayla was surprised. Was the handsome boy in front of her having a fever or something? Shouldn't he be angry? Is there anything I can help you with, sir? Nita didn't want Nayla to cause more trouble, so she changed the topic. No, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Walter Smith. And also, there's no need to call me sir, Princess Nita. Walter Smith raised his hand for a handshake. Nita, starting to get used to and slightly understanding the boy in front of her, realized Walter Smith was an extroverted and positive person. Nita didn't stay silent either. She shook hands with Walter Smith. Status: name, Walter Smith. Race, blue planet human. Power core, system. Rank, tier 2. Nita was a bit surprised by Walter, even with her status as the city's ruler and the island owner's sister and having tier 3 strength. Walter wasn't afraid but instead took the initiative to befriend her. Of course, Nita didn't easily trust Walter's open nature. But for now, it was good to have more friends. By the way, what's your major, princess? I'm majoring in physics, Walter asked Nita. I'm also majoring in physics, Nita replied casually. Wow, cool, we're the same. By the way, are you also in Bamboo number 100A class? Yes. During the elevator ride, Walter chatted a lot with Nitu and Nayla. Walter was the son of the city's ruler on the American Alliance Island. His talent in combat was quite good, but his father wanted him to have an education so he wouldn't lose to the nobles' children. So Walter had to attend university while actively participating in combat. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor, and then Walter, Nita, and Nayla exited the elevator and headed to Bamboo number 100A room. During their journey to the Bamboo room, they encountered many students. Not only from Indonesia, but also quite a few foreign students, most of them children of important people, so there were always assistants by their side. Room 87A, Nayla murmured as she scanned the rooms they passed by. Room 93A. Room 100A. We're here, Nayla said cheerfully. Nitu and Walter observed the classroom from the outside. They saw many students already inside the classroom. The layout of the classroom wasn't much different from renowned campuses on Earth, but the equipment inside was more sophisticated and modern. A spherical object in the middle of the class was projecting a life of microorganisms and how they survive. Some students were watching the projection curiously. The class hadn't officially started, but the projection remained active to acclimate the new students. Nita, Naylor, and Walter then entered the classroom. "Hello, everyone." Walter's shout was very loud. He shouted while spreading his arms as if he was about to hug someone. "What's with that guy? Is he crazy?" A boy in the top right corner of the seats said. The boy had black eyes and bright red hair. "Idiot, you embarrass the American Alliance." Emma and her friend felt slightly ashamed of Walter's behavior. If it weren't in the classroom, Emma would have kicked him at least once in the face. "Wow, that guy is very handsome." A girl with slanted eyes and shoulder-length hair was fascinated by Walter, who had caught the class's attention. "Naylor, let's find a seat." Nita ignored Walter's foolish behavior, then pulled Naylor's hand beside her and looked for a seat in the front right side. Walter, realizing he had overreacted, felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "Sorry. Excuse me," he said while glancing back but couldn't find Nita and Naylor. He soon spotted them in the front right side and walked toward them 2 seats away. "Otherwise, your stupidity might infect us." Naylor blocked Walter's seating area 2 seats beside them. "Princess Nita, please." Walter looked at Nita and tried to ask for help, but all he received was Nita's indifference. She was actively discussing in the Alliance chat. Alliance chat, World Market. "Cute cat. First day of school. Dion, started already? So fast. I also want to go to school, but..." "Hana, wow. Congratulations, Princess Nita. Study hard." "Alright. Remember, don't cause trouble at school. Follow your teacher's orders." "Laras. Congratulations, Nita. Don't forget to show your sister around the campus when the time comes." "Hey Uncle Manuel, great. I believe Princess Nita will become a professor someday." Nita's brief message invited many reactions and responses from various Alliance members. Of course, with Nita's current position, it was a good opportunity to catch her attention. Just a few words from her could improve the quality of life for ordinary people. Chapter 71, Stressful Situation. Lun was currently in a fierce battle when he replied to Nita's short message. In front of him, a golden dragon stared at him intensely. A young man with golden eyes looked at him in silence. You have a sacred bloodline. Where did you get it?" The person on the dragon spoke in a strange but understandable language. "You don't need to know. Hurry up if you still have any tricks," Lun said while watching the cooldown bar on his system panel. Provoked by Lun's words, the young man on the golden dragon frowned slightly at Lun's arrogant attitude. "Watch the Dragon Knight in action. Who will fall and fly this time?" "Yeah, I think the guy with the divine light will whine again. He's already killed 12 tier 3 creatures before. And this one isn't a big deal for him." "Yes, that's right. He's waiting for his heaven-splitting sword skill." Most of the discussion was on Lun's side, proving how fierce Lun's skills and power were at the moment. In just one day, his contribution points had exceeded 150,000 and were still increasing. Area of light, 00:1:19. Area of light, 00:1:13. Lun's divine area skill was still in cooldown, so he had to stay on the defensive for now. He had to rely on his golden talisman if something dangerous appeared. Golden lava. The hovering dragon immediately moved towards Lun and spewed golden lava from its mouth. Anything the golden lava passed would freeze and crumble within seconds. "Why do you always run? Where is your heaven-splitting sword skill from before?" the golden-eyed youth mocked. "Alright, I'll end this." The golden-eyed youth looked deeply at Lun, then he blinked. Ugh. Lun's heart trembled, feeling like his heart would explode. His blood flow chaotic. "What's this? A mental attack?" Without thinking longer, he used the teleportation talisman. But before the talisman could activate, the golden dragon was already behind him, stomping him into the ground. Crack. The sound of the protective skill from Lun's armor activated. The barrier skill he wore activated. The skill from the Kylix armor artifact also activated within a fraction of a second, holding off the dragon's foot attack for 1 second. Lun used that 1 second to activate the teleportation talisman. Lun immediately appeared 1 kilometer away from the golden-eyed youth. He saw the system warning panel. "You have been hit by a mental attack. Golden Heart of the Dragon, reducing attributes by 30% temporarily for 1 minute." Damn. 30% attribute reduction. No wonder his body reacted as it did before. Now, Lun was quite worried about the negative status he was experiencing. He tried drinking a low-level mental potion, but it had no effect. Healing potions also didn't impact anything. Blessing potion. Lun thought about the blessing potion, a potion that even made Elder Wennesu a hidden mission. Blessing potion. Attribute plus 100, random. Note, can only be taken 5 times. Consume. Blessing potion. Are you sure? Yes. Lun immediately felt the potion's fluid flowing down his throat. You consumed the blessing potion. The usage limit of 5 times has been reached. removing negative effects from your body. Awesome, Lun shouted in his heart. Sure enough, the 30% attribute reduction had disappeared. His strength returned to normal. The golden-eyed youth observed Lun, who had moved 1 kilometer away. This human has many tricks, he murmured. I need to act fast before the negative effect ends. The golden-eyed youth immediately directed his dragon towards Lun's location. Lun stood firm, waiting for the golden-eyed youth's arrival. His skill cooldown was over. He would take his revenge. Come, I'm curious about the material of that dragon's body. Lun murmured to himself. Ugh, grrrr. The golden dragon roared and attacked Lun very quickly. The golden fire from its mouth terrifying people watching from afar. Even from a distance, they could feel the heat of the golden fire. Wait. Come back. The golden-eyed youth sensed something. He immediately wanted to activate the teleportation talisman, but it was too late. Lun had already activated Sword Heaven Prison, trapping the dragon and the golden-eyed youth within 4 golden sword pillars. Damn. This strange skill is very troublesome. The youth panicked, then activated a strange talisman from his storage ring. Father, save me. The talisman shattered and disappeared in a gust of wind. Lun did not know that the youth had already sent a message to his father with the message talisman. Lun immediately activated their area of light skill. The area within a 100-meter radius was filled with divine light, giving negative effects to creatures with dark attribute power, and doubling Lun's attributes directly, making Lun's status 26,000 on average. With attributes that strong, even Wang Kai and the old man with the long white beard could feel the aura emanating from Lun. Lun, currently burning with power, activated his second skill, Sky Shattering Slash. Lun immediately slashed toward the golden-eyed youth in the Heaven Sword Prison. The simple slash carried a 100-meter-long golden sword energy, destroying everything in its path. The strong sword path would soon split the golden-eyed youth quickly. But that did not happen, because now, an old man in a black hood appeared right above Lun's sword prison. The old man waved his hand, and the previously terrifying sword energy disappeared as if it never existed. After nullifying the sword slash, the old man then released a small light ball from his fingertip. The light ball calmly moved toward the sword prison. Crack, crack. The unbreakable sword prison now cracked without resistance after being hit by the small light ball. Father, help. Save me, the golden-eyed youth screamed, then approached his father with all his strength. Afraid Lun would use his strange skills again. The old man in the black hood looked at Lun, who was not far from him, his eyes fixed on Lun calmly. Thump, thump, thump. Lun's heartbeat was very fast and loud. He felt immense pressure just by being stared at by the old man in the black hood. His legs trembled and weakened, making it almost impossible for him to stand. Chapter 72, Hidden Mission 10,000,000 contribution points. Huff. You're lucky this time, said the old man in a black hood with a heavy tone. In the old man's view, he could see a strand of spiritual energy swirling above Lun's head. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the strand of spiritual energy, but with his level of power, he could ensure that not just anyone could do such a thing. A very strong soul thread, the old man murmured to himself again. Everyone, retreat. The old man said to the subordinates below him and the supporters of the golden-eyed youth earlier. Father, why? The golden-eyed youth asked in surprise. This was not like his father to act on a whim. Silence. The old man looked at his son with an angry and emotional gaze. He almost caused trouble if he wasn't careful this time. Immediately without further ado, the group of the old man in the black hood disappeared without notice. What happened? Among the many people around the incident, Lun was the one with the most questions. He had previously tried to think of all kinds of possibilities but still couldn't figure out what really happened. Never mind, luck is power, Lun said bitterly. After a while calming himself, he finally returned to normal. The pressure he felt earlier had disappeared. He had previously felt the presence of the old man in the hood was very frightening. Even his heaven prison skill could be easily destroyed. The old man in the hood must be a being above the master level. Lun was very sure of that. Alright, now my goal is contribution points. I won't let the previous defeat happen again, Lun said with strong determination. He looked at the people around him. He found it was very quiet, and the battlefield had moved more than 5 kilometers away from him. I'm coming. Immediately Lun ran and rushed to find the next prey. A level 3 creature with 1000 contribution points. The endless battle continued between the Kiane race and the Lu race on the battlefield of Fortress Island number 44. Due to Lun's terrifying emergence, one by one, the level 3 pillar creatures of the Lu race became weaker. Nearly 79% of the battlefield area was already under the control of the Kiane race. Lun, still with his endless rain of golden swords, eliminated every level 1 and 2 creature as easily as wiping a stain with a tissue to kill level 3 creatures. It took a few seconds or even minutes, depending on how many tricks the level 3 creature had. By the afternoon, Lun had already eliminated a total of over 34 level 3 creatures. Nearly 95% of the battlefield area was already owned by the Kiane race without any resistance from the Lo'u race. The morale of the Lo'u forces had been very weak since Lun's emergence. Run! The holy human sun is coming. Run! A level 2 creature with a power core system shouted at the top of its voice. Very strong. He's getting stronger. Stop your battles. The holy human sun is heading this way. The Lo'u race fighters panicked with fear. Meanwhile, the fighters on the Kiane race side were full of wide smiles. They even gave the title Holy Human Sun to him because of his terrifying power, and also his attacks emitted a holy aura that even made their hearts tremble a bit because of the majesty it radiated. Little friend, would you like to help this old man? A deep and powerful voice was heard in Uln's ear. He stopped and then said yes. He didn't know how the communication effect like this happened. He just spoke softly and watched what would happen next. Sure enough, the voice was heard again. Good. I will bring this person down in a moment. Be careful of the illusions and surprise attacks from this person. As soon as I bring this person down, help me to lock and restrain his movements with your sword prison. Uln seemed to realize from whom this voice came. His guess was that this voice came from a high-ranking fighter of the Kiane race who was fighting with a high-ranking fighter of the Lo'u race. He was about to answer when a system panel suddenly appeared. Hidden mission Wang Ki. Name Wang Ki. Rank S. Description: help Elder Wang Ki to kill Bao Yuan. Reward: 10 million contribution points. What? Crazy, Lun shouted in his heart. He felt the number of points had a writing error, but the number didn't change after a while. Lun was certainly very happy. Even after fighting all day until the afternoon, he had only gained over 670,000 contribution points. A lot even for him at this time. Most of the points were usually gained from killing level 2 creatures of the Lo'u race, but now, compared to the mission he just got, the contribution points he had just gained today were nothing more than nonsense. Lun was no longer looking for level 3 enemies. He kept all his skills ready if the high-level creature came. Lun waited on the ground full of blood and ashes. His condition now was like a soldier who had fought for days on the battlefield. His face was slightly dull, and he couldn't hide his fatigue. The surrounding condition was even more terrible. Corpses and bones that had turned to ashes were scattered everywhere. The ground was no longer green or brown, but had turned black liquid due to the blood that had burned and turned to scorched ashes. The air Lun breathed also felt heavy, worse than the pollution on Earth that he had ever felt. Lun's eyes, which were standing still, observed the battle from afar. Only a few points and areas were still fighting. This signaled the battle would end soon. Boom, boom. An old bald man with a golden body fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Fresh blood came out of his mouth. Thump. Yuck. Chapter 73. Killing Bao Yuan. Nascent soul. The bald old man wiped the remaining blood from his mouth. He stood up and stood tall again. He looked up towards the old man with a white beard. Bao Yuan. The golden-bodied old man with a bald head shouted. He gathered golden energy from his surroundings. A Buddha image reappeared behind him. Enough Wang Ki. Soon you will die at my hands. Bao Yuan, who slowly descended from the sky, looked at Wang Ki with a disdainful look. However, his gaze was slightly distracted at the moment. He saw Lun looking at the two of them calmly. Hey little guy. What are you doing here? Bao Yuan asked casually. Lun did not reply. He just stood there without moving. Bao Yuan became angry. He then moved the white disk of light under his feet towards Lun quickly. His palm was wide open as if he wanted to choke something. Now, the deep voice was heard again in Lun's ear, waking him from his still state. Sword Heaven Prison. Immediately, a large sword 10 meters tall fell from the sky and then plunged hard into the ground. 3 other large swords did the same, forming a square formation. After the 4 sword pillars fell, golden walls formed on all sides. TCH, a thin little barrier like this, Bao Yuan said amusedly. Immediately, a white light emanated from his hand, intending to slash the golden wall. Blub, bong. His attack had no effect on the wall. He then stretched out his hands and quickly joined them. Immediately the light energy enlarged in front of him. Lightning thunder. The ball struck and attacked the golden barrier wall. Bong. Bloom. Damn. What kind of wall is this? Bao Yuan's face changed slightly. He immediately attacked forward, directly attacking with his bare hands wrapped in white light. Bang. Blup. Ugh. Damn. Open this shield, or I'll kill you. Bao Yuan threatened Lun and tried to intimidate him from inside the golden prison. Ha ha ha. Bao Yuan, don't joke. You can't even get out, but you threaten someone? Don't make me laugh. Ha. Wang Ki, who was rising at this moment, floated into the sky. He looked at Lun and said, good job, young man. After that, the Buddha statue behind him enlarged again to a height of 100 meters. In a condensation. Immediately, the palms of the Buddha statue behind Wang Ki joined together, then a small white light gathered in front of its hands. The white light grew larger until it was the size of a volleyball. It didn't take long for the light to turn golden, and finally, it turned fiery red. Holy crushing palm. The Buddha's joined hands now separated. Then the right hand pushed the red ball downward towards Bao Yuang's location. No, Wang Kai. You will regret doing this. Bao Yuang shouted angrily. Bao Yuang's appearance was very pitiful this time. His white hair and long beard were disheveled. Wang Kai didn't care about Bao Yuang's threats. He watched as the palm moved quickly towards Bao Yuang. Lun was also ready. He had to open a small gap so the palm could enter. Bao Yuang this time was very terrifying, his body emitting a bright white aura, each of his attacks causing a hard vibration on the golden wall. Even a slight scratch could be seen. Lun, who was slightly panicked when he saw this, became a little calm because the Buddha's golden palm was now very close. The red ball looked terrifying as if it would bring destruction to the world. Lun immediately opened a small gap so the palm could enter. Bao Yuang saw the gap and immediately disappeared. Fool, Wang Kai said, seeing Bao Yuang's last effort. I don't know who this little guy is, but his skills are very terrifying. The energy contained in his skills is very pure and holy, he murmured while looking at Lun beside him. Guild, Bao Yuang Nascent Soul, exp 1,129,000 points, plus 100,000 contribution points. Crazy. I also got a share of the kill. Lun was very surprised when he heard the kill notification. He did help to restrain Bao Yuang in the Heaven Sword prison, but he didn't expect that with such a small help, he could gain such a big benefit. What is that? Lun muttered. He saw a purple flame right where Bao Yuang was before, and Lun was curious, so he approached it. Upon reaching the spot where Bao Yuang died, Lun saw a gold ring, a transparent light plate, and a purple flame the size of a palm. Space ring. Gold. Owner, Bao Yuang. Slot, 1,000,000 square meters. Note, the space ring has an active soul barrier. Please break the soul barrier with soul power to change the owner. Soul essence, energy that contains the power of souls and embodies the pure strength of the universe. Formed from the absorption of natural energies, it becomes a potent force within the cosmic ecosystem, pulsating with the harmonious rhythm of the universe. Vortex plate, a transparent disc that allows the user to hover, teleport, and increase attributes while riding. Type, active artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 126,900. Ability, flight, acceleration plus 300%. Attribute plus 50%. Teleportation within 3 kilometers. Crazy. Heaven level items. Lun shouted and cursed in his heart. His mind immediately spun and thought hard about which item he should duplicate. It was certain that none of these items would belong to him. So before the bald old man Wang Kai arrived, it was better to duplicate one item for himself. The gold ring and soul essence can be dropped by monsters. I'll choose this transparent disc, a heaven level artifact, Lun said to himself, immediately duplicating the vortex plate. Duplicating, vortex plate, 10,000 times. Confirm. Yes. Immediately, 10,000 items identical to the vortex plate appeared in Lun's storage ring without any difference. The item descriptions were also the same. Only then did Lun feel at ease. Very good. H. Lun was startled when he heard the sudden laughter beside him. Chapter 74, Infernal Blade. Part 2, Sword Binding. He saw the bald old man at a very close distance, making him feel a bit breathless and sensing the heat emanating from the old man's body. Young man. I, Wang Kai, sincerely thank you on behalf of the Kian race. The bald old man smiled broadly. He had previously observed Lun from above the sky, and everything Lun did brought great victory to the battle on battlefield number 44. It's nothing, senior. I'm just a stranger who happened to help, Lun said humbly, afraid to offend the old man in front of him. Ha ha ha. Good, good. You are very clever. Wang Kai was very pleased with Lun's behavior. He then looked at the 3 items dropped by Bao Yuang earlier. His smile widened when he saw the 3 items, especially the gold ring and the transparent disc. What is your name? The old man asked Lun while taking the 3 items and storing them. Senior, my name is Lun. Lun replied obediently, still standing calmly behind Wang Kai. First, take this as the reward I promised earlier. Wang Kai said. Immediately, the old man took out a paper with a few words written on it. Wang Kai's message card. This card can be redeemed at any Kian Race War office to obtain the corresponding contribution points. Contribution points plus 10 million. Lun received the paper with both hands and immediately stored it. He then observed the old man Wang Kai as before. Then, since you have helped me finish the battle and survived on battlefield number 44, take this. Lun saw the old man Wang Kai throw a black sword that looked very similar to his current holy sword. Infernal Blade. Part 2. Level 41. Growth. Attribute, SDR plus 836, Int plus 856, Aga plus 870, Rees plus 878. Abyssal Curse, each attack will inflict a random negative effect on the enemy. Dizzy, paralyze, sleep, silence, blind, confusion, Weakness, base attribute plus 20%. Damage increased by plus 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. My god. Why is my luck so high this time? Lun screamed in his heart. He felt his luck had exceeded the maximum limit, starting from being saved from a creature above the master level, obtaining a hidden mission with a reward of 10 million contribution points, getting a heaven-level artifact, and now receiving the second part of his holy sword. Thank you, senior. This junior will remember your kindness. Lun sincerely expressed his gratitude. The old man in front of him was the person who had given him the most high-level items during his time in another realm during the Interrace War event. HHHH. It's good that you know. See you again, young man, the old man said with a happy smile on his face. He had just checked the contents of Bao Yuan's gold ring, and Wang Kei's smile widened, no less than Lun's. Immediately after bidding farewell, Wang Kei disappeared from Lun's sight, leaving Lun standing still, contemplating all the events that had happened today. After a while, he looked back at the black sword he had received earlier. No matter how he looked at it, this black sword was very similar to his current holy sword. Even the attributes and skills were very similar, except for the unique effect where the holy sword would heal him with each slash, while the black sword would inflict random negative effects. As Lun looked at the black sword, he also saw new information displayed by the system, detected that the owner has another part of Infernal Blade. Part 2. With Divine Sword, Part 1, you can perform binding. Perform binding. Lun was slightly confused about what binding meant, but since the system issued the command, it should be a good thing. So Lun agreed, yes. Immediately, the gold sword and the black sword floated in front of Lun, each sword emitting its original light, the black sword with a thick dark aura and the gold sword with a very dazzling white light. The two swords spun around Lun for several turns. After a few minutes, the two swords stopped spinning and remained floating around Lun. Wow, Lun felt a connection with both swords and could control them as he pleased. Lun could even absorb both swords into his body. I wonder if I can fly while riding them, Lun muttered, then jumped onto the black sword. Phew. Swah. Yes, the sword could carry Lun to float and fly quickly. Lun felt the strong wind blowing against his face. Refreshing, Lun muttered as he spun around in the sky on the black sword. Amazing. Are there any other effects? Lun landed back on the ground and checked the sword's status panel. Infernal Blade. Part 2. Level 41. Growth. Attribute SDR plus 1050, Int plus 1034, Aga plus 1061, Rees plus 1078. Abyssal Curse. Each attack will inflict a random negative effect on the enemy. Dizzy, Paralyze, Sleep, Silence, Blind, Confusion. Weakness, base attribute plus 30%, damage increased by plus 30% for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. Binding skill, Echo Phantom, clone with 50% attribute, Blade Warp, teleportation to sword place, Phantom Exchange, exchange position with sword, Phantom Assault, swords passively auto-attack nearby enemies. Huffed. Lun took a deep breath. Isn't this sword too overpowered for level 41? What kind of sword was given by that middle-aged crowned man? Lun recalled when he first got the sword from the middle-aged man during the Tier 1 promotion exam. That was when he got his first gold sword. Now, the old man Wang Kai gave him the second part of the sword. After performing the binding, Lun saw that the sword's attributes increased by approximately 10%. Then there were 5 new additional skills. The same status also appeared on the other gold sword. First, Lun tried using their Echo Phantom skill. Immediately, the black sword in his hand transformed for a moment before finally a figure appeared. The figure was exactly like Lun, with short black hair and a blue robe. Everything the same, without any difference. The first thing Lun thought of was duplicating the black sword. However, he put that thought aside for now because he had just used duplication on the transparent vortex plate. Chapter 75, Echo Phantom, hundreds of clones. Lun suddenly remembered something. I've duplicated the gold sword several times before. Lun immediately took out hundreds of swords from his storage ring. Hundreds of gold swords floated in front of him. When he checked all the swords' statuses. Crazy. They all have binding skills and the same exact status. Lun could only scream in his heart. Immediately, with his mind, he activated their Echo Phantom skill. Without any oddity, hundreds of human figures identical to Lun appeared. My god. What there? Lun panicked and quickly returned all the swords to their original form. He forgot that he was still on battlefield number 44. Looks like I can only try this at home to be safe. Lun muttered excitedly. He returned all the gold swords to his storage, then was about to try another skill from the divine sword binding, Blade Wrap. Lun said. Immediately, he felt his body swallowed by some power, and in an instant, he appeared at the position of the black sword. SHH. Scary. Lun felt terrified and cold inside. With this skill, doesn't he have spatial law power and can teleport? Lun could only accept all the oddities and powers displayed by the divine sword. Next, he tried the third skill, Phantom Exchange. Once again, Lun felt his body pulled by some special power. His body shifted and exchanged positions with the black sword, which also moved to his initial position. Ah! Terrifying, strange praises emerged from Lun's mouth every time he activated a divine sword binding skill. Phantom Assault. The last skill seemed not to be an active attack, so nothing happened when Lun tried to activate it. But from the name and the brief skill description, Lun could tell that this sword would passively activate if he didn't control it. Ha ha ha. This harvest is very abundant, Lun said excitedly. He never thought this journey would bring him endless luck. Lun observed the surrounding area. There were no more battles. This was very reasonable considering the old man Wang Kai had taken action. With just his gaze, he could wipe out all the remaining level 3 creatures. This time, Lun saw several groups of people approaching him enthusiastically. Which idiot wants to seek death this time? Lun said, ready for another fight. Team leader. Captain. Several familiar faces approached Lun enthusiastically at their fastest speed. Yes, they were all members of the team he led earlier. You guys? Lun didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. But they were right because the battle was over and had ended on battlefield number 44. Lun saw that many were still left, even more than 200 people. These people seemed to be playing dirty. With one glance, Lun could see that some of the people in front of him hadn't even fought. After hearing from Lun that as long as they stayed alive, they would get a reward. It was very foolish if they didn't understand the loophole in Lun's sudden mission. Yes, Lun didn't explicitly state the mission rules, he just said as long as they stayed alive. Alright. Let's consider their luck is good, Lun thought, in a good mood. So he gave them all the rewards he had promised earlier. Soon they all reported their contribution points by showing their war cards. The top 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. The man with the highest points stepped forward and approached Lun. My name is Rylam, Captain, said the young man firmly. Lun guessed the young man in front of him was a faith warden. Lun didn't waste any time. He immediately took out a silver ring, a full set of light equipment, and 1,000 high-level crystals. Thank you, Captain. The young man quickly took all the items and gave him and immediately turned to leave. Next, a woman came. This time, it was an elf. Yes, Lun could see from the shape of the girl's ears. Ellen from the forest elf race. The girl said softly. What? Lun frowned upon hearing the girl's race. Forest elf race? Lun muttered. Yes, the forest elf race was the core crystal used by Nita to break through to tier 1 and get promoted to an archer. Ellen, who was being stared at by Lun, became a little scared now. Her gaze became a bit hostile and disgusted. Sorry, I'm just a bit interested in your race, Lun said casually when he saw Ellen's strange expression. You wait here first, we'll talk later, Lun said, then looked at the third-ranked person. Thank you, Captain, thank you. The reward distribution Lun had promised took a few minutes before it was finally over. Everyone had left and returned to the main island of the Kiane race to exchange the contribution points they had earned. Excuse me, sir. What about me? Out of fear, Ellen didn't even call Lun Captain but sir. Explain to me about the forest elf race, Lun said with a warm smile to Ellen, who was currently in a state of fear. Ellen was a little scared but still explained about the forest elf race to Lun. The forest elf race resides in the realm of Fian. Forest elf race beings live in forests to obtain pure natural energy because they rely on natural energy to increase their strength. The forest elf race are creatures with a power system. The forest elf race is quite close to the Kiane race, so the ruler of the forest elf race opened a portal to help the Kiane race fight against the Lou race. Ellen continued to tell how the forest elves lived, their daily activities, and the natural conditions of Fian where the forest elf race resided. A very beautiful realm, Lun muttered without hiding his voice from Ellen. Hearing Lun's words, Ellen slightly reduced her fear. Alright, here is your reward. Lun immediately took out a silver ring, a full set of level 20 wood equipment, and 1,000 high-level crystals. Besides the promised reward, Lun also took out a blessing potion and gave it to Ellen. He also took out 50 each of golden talismans. Chapter 76. Full power of Laras, Goddess of Light. Ellen saw the rewards Lun gave her, her eyes wide open, and her mouth forming an O. But sir, Ellen wanted to say something, but Lun had already disappeared. Yes, Lun had teleported using the golden talisman. Afraid the girl wouldn't accept the reward he gave, he deliberately gave the blessing potion to try to attract the attention of strong individuals from the forest elf race realm. Even if it didn't attract the attention of powerful beings, Lun would make an agenda to enter the Fian realm someday. Lun didn't linger any longer on Fortress Island number 44. He then took out his warship and returned to the main island of the Kiane race to exchange the contribution points he had earned. I'm rich, Lun said casually as he thought about the amount of contribution points he got today. On an endless island, a great battle was taking place. no less chaotic than the battle on battlefield number 44 that Lun participated in. The battlefield was in utter disarray, causing countless lives to be lost every second. Run. That giant will turn you into meat paste with his feet, said a man with a panicked expression on his face. Run. This crazy giant will stomp on you, said a young man, running for his life. Damn. How can this giant run so fast, said a man with a hologram of a python snake on his hand. Yes, he was a beastmaster and was facing a giant race in front of him. The giant was nearly 20 meters tall, with a muscular red body and a fiery hammer in his right hand. The man with the blue hologram in his hand was slightly overwhelmed, continuously summoning his great beasts. Gluttonous fire lion, red-eyed bull. Immediately, the blue hologram in his hand spun and stopped at the image of a lion, and secondly, on the image of a bull. A 10-meter-tall lion emerged, followed by a golden-furred bull with red eyes. Roar. Ugh. The two beasts summoned by the Beastmaster showed no fear and immediately charged at the giant with the fiery hammer. Ha ha ha, what can these little beasts do? You will be my next meal. The giant with the fiery hammer stared at the Beastmaster in the distance. They had been fighting for a long time, and he knew the Beastmaster's summoning energy would soon run out. Destructive hammer, the giant shouted. He immediately ran and jumped high into the air, both hands swinging back and holding the fiery hammer tightly. Crash, land, boom, doom. The massive hammer strike caused a shocking shockwave, the ground beneath their feet cracking and shattering within a 100-meter radius. Crazy. Run. Where is Captain Zehan? Lower-level creatures could only scream for themselves, running away and seeking a quieter battle area. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you're running to? The giant's loud laughter could be heard for over 100 meters. He felt no need to fear anyone. He could do as he pleased and destroy anyone around him. Swoosh. Uck. What? Who? The giant's previously arrogant and fierce face was now replaced by a pained and confused expression. White chains from four sides pierced his heart without warning. He was locked in place and couldn't do anything, his strength gradually decreasing at an uncertain rate. Look, the goddess of light has come. We're saved, a woman shouted excitedly. She saw a woman in a white robe floating on a transparent disc. Wow, so beautiful. Is she a deity race? But why doesn't she have a halo of luck? Many discussions occurred among the people who saw the woman. The woman was Lara's, currently exploding with full power after just obtaining a heaven-grade artifact from an Vortex Plate, a transparent disc that allows the user to float, teleport, and enhance attributes while riding. Type, active artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 126,900. Ability, Fly, acceleration plus 300%. Attribute plus 50%. Teleportation within 3 kilometers. Lun sent the Vortex Plate to 10 core members and Nita right after he duplicated it. He believed this high-quality artifact would help them in many ways and significantly boost their strength instantly. Lun sent the item through long-distance exchange from the system. Perhaps because the event was ongoing, they could conduct private transactions over long distances between realms. This disc is so fast. Where did the leader get it? Laras muttered with her red lips. She recalled the first time she met Lun. The young man looked ordinary, even the first time they met. She was sure she could defeat Lun, but now it seemed Lun's improvement was beyond reason. Besides, a heaven-grade item at this stage. Not even a month yet, Laras could only hold back her thousands of questions about Lun and observe the Vortex Plate's status panel. In her view, all the numbers on the status panel were twice as much as usual. It was crazy indeed, but that's what she saw now. Vortex Plate, a transparent disc that allows the user to float, teleport, and enhance attributes while riding. Type, active artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 253,800. Ability, Fly, acceleration plus 600%, attribute plus 100%, teleportation within 3 kilometers. If Lun saw the current status of the Vortex Plate, he would probably vomit blood. Even with its initial status, Lun was already very happy, let alone if its status was doubled. A loud rumble came from where the giant was. The giant's body was engulfed in flames, his muscles swelling. Seeing this, Laras did not remain idle. She threw the large cross on her back. The large cross spun and hovered above the giant's head. Like direct sunlight, the cross emitted a holy light, illuminating the giant who was trying to break free from Lara's holy chains. The light fell like a waterfall, hitting the ground forcefully. Ugh! The giant's scream echoed. He seemed to feel unbearable pain, his fire-burned skin melting and getting hit by the holy light from Lara's cross. No. Human, you will regret killing me. Threatening words like that were often heard by Laras. She remained unmoved and kept watching if the giant did anything unexpected. Chapter 77, Angel of Death. Heikel Emanuels, killed. Jurashore Golden Core, exp 122,000, 1,000 contribution points. After the system notification panel sounded, Laras, who had been silent, quickly approached the giant's corpse and checked the items he dropped. So strong, said the Beastmaster man in the distance. He had been watching from the start and indeed thought Laras was very strong. Even with his tier 3 strength, he felt he was no match for her. Damn. You killed my good friend earlier, said a woman while shedding tears. She had just lost her good friend to the fire giant, but now her revenge was finally fulfilled. On the other hand, Laras was extracting materials from the giant's corpse, ensuring she didn't miss any valuable materials dropped by a tier 3 creature. Alright. Next location. Without lingering, Laras flew on her vortex plate, searching for locations with high contribution points. No enemies. In a faraway realm, the same war was taking place as experienced by Ln and Laras. Double strike. Killer thundercloud. One by one, each living being in the battle unleashed their skills. It didn't matter who or what you were, as long as you were on the opposing side, you would be affected by the skills released. Boom. ZZHRR. Ugh, so hot. The entire area within a 50-meter radius was filled with black flames that wouldn't be extinguished by water. The fire burned all creatures within it, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. Don't go near those black flames. Run. The black mage is coming. A young man with a silver bow ran away from the area of black flames. Silver hawk, shouted a man with a glowing blue hologram. Summoning a silver-feathered hawk, he quickly mounted the hawk and flew away from the black flames. Crazy. That crazy black mage again, said a handsome young man with a white halo behind his back. Holy fire, the handsome man said. Immediately, like water being poured, a bright holy light illuminated an area 40 meters from where he stood. The two elements collided. The pure holy fire clashed with the unquenchable black flames. Hey. Too weak, muttered the black mage, who was currently standing casually on a transparent disc. In front of him was a black book, split in two. Occasionally, the black book would flip its pages automatically. Yes, the old man in the black hood with the black aura book in front of him was a co-member of the World Market Alliance formed by Ln, Old Man Heikel Emmanuel. The item from young Master Ln is too terrifying this time. A 50% attribute increase. HHH. Very good, said Old Man Heikel excitedly. The black book, which had been flipping back and forth between pages, now stopped on a page depicting a hooded figure with a long scythe in hand. Angel of Death. Immediately, a shadow identical to the image on the book's page emerged from the black book. Kill those ants. Don't let a single one escape, ordered Old Man Heikel to the shadowy figure with the long scythe. The shadow seemed to understand Old Man Heikel's command, floating swiftly towards the low-level creatures fleeing the black flame area. Killed. Ijaluna growth. XP 11,700, 1,000 contribution points. Killed. Fiend's Blessed Initiate. XP 13,000, 1,000 contribution points. The angel lived up to its name. Each time it passed through the low-level creatures, the system's kill notifications were heard by Old Man Heikel. Very good, he said with a broad smile, but this time, his smile froze as a light spear came rushing towards him very quickly. Damn. Why do these people love sneak attacks so much? Said Old Man Heikel, activating the teleportation skill of the vortex plate. Old Man Heikel appeared not far from where he had been. He then looked at who had launched the holy spear attack. His gaze fell on the handsome man with the white halo far below on the ground. The man held a spear in his right hand and stared at Old Man Heikel with a hostile look. The aura of the spear in his hand intensified, as if he was about to launch another attack. You are. It's been a while since I fought in close combat, said Old Man Heikel, stretching each joint in his body. Immediately after saying that, Black Claw aura appeared in his hands. Demon King's Claw, he muttered. The black claw in his hand had a burning red tip. Looking very terrifying and capable of taking the life of anyone who saw it, he instantly teleported right in front of the handsome man with the holy spear in his hand. Close combat ensued. TSHH. Old Man Heikel's martial skills were excellent. He dodged all the spear attacks launched by the handsome man. A side stab. Old Man Heikel twisted his body slightly, spun in the opposite direction, then slashed the handsome man's neck with his black claw. Crack. The sound of breaking protection was heard. A protection talisman, huh? Muttered Old Man Heikel nonchalantly. He knew what had happened. He often encountered this. Many young masters with thousands of life-saving tools. Swoosh slash. The fierce battle between Old Man Heikel continued. Although from afar, it was clear that Old Man Heikel had the upper hand, even though they were both at tier 3. Zinlight Realm. Longtang City. At the busy ship harbor, a large ship slowly approached the dock. The ship was enormous and had many defenses on it. After reaching the dock, a young man in a blue robe disembarked. The young man seemed familiar with the place. He took a deep breath of fresh air and said, "Ah, finally here," stretching both his arms. Yes, the young man was Ln, who had just arrived after a 3-hour journey from battlefield number 44. He should have returned with his team members. But since the Kiane race won the battle decisively, the entire small team returned with the war leader at Fortress Island number 44, Elder Wang Ki. eager to check all his harvests, didn't want to wait long and wanted to exchange all the contribution points he had obtained. Besides, he also had further plans regarding the clone skill of the Divine Sword. Chapter 78, Redeem Hidden Mission 10 million contribution points. He planned to return to the Divine Sky Island to spread his clones to monitor and guard the island. Even with an 80% attribute drop, with Lun's total status, it should be more than enough to handle any troublemakers. Alright, where should we go? Lun said softly. He then remembered that he had come to Longteng City earlier with the Su Yiling family. Reflecting on it, Lun felt it was a bit of a waste of time, but he didn't think so. Su Yiling became the bearer of a hidden mission for him, so it was only natural to make a little effort. Lun quickly walked towards the city and headed to the Qian Race War office in Longteng City. On his way to the Qian Race War office, Lun observed that the lives of the cultivators were quite primitive and not very modern. For instance, most people still traveled on foot and did not use vehicles like horses or beasts. Lun thought that maybe because the cultivators' bodies were strong, they preferred walking. The buildings were also somewhat old-fashioned, still using stone and wood. However, upon closer inspection, although only stone and wood were used, their durability was stronger than the strongest building materials on the previous Earth. This was because every building was coated with spiritual energy, and the wood and stone used already contained a fair amount of spiritual energy. Yes, spiritual energy was the source of life energy in the cultivator's realm. Its role was as crucial as oxygen on Earth. Lun walked for a few minutes before finally reaching the Qian Race War office building. Lun walked in and immediately approached the nearest reception desk. "Welcome, sir. How can I help you?" A male receptionist greeted Lun as he approached. "Yes, I want to exchange mission contribution points," Lun said, handing over his mission card and war token badge. "Alright, sir, let me check for a moment." The male receptionist took the card and war token badge given by Lun and performed the calculations behind the desk. It didn't take long before the male receptionist reported Lun's mission results and total contribution points. "We have finished the calculations, sir. For the battle mission at Fortress Island number 44, Searle earned a total of 720,000 contribution points. The team's excellent performance earned an additional 150,000 contribution points. Winning at Fortress number 44 earned an extra 500,000 contribution points. In total, Searle earned 1,370,000 contribution points." Hearing the calculations reported by the male receptionist, Lun was still quite surprised. With just sacrificing a few high-level crystals and a full set of level 20 equipment, he could gain an extra 150,000 contribution points bonus. Yes, it wouldn't be profitable for others. Lun felt lucky because of his duplication talent. "Thank you," Lun said calmly. He then pulled out a paper given by the old man Wang Ki, containing 10 million contribution points. "I also want to exchange contribution points from another mission," Lun said, handing the thin paper to the male receptionist. The male receptionist was initially confused, but when he saw the message on the paper, his face immediately showed shock. "Sorry, sir, we need to conduct further verification first," said the male receptionist as he walked to the room at the end of the hall. "Sigh. It seems impossible," Lun said softly. He had done the duplication earlier, planning to use the paper to get the mission. But seeing the receptionist's actions, Lun felt it was impossible to deceive the powerful people behind the Qian race. If he provided another mission paper, with a reward of 10 million contribution points, his duplication ability would be exposed. Soon, the male receptionist returned with a respectful demeanor. "Honorable Searle, the mission paper from Elder Wang Ki has been confirmed. Searle has earned 10 million contribution points. It has been added to your war badge. And also, Searle has officially become a gold-ranked warrior," the receptionist reported with a respectful smile on his face. He knew that those who received such missions from high-ranking race officials were powerful people not to be trifled with. "Ha ha ha. 10 million points? Who can remove me from the top rank this time?" Lun said, remembering that he couldn't even enter the top 20 in the previous event. "And what is this gold rank? What are the benefits?" Lun said curiously, then checked the Qian Race War badge. War badge, Qian Race, name, Lun, Power Core, System, Tier 3, Rank, Gold, plus 30% contribution points. Contribution points, 11,370,000. Origin, Divine Sky Realm, 30% additional contribution points. "Not bad," Lun said casually. Although only 30%, with the level of missions he currently carried out. If he earned 1 million contribution points next, he would get an additional 300,000 contribution points. "Alright. Thank you," Lun said goodbye to the receptionist on duty. Next, Lun did not immediately leave the war office building but walked towards another room where he could exchange his contribution points. Soon, Lun was in the room where he could exchange contribution points. There were already many people here, not limited to humans. Other races like elves, dwarves, and golden dragons were also present. Additionally, Lun saw several display cases filled with various materials, items, and luxurious goods that could be exchanged for contribution points. Lun did not remain idle. He approached one of the wooden boards that displayed a list of items that could be exchanged for contribution points. Lun examined the wooden board carefully. The board's appearance was very simple, but it acted like a hologram board usually displayed by the system. Contribution points exchange: silver badge, 30,000 points. Thorn arrow armor, 25,000 points. Sticky boots, 7,000 points. Low teleportation talisman, 31,000 points. Purple stone, 1,000 points. Folio flower, 1,000 points. Red defense tower, 19,000 points. Lun could only ignore the low-level items displayed on the board. However, he still bought items he didn't have, such as the purple stone, useful for refining weapons to plus 15 purple level, and the folio flower for making high-level healing potions. End of block 1.